Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Okay, korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak.
Aduh, dah dapat 1,500, dapat extra protection lagi, dapat pilih semua hero lagi.
Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata completekan task dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain. I'm a rock star. Yeah. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh ku pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara
kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Play like a pro with ROG Phone 7. The Republic of Gamers is the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Welcome dan selamat datang kepada MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Nama saya Lofel dan saya akan jadi host anda untuk hari ini. Dan saya juga kena cakap minta maaf. Ramai nak roast. Mesti semua orang tertanya, mana Ros? Kenapa dia tak ada kat sini? Kan? Semua orang nak tahu, kenapa Ros tak ada hari ini? Hari ini kita ada 3 match yang sangat penting di mana banyak pasukan akan lawan untuk jadi top 1, top 2 dan juga untuk selamatkan diri daripada relegation. Jadi dengan tu, mari kita tengok jadual perlawanan untuk hari ini. Thank you very much. First, kita ada Selangor Red Giants bertanding dengan Team HAQ. Kedua-dua pasukan hanya dibezakan dengan satu mata saja. Pasukan Selangor Red Giants belum menang untuk merampas mula slot ke upper bracket. Kemudian Team Secret bertanding dengan Team SMG. Team Secret harus bangkit kerana ini merupakan perlawanan penentuan untuk slot mereka di musim hadapan. Kemudian RSG MY bertanding dengan MPNC. RSG MY kekal garang mendominasi liga dengan peratus kemenangan tertinggi dan hanya kalah sekali saja musim kali ini. Jadi sekarang sememangnya audience pun dah start masuk. Kita akan mulakan perlawanan di antara Selangor Red Giants dan juga Team HAQ. Tapi dekat sini ada dua pasukan yang saya tahu daripada segi kekuatan suara crowd sememangnya sangat-sangat kuat. Jadi nak dengar Selangor Red Giants, are you guys ready? Team HAQ pula, mana suaranya? Banyak suara wanita dekat situ. Tapi macam mana sekalipun, mari kita menjemput ke atas pentas Selangor Red Giants. Kembali untuk merampas mula kedudukan ke upper bracket. Pasukan Selangor Red Giants memperkuatkan pasukan mereka dengan memasukkan Nova X-Cobra ataupun Super Nova. Kepercayaan dan sokongan dari peminat menjadi pembakar semangat. Percaturan apa yang bakal dikeluarkan oleh Coach Arcadia dan Ozara Veki untuk gergasi merah di perlawanan ini? The challengers, Team HAQ, menunjukkan peningkatan gameplay yang sangat drastik di minggu ini. Team HAQ berjaya memberikan cabaran dan menunjukkan mereka sememangnya pasukan juara. Melakar sejarah melayakkan diri dari qualifier setelah menjadi juara. Adakah Team HAQ bakal melakar sejarah baru dengan menjadi wakil ke M5? Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan menggalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Yang kat atas semua handsome, cute. Dan sekarang, mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Cawan di luar gelanggang, awan di land of dawn. Oh, salah eh? Oh, alamak. Salah skrip. Dia tulis dalam Tagalog. Hey, tapi macam mana sekalipun, sememangnya bila tengok kedua-dua pasukan nampak seperti dah bersedia. Dewan Sri Putra, adakah anda bersedia? Not enough. One more time. Dewan Sri Putra, adakah anda bersedia? Baiklah, dengan ini, team semua dah ready. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The battle to the top is just a sideshow, and we have a man like LaFell on the stage right there. Welcome back, everyone. It's the MPL MY Season 12 English stream for the final day of Week 5 here. You're joining me, Staffa, as well as Terrence, aka Icy Baby 1-2 for our first match of the day.
I want to take a moment to appreciate that we have a counterpart for Rose, and I like how he butchered and improvised, a meme version of it.
No, I think it's
Rose.
improved.
And guess what? It was pretty good. I really like it.
It's probably better, in fact.
That's why he's the most entertaining caster out of
We've
all
been
of
hearing
us.
the same thing all the time. Maybe it's time to switch and go.
Exactly. Cawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di land.
Did he say Lawan? I can't even
He
tell
said
if he
Chawan.
said. I know he said Chawan, but did he say something different for Lawan at some point? Who knows? Maybe if our connection was a little bit better, we could tell. Maybe it's because we haven't quite put in Hotlink yet. It's time for us to get our epic MLBB skin with only 1 ringgit. With Hotlink, exactly what you can do as well. It's the easiest way to unleash your style, upgrade your hero, and of course win your games with lightning fast internet speed. So what are you waiting for? Get the Hotlink all new 5G prepaid right now.
Exactly. You gotta have super fast connection here to actually make the link here. Of course, thank you guys so much for paying attention to the entire show here. It has been very, very appreciative. And guess what? Yesterday, Seru Saturday was pretty interesting considering the fact that it was a very emotional roller coaster for some of us as well. Very, very inspiring coming from the athletes of SEA Games. And, coming to its day number 3 for week number 5 here, it is going to be a very, very important moment for a lot of these teams. In particular, is going to be the current one. Because before we get into the details on why it's so serious here, here's the standings on how all the teams are performing thus far in week number 5.
Alright, things have already been switching up, but now that we're reaching the end of the regular season, standings are becoming more and more defined, with the top 4, top 5 perhaps, very eagerly vying for those top 4 spots. Remember, those are the spots in the playoffs that will give these teams a second life, whereas the bottom 4 teams only have 1. And of course, we have the red zone currently occupied by Red Esports and Team Secret, both eager to keep their places in the MPL.
This is the first time in MPL MY history where there is still no clear indicators of who's going to be in the top, from top 1 all the way to top 5, as well as the bottom 2 as well. So all things considered, Team Secret obviously going to be in the hottest seat by the end of today. But of course, we are going to be focusing on the top 5 for now because they're all going neck and neck. Anyone can be top 1 at this stage. But thus far, RSG MY seems to be in the prime position for now.
But of course, we're not talking about RSG, we're talking about SRG. Selangor Red Giants and Team HAQ are both near the top of the charts, both vying for that top 4 spot. So they're all going to be playing at their top performance to try and get some MVPs today as well. And hopefully you guys will be able to predict which of these players is going to get MVP today. As per usual, scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen. Tell us who you think is going to be MVP for all 3 games today, and you stand a chance to win some stuff.
Exactly. Make sure to make those predictions here. But here's a little bit of hint here. It's not going to be Supernova, also formerly known as Nova X Kobar. not going to be playing today. We've heard the transfer windows coming in. Unfortunately, they are not going to be. I didn't see him on stage, so
It feels
technically
bad.
he's not going to be playing, I
'Cause
guess.
I think we all do have a bit of a soft spot for Nova Xcova, now Supernova. Great name change,
Yep.
by the way. Like, it's unfortunate we don't get to see him on stage.
Yep.
You kind of remember the nostalgia of it. And perhaps if you participate in our nostalgia event in-game, you can claim a free skin for yourself. All you got to do is log in, complete task, very easy to do, and you can earn one of these 4 skins. You got Yi Sun-shin, Roguish Ranger, Cyclops Super Adventurer, Hanzo Undead King, and Tigreal Fallen Guard. These are all skins that you don't get much availability nowadays, so don't miss out on your chance.
Exactly, it's free skins. Who doesn't really want that here? All you gotta do is just complete tasks, play the game more, and also push rank. Because guess what? Rank seasons are about to kind of reset here in about 6 to 7 days. So, you gotta push out for the mythical glory. For me, I made it pass towards the blue one, which was like 27 stars now. I'm just a little bit lazy, but, for me, I like the blue one a little bit more. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the mythical glory seems very, very fancy, the colors, but I like blue in my regards. But, of course, now, without further ado, we're talking about our teams here. Let us introduce the first rosters here. Is going to be none other than Selangor Red Giants, starting things off with Super Zang, Super Red, Super Gojas, Pancake, as well as Super Sekis.
It always confuses me why Pancake didn't decide to adopt the moniker like the rest of his teammates, but hey, the man's gotta be special, He's the one eating popcorn while watching things from afar. But there has definitely been some questions about his performance recently, which is why we do see Supernova getting brought in as a substitute. So far, not gonna be joining the main lineup, but the Red Giants are on a bit of an unfortunate performance drop, starting off the season with a 6 straight win streak, and suddenly losing, say, 2 games in a row, right?
Yeah, it has been in a very, very awkward position for them. However, that's going to be Selangor Red Giants for now here. Let's introduce the next team here. The contenders, the ones to try to upset the balance in the top 4 here. It's going to be none other than Team HAQ, starting things off with Gary, Noir, Panda, Yura, and Iris.
Team HAQ has definitely shown some really impressive performance here. While the season definitely started off a little inconsistent, they really found their stride. Iris is showing up, Panda is improving, Gary returning to his stride, and Yura competing for that MVP position here despite being a rookie this season. This is a team that has a lot to prove on that stage, and they want to regain their former glory.
Exactly, and when it comes to Team HAQ as well, this is going to be a very, very important moment for them, considering that they are eyeing for that top 4 position. They cannot afford to lose this series at all, because if they lose 2-0 to Selangor Red Giants, chances of making top 4 are pretty much guaranteedly, I would say, impossible to make it top 4.
It's very tight. It's like such a small condition to have to meet if they don't end up winning here. But the same thing for this, right? Team HAQ, they're also going to be looking for that top 4, SRG looking for top 2. So there's going to be a lot on the line right now. So you can imagine the coaching staff going to have a good amount of pressure there. So far, both of the coaches on these teams have been doing a great job.
Yep, ever since, there has been a little bit of history here with Amox being stepping down here, they've brought in Min to kind of give them the moral support here, considering that Min has experience playing the M4 series here, even though he kind of fell short during Season 11, but he still has that experience to keep their mental in check, and that's going to be the very, very important factor, because when we talk about mental fortitude here, this is a very hot topic regarding Selangor Red Giants. The crumbling of the Giants. Are they able to bounce back? Because at the start of the season here, they looked like one of the strongest contenders, but eventually seems like people have started to figure them out.
Yeah, it does seem like their gameplay has become more predictable, and there was definitely a pretty big target on their backs when they started off the season with a 6 straight win streak. But ever since losing the RSG at the end of week 3, they've been suffering many losses and are hoping to end that lose streak here against Team HAQ. But of course, Team HAQ themselves want to make a return to M5. This is the Season 10 champion team, and while the lineup is different, we're definitely seeing a bit of that performance return to the land of Dawn. So imagine, this is going to be quite the intense clash.
When we talk about seasons for MPL MY, it's always something different, like the most unique, most hype, most intense. But guess what? When we talk about individual skills, Super Red is going to be the ones to talk about here, because when it comes to his gold lane, he is by far the most explosive gold laner thus far in terms of consistency. And when it comes to hero pools as well, it seems like Super Red can play almost anything.
Yeah, he doesn't have much of a problem there, which helps a lot when you're in drafting phase, making sure that your players have a good enough pool to draw from and that they're not easily denied. Having the second highest average GPM as well as the sixth highest KDA is quite a feat considering how aggressive some of the other teams this season have been. So Super Red, definitely a little bit of an outlier. We've been seeing a bit of an outburst of more aggressive gold laners recently. Lolil being obvious, Panda as well being much more aggressive. So it's interesting to see a matchup against Super Red since he tends to take a step back.
Now, when we talk about hero pools here, it seems like this is the perfect time to actually talk about both the gold laners of Team HAQ as well as Selangor Red Giants, both having very, very similar hero pools. In particular, Iritel, Claude, and Beatrix. These are three heroes that both players are going to be looking to be contesting for. However, in terms of play styles here, there's a very, very big difference in margin in terms of KDA because of the fact that. And how big of a difference? Let me give you the numbers here. Super Red 7.3 KDA, whereas Panda 2.7. So this is a very, very huge disparity despite having same hero pools here. But it's safe to say the reason why Panda has such a low KDA is because Panda is very, very bloodthirsty and impulsive, looking to play around his teammates to set up early rotation ganks.
Yeah, Panda's definitely the much more aggressive gold laner between these two. Super Red typically wants to take a step back, use the space that his team creates, and then scale up before he becomes a late-game monster. In this sense, we do see some slight differences here from Selangor Red Giants and Team HAQ, the way they play around their carries. Panda always wants to get in the action straight away, so Team HAQ will generally be more aggro towards the early mid-game. Whereas Selangor Red Giants, yes, they will want to play around the space created by Skies and Gojes, but it's still mainly going to be Super Red that becomes their main win condition.
I agree with the gold laners here, but enough of the gold laner here. I like that you actually brought up Gojes and Sekis making this kind of space here, because in terms of XP laners, here's an interesting beef between Team HAQ as well as Selangor Red Giants. Iris has called out Gojes regarding the fact that he feels that Gojes is a little bit too, I would say, hyper. Is that the right word? Or is that...
I think he just straight up said he's kind of arrogant.
Oh!
Like kind of full of himself, if anything.
Well, you said it, but I agree. You know, during the interviews as well, you know, we know for the fact that Gojes has been one of the most arrogant players here to be calling out everyone here. He's like the villain of MPL MY.
He's definitely set himself up to be a villain. Now, I imagine the player himself is not in that position. He's more of like creating a show for this season, which we love. But it's definitely a bit of that villain story arc as we enter into the draft phase, considering that Gojes came into the season fighting, punching, looking strong, while Iris had a lot to prove, and he has since shown that. So that EXP lane duel also going to be exciting.
Well, speaking of bans here, we do see the Joy and Paquito ban coming from Team HAQ. That is going to be respecting onto his potential XP laners being played by Super Gojes. However, we haven't really talked too much about this matchup when it comes to the Xbox here, because both teams kind of play it to a certain degree. I haven't seen too much of it coming from Iris, but Super Gojes does play from time to time as well. Arlott is also, you know, kind of fallen a little bit apart since Gojes' debut during SPS, playing a lot of Arlott as well. But this entire regular season, we haven't seen too much of it coming in from Gojes.
Yeah, it's mainly being used as a roam nowadays, and we did see some pretty good performance on that in the hands of Storm and even Esha Ohana. So it's quite interesting. So looking at this lineup now, we do see the Joy and Paquito banned out. The Paquito obviously going to be a really contested hero here because both Gojes and Iris like it, and even Skies plays it in the jungle from time to time. Whereas on the Red Giant side, going more for the carries, the Fanny and the Bruno going to be eliminated. Make sure that Team HAQ cannot play around their signature early game aggression.
You know, I want to see what their opening picks are going to be here coming from Team HAQ, especially for the fact that, you know, back in Season 10, you know, Team HAQ does like to draft the Claude around Panda as a first pick priority over everything else. And ever since this season, it seems like they kind of keep him into his later stage here, prioritizing and maybe on towards Yuna's hero pool a little bit more. In particular, it's going to be the Novaria as well as Valentina. So I guess Team HAQ might be leaning in that direction and then look to flex a little bit more. But so far, when we talk about power picks here, obviously, you know, Selangor Red Giants will have the priority in the sense where they will get 2 picks later on. So Team HAQ, it's up to Team HAQ whether or not they want to decide on how they want to play around those two power picks. In particular, is going to be Terizla for Super Gojaz.
That's true. The Terizla very often banned out when you're playing against the Red Giants. And since Team HAQ let it through here, it does seem pretty likely that they might want to lock in the Terizla for themselves. That will leave things open. Fredrin Martis still pretty open in the air. Angela as well, definitely dropping off in terms of priority ban recently. But oh, Team HAQ gonna go for the Fredrin instead. Not sure I'm a big fan of this.
You know, not gonna lie here, you know, Fredrin Martis used to be like, what, for 2 seasons now? This is pretty much the 3rd season, has been the priority pick for junglers here. And I feel like Martis has had a significant higher win rate compared to Fredrin now. But at the same time, I guess that's pretty much the only other option that Team HAQ can consider because of the fact that you want to have that flexible draft, right? Like, if you show a Martis, pretty much you're saying that, hey, this is going to be a jungler. Very, very unlikely it's going to be XP. I'm not saying it's impossible, but Fredrin has better options in that regard. So, I guess it might be similar, but at the same time, Selangor Red Giants, they are going to deny this, and they are going to open things up with the Gord. Seems like based on the Friday's games, Gord wins games.
Gord has been really rising in the meta, not just here, but overseas as well. MPL PH, I think he was 100% win rate up until not too long ago. Found that out because Naisu was very sad about it. But it's a very solid solution to heroes like the Fredrin who just want to stand there and tank them. But look at that! We got the Angela Ling from Team HAQ. This is EXP Fredrin, already revealing that pretty early on.
Okay, I like this. You know, Team HAQ, they definitely love playing around Gary, being the space maker coming from Team HAQ. Obviously, you know, when it comes to Selangor Red Giants here, we did see a lot of Link coming from them during their SPS days before coming into the MPL MY. So I like the fact that because Angela was in the pool, Angela Ling is something that we have kind of raved upon for so many seasons, but in particular this season, ever since the Emblem rework changes here, Angela has been the hero that people kind of like don't really want to deal with. Obviously, Selangor Red Giants, they are going to respond to the Martis. Pretty straightforward one, considering that when it comes to going up against assassin junglers, fighters are like the best way to deal with them.
But this is honestly a really nice bait and switch from Team HAQ, right? Fredrin just feels like it's going to be jungle no matter what. That's why they went for the Gord so confidently. But now that hero is super at risk of being jumped on by Gary basically at all points of the game. And the Angela, not just good with the Ling, good with the Fredrin as well. Pop the hard guard onto Iris and instantly he just never dies, even under the Mystic Gush. So Red Giants definitely found themselves falling into a little bit of a trap, but it is still fairly early for the Angela Ling to be revealed. This will allow the Red Giants to prepare countermeasures in the second phase.
You know, at the same time as well, when we talk about split pushes here, tentatively we do see XP laners kind of cutting the creep waves a little bit more in particular. And I feel like heroes like Terizla, heroes like Xbox is really great in doing that because you are going to be putting yourself in jeopardy for that kind of plays. But now, here's a little bit of more fun fact for you guys here. Panda had one of the lower KDAs between him and Super Red, but an endangered species. Panda is known for his aggressive playstyles, resulting in him in a low 2.7 KDA and classified as an endangered gold laner.
Well, there aren't a lot of pandas left in the world, and they're definitely known to be a species that tends to lack self-preservation. So, you know, being an aggressive player kind of makes sense, you know? This is very on-brand.
You know, I like how you actually related to the actual panda, but personally, I feel like when we talk about aggressive gold laners, once upon a time, Lolios was that kind of player.
I mean, he is now.
Is still, but right now, Lolios, he gets away with it. He gets away with it a little bit more compared to back then. But at the same time, we've got Red. That's not Panda. That's a red panda. That's different.
If like, Panda was on Red Giants, that would be it.
Yeah, it's funny how ironic how the color logos between both two teams kind of represent different kind of pandas. If you're in Red Giants, that's a red panda. If you're in Team HAQ, because it's black and white, it's the normal endangered
it's a regular panda.
But nevertheless, here coming back to the drafts here, Iritel and Harif going to be banned here. That is going to be in particular towards a Panda's draft. I feel like Panda is going to be put in an awkward position where he is going to be forced to play either the Beatrix or Brody. But I feel like Beatrix helps out a little bit more, considering the fact that because Team HAQ has a Link who's looking to be going for this kind of unorthodox flags and split pushes, having Beatrix 4-man up does give out a little bit more value CC damage to actually threaten Selangor Red Giants. However, this Gord is kind of scary if you think about it.
It's a much more universal hero comparatively, but right now I am liking how the bans are proceeding. The fact that Iratel and Harif are banned out makes a lot of sense. Harif counters Claude in lane, and both these heroes are really powerful with the extra hard guard movement speed, so it's better to get rid of them. And we do see the Red Giants go for the Kaja, the hero very commonly banned out recently, and since the Cho was removed, let's go for the Divine Judgment instead.
Okay, let's talk about the sequencing in the drafts on how things went, right? Selangor Red Giants, they opened up with the Gord. Pretty much big indicators that they're trying to play this protect the president draft. Obviously, if you don't have a flanking hero or anyone that can dive the back lines, it's going to be a big issue. That's why Team HAQ responded with the Angela and Link. But how do you deal with a Link that's got so much iframe, so much mobility to a point that it's so very difficult to catch it? Kaja, great response to that. You come in, I'm going to make sure I'm going to take you down regardless of what happens. So this is a great response coming from Selangor Red Giants. But Team HAQ, they one up them. They bring in the Brody, obviously, for the Claude, but the Lilia as well.
Lilia's interesting.
I like this because of the fact that they need to 4-man man up and they need some sort of kiting capabilities or sustainabilities. Lilia are one of those heroes that can drag out and bait multiple spells as long as you can pop your black shoes in the right time.
Could be quite interesting. Definitely works better against tankier front lines, which I don't feel like Red Giants has right now, but I'm personally a fan of this because we might get to see the two newbie skins on the same team.
Oh!
Yeah, we got Fred and Lilia on
the
Team HAQ.
newbie skins. Yeah, that's pretty nice. That's a good shout here. However, the final pick here is going to be the Uranus. 0% win rate. Wow.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that. That kind of plays into the Lilia, in fact, and I don't feel like it contributes enough CC to try and lock down any of the members of Team HAQ. Yes, Red Giants needs a more solid front line, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough utility.
I'm surprised by this. I was expecting maybe Selangor Red Giants might have went for the Baxia to deal with the healings coming from the Angela. I guess Uranus is kind of on a different way rather than the the jungle going to be dealing with anti-healing here. You're going to try to out-sustain this. I'm not necessarily sure it's the great response, but I feel like it was forced coming from Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, I have to agree. And even then, I feel like there are better heroes in this case. Why not go for like the Export? Burn down the tankiness. We'll see. But going into this draft, I really love what Team HAQ is doing here. It's a little bit of a bait and switch. Very aggressive early, but also good late game scaling with the Ling. Red Giants, if they play around Super Red, their win condition still gonna be solid, but it's gonna be difficult.
Well, without further ado, the match at stake here, the contention for the top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team HAQ versus Selangor Red Giants, game number 1.
As we know, there's a lot of stakes riding on this game right now. Both these teams eager to stay in the top 4, and both of them actually still have the opportunity to break into top 2 if everything goes according to plan as well. So we're going to have to pay attention to this. Already lane cutting by Super Gorgeous. Make sure they can start roaming around, create some pressure with his team. Make sure that Team HAQ cannot be too aggressive around the map.
Well, it looks like they are going to try and force rotations here. They want to try and swamp up on Noir. However, Iris is here to intercept him here. The slows coming from Noir is going to harass him. But like you said as well, Uranus is barely tickling his way through. He is going to be able to make a lot of distractions here if Team HAQ decides to commit to this fight. However, let's take a look at the emblems real quick.
Ooh. 4 agility on the side of Selangor Red Giants. They really are valuing that movement speed. I think that makes a lot of sense here. You're dealing with a Ling, and not to mention, Panda.
Oh, Panda. Gonna be a little bit of trouble here, taking a little bit too much damage here. They forced the flicker out of the Brody, so that's a big sign for this pre-turtle fight. However, there is still a lot of distraction being made by Goja. Seems like Team HAQ, they are gonna try and commit to this, but pay attention to Gary. He's taking so much time. His charges are starting to go down as well. Zac can't exactly do too much to actually punish him here. Gary eventually gets the kill. However, does he have enough charge to back out? Yes, he will, and he is going to be able to retreat out of this. However, he needs to start building up his health here because the turtle is going to be out in 10 seconds.
That's actually a really valuable gank. Normally you would think, hey, why go for the Uranus? It's going to be hard to kill him regardless. But before he hits level 4, that's where Goja is going to be the most vulnerable. And by putting him almost an entire wave behind Iris at this point, it ensures that Team HAQ will have the more favorable turtle fight.
Now Yura, he does have his 4 alongside with Super Zac. That is a great sign. He can try to look and pressure the Mystic Gush coming from Super Zoc, and Pancake can't really do too much considering it's almost 4, but Turtle gonna be dropping very slow. Saki still secures it, and Selangor Red Giants, they are looking to back out, but Saki's, he's gonna get caught out. He's gonna have the mortar call to try and sidestep his way through, but Yura will burst him down. Mystic Gush does absolutely nothing. It does scare our Team HAQ a little bit more, but they are gonna be able to back out.
Beautifully done there. Team HAQ using their early game advantage here. Thanks to Noir on this Angela to just run down the Red Giants. I was very worried about Super Sky staying that long. Yes, he gets the turtle, but trading his life at this stage, not going to be the best, especially since it means Gary is getting even more assist gold at this stage, and this is a hero you don't want to allow to scale.
Hey, this is the best condition the Team HAQ can be looking for here, considering that even though Gary technically could not contest the Lord, because of the turtle, because of the fact that he's not as tanky as the Martyrs, and the Hard Scott was still pretty much not available for that fight as well. So this is going to be a little bit of decision making on prioritizing whether or not should we just let this go, you know, utilizing their weaponries in a very, very proactive manner.
Yeah, I like the way that Team HAQ was positioning that fight. They know that. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Pancake, he
beautiful.
tried to go for the Divine Judgment here. However, great side coming from Yura. However, the Mr. Gush also being expended as well. And Yura, he survives it all, forces the Blink Shoot and the Flicker. But interesting enough, Pancake, he actually went for the Flicker. He didn't have the Divine Judgment at all. And I'm not sure how the interaction worked, but there's his timing here. However, Zach, it is going to get picked off by Gary, though.
That's the Angela Ling right there. Gary easily able to dive to tier 1 with no issues at all. And Yura, some incredible reaction timing earlier in the lane. Literally the moment Divine Judgment lands, he uses his ult, not only saving him, but wasting that cooldown on Pancake for nothing as well. So right now, Red Giants are not getting what they need. Team HAQ with the 2K net worth lead at this stage. AI definitely predicting in their favor. Red Giants, of course, still can't play for that late game. This plot has been a comeback factor in many matches this season.
To be honest, I've never seen the Black Shoot dodge Divine Judgment before. That was pretty much sick coming from Yura. However, Turtle now in control, Selangor Red Giants. Iris looking to try and bait something out. Pancake down towards Happy. She missed the Gush. Big use as well to try and force the kill. And Iris getting instantly locked down, but the turtle will not be stolen away by Gary. That's going to be Selangor Red Giants coming up on top with a kill and also the turtle objective.
But look at what's happening on the other side of the map. They're just giving Panda time. He's getting the entire gold shield up top, and that's after he already got the entire thing down bottom as well. This Brody hitting peak very soon.
Oh, Noir, he's going to get caught out as well. Unlucky coming in from them. So great salvage coming from Selangor Red Giants. They understand that they are having the upper hand right now in terms of map control. Panda gonna try and scare off Gojes, but he does have those beautiful, beautiful stacks here coming from Uranus to regain his health.
Not ideal to give a kill over to Super Red right now, but sacrificing Noir to let Panda get a free tier 1 top is actually huge, because we know that Brody wants to hit that power spike way sooner. Berserker's Fury first item for Gary, so he's going to be doing some damage. Ooh.
Oh, Mystic Gush being expended as well. Gary taking a little bit too much damage. There is going to be a preemptive Hardcast coming in. Gojes looking to try and intercept, but the link is a little bit too far. Iris using the Pegasus Raft to clear the minions. And Selangor Red Giants, they're not going to continue this considering that the Mystic Gush was completely whiffed in that fight.
Ooh, look at the itemization. Immortality first item for Iris. He understands that he is going to be the one tanking the Mystic Gush 100% of the time, so he wants to get that second life in exchange for that tankiness, because it's not going to matter all that much. Panda as well. Fury Hammer into the sea.
Oh no, Yura might be in a bit of trouble here. He forces the Black Shoe and the Decimation, but the Angela Hardcast comes in clutch as well. The Mystic Gush is going to buy a little more time. However, Team HAQ, they really want to intercept this here. Selangor Red Giants, they've overextended their stay, and that's going to be a punishment coming from Team HAQ.
Well comboed by the Red Giants, sending Skies in to bait the Black Shoes so that Pancake could get the Divine Judgment, but then they overstayed their welcome, and Team HAQ can obviously rotate really fast with the Ling Angela. So, Skies is dying a bit too much here. It's probably going for damage on the Martis, but that does put him at a lot of risk, and Gary...
Oh no, Gary is going to try and make this kind of plays here. Turtle going to be in contention right now. Super Gojes trying to zone them out and try and draw aggro. However, he is getting hinted pretty hard here. The taunts are coming in, but where's the backup? He needs the backup. He is going to be able to flicker out of there. So that's going to be a clutch as well. Panda tries to go for the Taunt of Memories. Cannot take him down. So that's going to be a disengage coming in for the reset. But Turtle now down very close as well. It's going to be Seki that secures it once again. He steals it all 3 times. No turtle at all whatsoever for Gary. However, Gary immediately says, you know what, I'm gonna split push, I'm 3-0-1, I want to try and fight against Super Red, but can he though?
Yeah, Super Red is just not going to interact with that anytime at all, and I'm pretty sure Gary knows that he's probably not going to get that free kill either. Sky somehow securing the turtle every single time, even though Gary has such easy positioning with the Lily after Red in front. Oh, Pancake!
Oh, Pancake with a Divine Judgment again. Yura with the Black Shoe, he gets the reset as well. Iris building up his stack, Appraiser rough hits, but it's not going to do a lot of damage here. Gary going to try and extend the fight. However, Sekis is going to be able to turn the tides, and with the Blazing Duet, they completely sweep Team HAQ under the rug.
Super Red has so much damage already. I gotta see how many items he actually has on this Claude, because that is way more than you would be expecting. Beautiful Blazing Duet. Team HAQ definitely bit off a bit more than they could chew there. You would think Pancake wasted his ult on the Lilia, but nope, that just got things started.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, that anti-Kira's rush coming from Gojas came in clutch coming from Selangor Red Giants here. And now, with purple buff stolen away by Selangor Red Giants, Gary is going to have a very, very difficult time in these upcoming fights.
I feel like this game is starting to slip out of the hands of Team HAQ here. We see we got the fleeting time on Pancake. Divine Judgment gonna be way more available now. Corrosion Scythe on Super Red. I'm very curious what items he actually has. But the fact that the Claude is already online in this fight and Panda is still 0-0-0, even though he's on the Brody, who should be participating in way more fights at this point, is actually really bad. Team HAQ may have already missed the window they needed to play around with the Brody.
Okay, Gojas gonna be beating out Team HAQ once again. Mystic Gush has been expended very preemptively here, but Team HAQ, they realize that it's just not the perfect time here because Gary is nowhere to be found, getting completely harassed by Super Red. So much damage coming in as well. They're sending in Pancake to assist Super Red in case Gary gets a little bit too aggressive. But again, now the orange buff getting stolen away. And this is not a good sign for Gary.
You would think that Team HAQ would have way more map presence with a Ling Angela, but it's Super Red that's creating macro pressure right now. He's already taken the tier 2 down bottom. Team HAQ trying to aggro the Lord, but Red Giants doing a great job of creating a space that this Claude needs. This is literally the matchup we were talking about before the game started. Super Red, he just leaves this guy on his own and he's creating so much pressure.
Oh no, Iris, he needs to get out. He's got the immortality as well. The Appraiser's draft gets cancelled. Sekis with the decimation, a second one to kick him off, and meanwhile the back lines, Gary is going to completely delete Zag. Pancake will be able to survive this, but Gary, like you said, doesn't have the purple buff, and Gojas was able to find the pick on the back lines of Team HAQ. Panda gets taken out. That's huge. Super Red now going to try and extend the fight. The Blazing Duet is going to be good as well. It's doing a lot of damage, but he cannot finish off Noir. So that's going to be a little bit for a mix and match between two teams thus far.
A 2-for-2 trade. I don't think it's quite favorable for either team, to be honest. Red Giants definitely dived a bit too far back. Zac was expendable. Sky's probably not. Did not need to dive that deep, considering that Gojas could have easily tanked things for him. Whereas on the opposite side, we do see that Team HAQ lost their gold laner. Gary, though, still 0 deaths, so they can't play around that.
This is a big problem for Iris right now here. He's expecting to go up against Gojas zoning here, but he doesn't have his Sky God and Helmet yet. And as of now, Selangor Red Giants, they are going to try to abuse the fact that Iris doesn't have this immortality. Pancake is going to go for the pull Zag. Not going to be committing the Mystic Judge as well, but Yura is going to try his own Super Red, but a ton of Bond Memories doesn't kill him off. He's going to be able to escape. Meanwhile, Gary is going to try and bully out the rest because the Selangor Red Giants has lost their goal later in this fight. And now Gary, he's got a double. And now with the Lord coming in, and again, Sekis, an absolute monster. The Red Tree God coming in from Selangor Red Giants secures it for the team, salvages the situation for Selangor Red Giants.
Man, well, what does it cost though? They lose 3 members, they get the Lord, but now they're gonna take a lot of structural damage. Gary is fully online, 6-0 on the Ling. And I feel like Super Red may have been a bit too aggro. I think he thought he would do more damage by diving the backline with Blazing Duet, but it wasn't enough. And since he couldn't continue that fight, Team HAQ just had way more damage.
Yep, Gary, an absolute monster right now. Without purple buff, he's just making so much space. But big clutches coming in from Team HAQ though, considering that they were able to chip Super Red out of the fight despite the first engagement coming in. So that's going to be huge here. But let's take a look at the damage difference here. It seems like Gary is doing 40,000, the highest damage dealer coming from Team HAQ, despite being hard countered early by Super Gojas.
Yeah, he's already reached his peak. Angela Ling is the strongest when he's got those 3 or 4 items, and I'm pretty sure Gary should have that, considering he just completed that endless battle Super Red doing a lot of damage for his team. AI still predicting on the side of Red Giants, but they have to be very cautious. Right now, the Claude is the only character that can fight Gary 1-to-1 in a man fight. They can only afford to really sacrifice Super Zack as well. So this has a lot of conditions for the Red Giants.
Well, they are going to try and bait this out. However, Gary needs to be very careful on how he starts his fight because he cannot afford to be procced by the anti-Kira's debuff as well as the spins coming from Uranus that pretty much reduces his overall attack power. So that's going to be a big threat coming in. So as of now, Selangor Red Giants has a way to deal with the burst coming from Gary, but eventually they need to still take him down.
But do you see in terms of items now, Super Red already finished on his itemization. Panda going to be one away, but there's a massive goal lead for Gary here over on Super Skies. Going mainly for a tanky build, Brute Force into Guardian. He's got the Dreadnought, will probably finish that Antique, and that'll help a lot, since as long as he makes sure that he gets hit by Gary, he'll be able to reduce some of the damage that the backline is tanking away. Super Red's still going to be the major threat, but he's really got to time that Wind of Nature properly, because if Team HAQ are able to catch him out, the Red Giants have nothing on them.
Agreed. As of now, this middle turret is still a big problem coming in from Selangor Red Giants here. They need to take it out in order to have map present for this next Lord fight. However, Team HAQ, they're just playing safe. They're playing their timings very, very well. Securing the purple buff for Gary is going to be huge, considering that the prior Turtle Lord fight, there was no purple buff from Gary, and he's still a devastating force to begin with.
Yep. Ice Queen's one for Noir now. That'll help a little bit during these team fights. Red Giants, they have a 1k net worth lead at this point, but that is really negligible considering a lot of that difference is going to be on Gary, and right now they really don't have the CC to deal with him. That's my worry when they went for the Uranus. Yes, it's doing a great job of matching Iris, but they need a little bit more lockdown right now, and Pancake is forced to use Divine Judgment to initiate fights instead of countering on perhaps the most important target on Team HAQ.
Well, speaking of baiting here, Iris, they don't need the Divine Judgment, so that's going to be a great proc coming in from as well. Super Gojas looking to extend the fight. Gary, however, going to be giving a check, HP check coming in as well. Gojas, he's going to be able to escape this, but no! The catch from Pancake is going to be huge this time. He has the Divine Judgment. Gary gets taken out. This is going to be the easy Lord for Selangor Red Giants.
Team HAQ just threw. That was a throw. Straight to the matter of fact, there is no brandishing that. Gary knew Divine Judgment was ready. He had been taking every fight, waiting for it to be used to start. Why would you jump into a bush like that? Even if you have Heart Guard, you know that Pancake is going to direct counter you. Now, that shutdown has gone to the Red Giants, and things are going to become very dicey for Team HAQ. They needed to keep that streak alive.
Oh boy, glowing wand up on Super Zack and a dominant ice for Gojas. So that is going to be a lot of healing reduction here. Anti-heals coming in from HAQ, from Selangor Red Giants to deal with HAQ's composition. And with the Lord coming from the top side, Team HAQ, they don't have the lanes like shove up. Gary kind of exactly push out as well, considering that now Selangor Red Giants has got them all locked down in place.
It's not over yet for Team HAQ. For the Red Giants, they just gotta play this clean. They save the Divine Judgment again. So Team HAQ, their goal here is to make sure that Pancake uses it before Gary engages. But that's gonna be a difficult thing to do now that they're trapped in their main space and the Lord is crashing in.
Yep, it is gonna be very difficult here. Team HAQ, they have to find a way to push this out. The Lord is still taking a lot of health here, but eventually they will slowly chip it away. Super Zack still looking to try and get a couple of catches in. Pancake realizes that his Divine Judgment is going to be for Gary in particular. Iris, a little too much damage here. The Mystic Gush comes in, but he's not able to abuse the Appraiser's Wrath. Meanwhile, Gary getting a little bit of information on where the rest of the members of Selangor Red Giants is, but they can't act on the information at all.
Yeah, this is very difficult for Team HAQ right now. They want to engage these fights, but the Red Giants knows that there is some bloodthirst in the players on the opposite side here. They no longer need to force Pancake to start these fights. They just gotta wait for the counter engage.
Yep, they are slowly chipping away inhibitors here. Iris forced to flicker out of there, but at the same time, Reservation from Sekis is gonna stop the Praise Wrap. Panda is gonna be caught out as well. He's got the Winds of Nature, but the Torn Barbarian is doing absolutely nothing. He's gonna get picked off by Super Zack. Gary finally forced to make a play with the Angel-Link combo, but he doesn't have enough damage. Selangor Red Giants completely dealing with this thing right now. Gary forces disengage, recharging his energy as Selangor Red Giants prepare for the next attack here. Now, with the minions coming in as well, they're looking for the Crystal. GG push, Team HAQ 3v5, they've got to go. Mystic Gush comes in, Superza tries to force Gary out of position, but Pancake catches him and they take down the Crystal. Selangor Red Giants are back. The Giants still stand mighty tall for game 1.
Great execution, good game plan, and taking full advantage of mistakes from their opponents, allowing the Selangor Red Giants to secure a very clean and easy victory there, piling on the pressure, playing it aggressive, making sure that they would be able to end things on their own terms without giving any chance to retaliate.
A perfect example on how Selangor Red Giants deal with the legendary Link of Team HAQ. What a performance coming from them here. Team HAQ needs this victory against Selangor Red Giants if they want to make it to the top 4. And they try to cheese their way with the Angel-Link, and Selangor Red Giants stomp on the Flying Assassin.
This is gonna feel pretty good for the Red Giants there if they're able to win the next game and then they win their next match, their final match of the season. They have a pretty good chance of making it back into the top 2, which will get them an easy ticket straight to the upper bracket semi-finals. A very coveted position here. Team HAQ, their chances are not gone just yet, but they gotta go for a reverse sweep if they still want to keep their chances of making it into the top half of the board alive.
It is going to be very, very difficult here. Team HAQ put everything in that first game here. Gary, a lot of pressure is on him, and we know, we've seen moments on how Gary has been put in awkward spots. If he does not carry the game, will it affect his mental health? That's something that I'm looking for. I want to see, can he bounce back for game number 2? However, game 1's games, very, very clutch coming from Selangor Red Giants here. Let's talk about the MVP. It's going to be none other than Pancake on his Kaja, making sure Gary's life was absolutely miserable in that team fight.
I just can't believe they let the Kaja through after everything, right? They banned the Grok, they banned the Cho, but you miss out the easiest hero to destroy the Angela combo on basically anyone, and Pancake snapped up on the opportunity. There have been some questions for this man recently, wondering whether or not he is the weak link for the Red Giants, but instantly on their first game back, we see that is not the case.
You have the Divine Judgment, such an annoying tool to work with as well. He's got the Dreadnought armor and the Radiant armor to deal with both the Lilia, but I really like his emblem choices coming in from Pancake in particular. Agility for mobility. He's got to pull yourself together for those flicker cooldowns as well as respawn time. But most importantly, the Brave Smite Abu Kaja is kind of broken because it kind of synergizes with his innate passive ability on Kaja.
It gives him a lot of regen, allows him to stay longer in these fights. Gone are the days where the Kaja would just go in, sacrifice his life to pull someone back. He can still participate and cripple the opponents. I think it's going to be interesting to check out what their mic check has in store for us. The Red Giants, let's throw it over to them to see what they had to say.
Your X, right?
Yeah, there. The winning cap.
Team HAQ.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, semua jelek, Jok.
Adik, if you peace bump, I always want steady,
Yeah.
Strong,
Steady, make it
Like
strong.
you want to punch him,
Yeah, later the enemy will go. Yeah.
Don't go sloppy like this,
Yeah, just hard, bro. Hard.
Nice one there. Sheesh. Santai guys. Got this. I'm on. Go clash now.
Fading low first. Fading no dash.
No one. I still have ulti. Nice one. I still have ulti. Look at me.
Yeah.
I bring to Zach. Nice. Santai guys. Guys, don't celebrate too much.
Yeah.
That's basically all we heard.
Oh my god, that seems to be the game plan on how, Coach from Selangor Red Giants kind of, pushes them. He's like, you know what? Do you believe you can win? Yeah. Do you think you're the strongest player? Yeah. Do you think you can punch him? Yeah. Do you think you are gonna knock him out? Yeah. Do you believe in yourself? Yeah. You want to win the games? Yeah.
It's a pretty effective motivational tool. Even I'm feeling kind of hyped now. Get me up on that stage. I want to punch somebody, but But going into this game, we have a look at the itemization. It was a pretty average match, 17 minutes in, and while at first it looked like Team HAQ had a pretty good grasp, Gary going 6-0. Some simple mistakes. The Red Giants playing around their win condition once again. Super red on this marksman hero. The Claude, can't believe they let the signature through once again. Just beautifully countering the plans of Team HAQ.
You know, in particular, the item that I really want to talk about is gotta be why did they pick the Uranus pickup, right? This was the question that we had during the drafts in particular, because if you think about it as well, like, hey, when they showed the Angelic, what was the response coming in here? Oh, okay, they let it through. Selangor Red Giants was able to respond with this Kaja pick coming from Pancake, but the final pick, Uranus, kind of doubled down on the fact that they were just hard countering Gary in a way where he rushed the anti-Kira's upgrade on his first item choice to deal with the power burst coming from Gary, as well to synergize with his first skill, which reduces a lot of his attack power in particular. I'll get you the exact number in a bit, but yeah, that's pretty much one of the biggest factors why he is doing so little damage, considering that Gary got like a 4-man 10+ damage burst.
Yeah, we definitely had some doubts about the Uranus pick at the final choice, but I can definitely see why the Red Giants would go for it here. When they see Iris is going to be going on that Fredrin, they understand that they need something that can match that bulk in the front line. And normally you would think, we don't really need to mine the front line, right? The Ling is going to jump the back line, we need CC to counter. That's kind of what I was thinking. But they made sure that we can afford to sacrifice the backline as long as we make sure that people like Panda or Yura can never really dive in. And that did make a difference here, considering that Gojas was surviving a lot of these fights way longer than Iris, despite his pretty smart choice of going for an Immortality as his first item. I like the innovation. It makes sense considering his role in the game, but I do feel like it limits what Iris is capable of.
Okay, let me recategorize this here. Ionic Edge, slowing the Link down here in particular. That's pretty much the debuff coming in from him. So it's like a free dominance ice kind of impact here, but at the same time, that was a very, very interesting way of how they do it here. But a lot of times it came down to sustaining in all those team fights. So that's something that I think was very interesting on how Selangor Red Giants was able to do this here. Pay attention to damage again. Obviously, damage dealt is still very heavily favored towards Selangor Red Giants. Damage tower obviously heals as well. But this heals thing was something that I felt like during the draft didn't really contribute much. But considering how much Gojas was tanking and sustaining through those team fights and the amount of damage taking was able to match Team HAQ, it's ridiculous.
It's so annoying to deal with, and that's why Uranus still stays as a pick. You don't see him as often, but when you need a bulky front line to soak damage, he's still the premier choice. Yes, he died before level 4, his most vulnerable stage. Really good play by Team HAQ to try and deny level 4 before Turtle Fight, but he's still caught up, he's still totally fine. You think Redrin is hard to deal with? The Uranus is even more so, and the fact that I feel like Team HAQ didn't get as much anti-heal as they should have definitely contributed to that. And not to mention Super Red, this man is insane. Consistently over 900 GPM.
Yeah, I agree. You know, when it comes to farm as well, his Super Red is just getting so much farm in particular across the map. But now, when we talk about the matchups here, I feel like it's very difficult. Like, look at how Gojas is able to do Fredrin things when Fredrin is playing the jungle, right? People expect, why is Fredrin so strong in the early game? Because if he rushes an early Sky Gun Helmet here, he's going to be able to kite the turtle very, very easily. But in this particular matchup here, pay attention on why every single time Selangor Red Giants is able to out-kite Team HAQ because of the fact that Mortis does that. Mortis jungler can be in the front line because he's got the highest net worth, he's getting so much sustains, he's going to be able to force Team HAQ in towards awkward positions, which plays around this Gorge's strength. Whereas from Team HAQ, you've got this Fredrin, who's on the XP lane, not necessarily having the same amount of net worth as the Mortis, and cannot out-kite this. And you can see every single time Iris does this, he can't really do much because of the fact that Selangor Red Giants has a way to deal with him.
But normally he wouldn't have needed to do much, right? Team HAQ were taking these fights very well. The Red Giants were planning around the early game disadvantage, but still were being outscaled by Gary until he made that really bad move of jumping into the bush. Once he died there, the win streak, gold went over to the Red Giants. They were able to take structures, they were able to push in, the base just became free for them. And that really mattered in the end. Yes, Iris he was on Fredrin, he was doing his job well, but it removes the kind of potential that we see from him in that late game, the split push the lanes. He kind of always has to stay with the team to fight. And then Panda on the Brody, I feel like they needed to emphasize more on that because it felt like he was just farming, even though that's what Super Red wants. So it's weird. It was still solidly done by Team HAQ earlier on. If they just brush up, they clean up their play, make the draft fit the players a little better, then we could see a different game too.
You know, it's very minor and micro-ish coming from Gojez here, but you know, ever since he rushed his anti-Kiras, he valued it off Gary. He also valued it off Panda because a lot of instances where Gojez was like 1 HP. Torn Apparent Memories logically would have gotten the kill, but he gets away with it, and Panda hasn't been able to kind of snowball from there a lot of times, and it just feels bad that Panda, if he gotten those kills, I felt like he could have been able to do much more in that team fight to try and extend or maybe even finish up whatever Gary is intending to do in all the team fights. So unfortunately, it didn't really work out, but props to Selangor Red Giants on winning by like a very, very small margin on all fronts.
And again, Super Red farms like an insane degree. It's so quick. You usually expect Claude to come online like 2 or 3 minutes after he did. And the fact that he caught Team HAQ so off guard with that definitely contributed a little bit. They had to adjust their plans, play a bit more aggressively to try and deny Super Red. But still, the Claude is creating pressure. You'd think that with a Ling and a Brody, you should be taking structure so fast. And yet, it was the Red Giants who was doing that just because Super Red existed.
Yep, I agree. And on top of that all, Claude is going to be a priority coming from both the sides here. Panda has had one of the biggest success in his career with the Claude here, and every single team he's played for, and in particular when they also had their championship run in Season 10. So I feel like maybe this is a time to pull it all out, because as of now, it's do or die for Team HAQ, because if they do not bounce back in the series, chances of making the top 4, literally non-existent.
Oh, that's gonna be rough here. Obviously, you still have a chance to make it far, even in the bottom 4. It just means that things are that much more dangerous for you, because you only will have that one life going through the playoffs bracket. So we're gonna see a much more revitalized Team HAQ, I imagine. We've already seen them come back from deficits like this. But if the Red Giants continue playing as cleanly as they did previously, and, well, it does seem like things are already set in stone.
This is scary. This is scary. Play-ins is around the corner. We don't really have much time left. This is the second last week. And now to give you guys on the match history on how Selangor Red Giants has been dying thus far. They 2-0 Lunatics, Red, Team Secret 2-1, MPNC and Tora 2-1, but they lost to RSG as well as Homeboys. So technically, if they want to be in the top 4, they need to win the remaining match, because if they win Team HAQ, they also need to beat Team SMG if they want to fight for the top 2 spot.
Ooh, that is not easy. These are some pretty strong contenders at the end of their regular season matchups. But the Red Giants are definitely a team not to underestimate here. There's definitely been some talks recently about the team kind of falling off, but even in their losses, they've always gotten one victory at least. So still very strong fighters.
Yep, at the same time as well, let's talk about the 2-1s that happened coming from Selangor Red Giants, right? The early weeks here, they weren't the #1 team, but considering the amount of 2-1s against all the teams that play on the screen just now, it just shows you how competitive Season 12 is, especially from top 1 to top 5, even in the bottom as well. No, nothing is certain yet, as even in week 5, first time ever in MPL MY history.
But let's talk about this head-to-head right now. We touched on this a bit. Super Gojez versus Iris. Definitely a bit of a rivalry. Both up-and-coming EXP laners with a lot of potential. Iris having a slightly better KDA, but we know that they're both quite aggressive. They like the ego challenge. And overall, Gojez going to have more damage taken as well as more kills across his games.
You know, I like how Gojez likes to play roles that he's going to be looking to flank here, but it seems like when he played with Uranus, he's gotten so much more tools to actually sustain in team fights compared to what Iris was given on that Fredrin. And it feels like Fredrin wants to win those team fights, but if he does not pop those appraised draft, it just doesn't bring any value. And every single time he does this, Sekis always punishes him for that. And that's going to be a big problem for them here, because I know for a fact that Iris wants to outplay Gojes, but based on that scenario from game 1, it seemed like it was a very, very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, I like the idea they did for the bait and switch Fredrin into the Angela Ling, but it definitely limited what Iris was capable of, and not only that, revealed his hero very early, allowing for the Red Giants to save Gojes' hero until the very end to make sure it matches not only his matchup, but perfectly with their lineup as well. So, going to the draft phase for game number 2, I am hoping that, yes, I like to see these kind of trap ideas, but it's time to go back to the basics.
Yep, seems like Selangor Red Giants this time going to be on the blue side and Team HAQ on the red side. And speaking of power picks here, Selangor Red Giants, they are going to open things off by banning of the Kaja. And maybe, just maybe, alright? We are going to see Super Zack's Link. Maybe, just maybe.
Link?
I don't know, it feels like maybe Selangor Red Giants might consider saying that, you know what? You guys brought in Angel Link. Let me show you how it's done with
Did you mean Sky's Link?
Yeah, Sky's Link.
Okay, that was confusing for a moment.
Yeah.
I was like, did Zack ever play Link?
Sorry,
It's
not
like,
Zack.
Was that,
Sky, my
that's
bad.
something new. But we do see one of Zack's heroes actually getting banned out here. The Cord. Wow, that's nice right there. Is that printed?
Stay positive, stay fighting,
Wow.
stay brave.
They prepared that. That's nice. That's a good setup.
SRG's got their own quotes now, like
Yeah.
own motivational quotes. I like this.
That's true.
So much support from the fans.
We have so much support from the organization, from the coaches, from the fans, from the players themselves. That's the reason why the Red Giants have gained so much strength, even though, remember, this used to be a Tier 2 lineup before joining MPL the first time. So, there's a lot of promise here. Looking at the bans, we're going to conclude here with Team HAQ removing the Paquito from the pool. They did ban out the Claude earlier, so respect to Super Red. Gotta make sure to include that. Now, we do see the Terizla, the Fredrin, the Martis all going to be open at this stage. Angela's still available, but I get the feeling we're not going to see it this game.
No Gord. Gord wins games. That's pretty much the tagline for week number 5. But at the same time, to be honest, I feel like whatever they open right now, it doesn't really matter. They can just kind of flex it their way through. Paquito in particular is going to be banned off, but they will take the Valentina instead. So, Valentina, pretty safe choice coming from Selangor Red Giants. But the question here is, will Team HAQ respond in a way where they draft heroes that doesn't give Valentina great ultimates here? Because that seems to be the trend during Season 8 days. Season 8, Season 9, Season 10, where whenever you pick up Valentina, you gotta pick comps that just doesn't give Valentina great outs.
The thing is, there's not a lot of heroes that fit that mold in the meta nowadays. One of the most obvious ones is going to be that Paquito, but Team HAQ already banned it out themselves, so I do like what the Red Giants are doing here. Go for that flexibility, and even with things like the Terizla open, as long as the Valentina's on their side, they can still have that penalty zone. And speaking of which, the unstoppable penalty zone here, as Iris is undefeated with Terizla so far.
Huh. That is very interesting as well. I like they actually spotted that out, because when it comes to Terizla, both Gojes and Iris plays a very, very mean Terizla. We saw a lot of Terizla in the previous week as well as the early few days here. And I feel like now, Edith being a priority seems like it's going to be more on HAQ still wanting to flex in their hero pool, right? Like game 1, you know, they flex with Frederick this time. Edith might be being played by Noir, might be being played by Iris, depending on the condition. But I'm surprised they prioritize on this Bruno, considering that Bruno was banned in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that they're comfortable with. Allows Panda to be aggressive and participate right from the get-go. We see Super Red go for the Irritel. And on paper, Bruno will win Irritel in that early game 1v1. But in the hands of Super Red, you can never be too sure. And now the Gojes going to be able to lock in the Terizla, since Team HAQ did let it through earlier. Now my question is, in game 1, while they did flex the Fredrin, it was literally only for one pick. And then after that, they revealed it was EXP lane, because they locked in Ling very early on. I'm hoping they keep the flexibility of this Edith around for a little bit longer, so they at least have some counter play and not give Red Giants too much information.
This is going to be a very, very difficult one. But as of now, let's see if that's going to be the case here. Because as of now, I don't think there's going to be the Angel Link at all. But they bring in the Eve of real manipulation is going to be the way of the game. You know, Terizla, arguably one of the very similar heroes where they don't really have a lot of movement speed, but when it comes to flicker combos, when they hit, well, they are going to hit hard. So I guess when the penalty zone comes in, the real elimination kind of doesn't get stopped by it. So I guess Team HAQ is going to be, you know, not worried about that here. At the same time, they're still preparing maybe like the Angel Link might be played from Selangor Red Giants, I guess.
I don't think so anymore. It's much harder to stay on top of something like the Iritel as compared to, say, the Gourd previously. But what worries me, firstly, we haven't gotten to see Eve in quite a while. The hero has either been banned or just completely ignored in the more recent weeks. But now that it's being locked in, yes, zone control is great when you're against a hero like the Iritel, but you're also giving Red Giants a real-world manipulation penalty zone combo since they have the Valentina, which is quite dangerous, and Red Giants knows this. That's why they banned the Diggy, to make sure they can go for that big AoE CC.
Huh. Could this be a setup for a Minotaur play?
On Team HAQ?
On Selangor Red Giants. Like, I know in MPL Indo, they do have a couple games like that, but I don't think they would do it. But considering that if they're going to double down on CCs like this, I think having an Atlas on Selangor Red Giants isn't too bad.
Wow, that
I know we haven't seen too much here. I know HAQ usually plays it with Min and Man back in days, but I don't know. It feels like they're trying to set up for a Wombo combo coming from Selangor Red Giants.
The Wombo combo would be really scary since they already have so much AoE, but counteractively, I actually think because they already have so much AoE, they don't need AoE tank anymore. They can even go for like pick-off tanks, give Pancake like the Cho, though I'm not a big fan of it because I feel like his mechanics have been weird recently. Something that can dive the backline and catch out Panda is going to be the most important here, because the penalty zone is only going to be more than enough to send the front line, so they need dive right now.
Hey, maybe 2 is better than 1, but in this case, HAQ, they're not taking risks here. They are going to try and ban off the Grok instead, so in that case, that's going to be a lot of AoEs coming in, and they bring in the Lancelot for a Gary, so that's going to be Team HAQ playing the Lancelot to dive the backlines. You talked about it as well. Gary looking for the hunt on that Iritel. But the question here is, do they have a follow-up? Because we've seen Selangor Red Giants kind of play this exact same comp with the Lancelot, but they brought in the Arlot as well.
Arlot is still open. Might work. We did see the broomstick combo last time, sweep everyone into the real-world manipulation. Maybe it could make a comeback here. Red Giants, we'll see what they look for here. I do still think a single target tank is the way to go, and if it's a jungler, stuff like the Martis is still open pretty good here. Yup, allows him to get out of real manipulation quite easily, but they will go for that Kufra since Lancelot has a good amount of dashing. Why not?
Yep, I like this draft coming from Selangor Red Giants here. They like very, very reactive here. Like it's very, very, I would say, well thought out to actually deal with almost every single hero coming from Team HAQ here. You know, Lancelot going to be one of the biggest threats coming from Team HAQ in particular to make sure that Super Red is able to get his farm and poking potential. They've got a lot decent amount of CCs. Mortis, great CCs. You know, not going to be going for that Wombo combo. I would say Kufra kind of does that. You know, like I was hoping Minotaur for bigger Wombo combos, but Kufra definitely does the better job because the Lancelot was picked up. But now HAQ, final pick here, is going to be a big problem. Like, are they going to double down on this Warlock, or are they going to double down on like maybe Lolita or something like that? But no way. They still stick with the Frederick for Iris?
I'm not a big fan of this. Yes, it will delay Red Giants front to front because they don't have quite as much dive potential since they went for the Kufra. But again, it's limiting the playmaking capabilities that Iris is able to do. So it worries me. But it's not impossible to execute as long as they play it smart.
I guess they're trying to double down this year, considering how Game 1 didn't go as well as we thought out as well. Uranus, extremely annoying, great. You know, now with no Uranus, maybe he can do something a little bit more, but he needs to be very careful with this Martis.
There is no Gourd anymore, so maybe he gets to stand in the front line longer. It could work out, but looking at the drafts, I agree with you. I think the Red Giants, very balanced, a lot of playmaking possibility. Team HAQ gonna have a more complex draft overall to execute, but a good amount of damage potential. And hey, if the micro is strong, then it can work.
Yeah, and I like, it's interesting to say that there is so much things that can go wrong for Team HAQ in this particular draft. It comes down to micro executions in order for them to pull this out. But it seems like it is going to be a do or die situation for Team HAQ, and they're doubling down on their micro skills for this upcoming match.
It's a risky one. I feel like Panda definitely got a hero he's more comfortable with. Yura on the Eve, pretty good. Gary on Lancelot, but Iris, I still feel like they should have given him something that can create these situations rather than just stand there and be a damage sponge. But hey, I'm on the desk, they're on the stage. There's a reason why these coaches have gained the accolades they have, so let's just believe in them for now. Hopefully it will be enough, especially for the fans of Team HAQ.
Yeah, Super Zack as well, having a lot of tools to steal with the ultimate as well. We've got the real manipulation, we've got the phantom execution for mobility. He's also able to steal the primal wrap to have a little bit more sustains. However, with that being said here, we are going to see the moments of how Game 2 is going to go here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into game number 2, Selangor Red Giants versus Team HAQ.
All right. We got a lot of pressure on the board right now between these two teams. The Red Giants, if they're able to clean sweep this, set up a really good possibility of making it back into the top 2. Whereas Team HAQ really need their name on the board to make sure that they can get into that upper bracket at all once they enter the playoffs. So, everything's going to be on the line.
Yeah, seeing that this is actually happening, I feel like Team HAQ has put himself in a very, very risky position, but the problem here is they are going to be depending on Noir to get those perfect isolation catch and just chain CC one guy and kill them off. But if they do that, this Kufra is going to be annoying here. But speaking of annoyance here, here comes a counterplay, but look at the damage burst. Yura not doing as much as I was expected out of this Eve.
I mean, you don't expect Eve to start off the game with a lot of damage overall, but that was unfortunate for Pancake, literally flying into the Earth Shatter. That could have been something big. Nice movement from Gary to avoid that. In terms of emblems, we do see a total of 7 tenacities spread out over both teams, so definitely putting a lot of prioritization onto surviving these engagements, and that's going to be pretty big here, because we do know that they want to take more extended fights considering the types of heroes they'll be fielding this game.
Hey, game 1 is all about agilities for Selangor Red Giants. You know, they want to try and kite the link as much as they can, but this time, it seems like they just want to out-sustain everything. And I feel like the biggest worry for them is that because they have a composition where they are going to be clumping out, surviving Panda's out is going to be very, very important here for Selangor Red Giants. However, now, coming in here, Pancake going to be starting down south, zone out, Noir, Flicker, being baited out. Super Zack going to be abusing the primal wrap first. Early game, a lot of damage being dished out as well. So Team HAQ, they did go for it as well. Go Jess, flickers forward, they pick on Noir, and Gary flanking for the back lines, but Seki's again stealing the turtle away. Iris going to be chunked away, and Super Zack gets the kill. That's going to be 2 down from Team HAQ. And now, with the purple buff also being contested away from Team HAQ.
Wow, that was just beautiful. That's literally a painting by Leonardo da Vinci right there. The Red Giants understanding perfectly how to engage. Pancake actually reversing things. He got caught out by Earth Shatter earlier, but now Noir gets caught out mid-dash by the Kufra. And when it looks like they want to go for the 50-50 on the turtle, instantly Red Giants collapse onto the Edith, allow for the reset, and against all odds, Skies still secures the turtle instantly. 1k lead for the Red Giants, and that's exactly what they want.
Here's a fun fact. 100% retribution hit rate thus far for Sekis.
Yep.
100% from game 1 all the way to now. A total of 6 objectives.
Or 7. Yeah, it's insane. Like
100%.
It's
everything on Sekis.
It's not like Gary is even that slow on his fingers. His retribution is usually quite solid. Skies is just on a different level here. Noir
gonna get caught out. Penalties on connects as well. The chain CC comes in. Team HAQ cannot do anything about it as well. Panda tries to salvage the situation with the crits, but Selangor Red Giants, they're just so darn tanky right now. And they need more damage. And seems like Sekis, they are going to try and snowball their way through. They are looking to punish as well. The stolen real world manipulation from Zack will take out his Eve. Gary, nowhere to be found again.
Literally diving them under their tier 2. The moment that Noir is gone, Red Giants knows that Team HAQ has no engaged potential because they have an EXP Fredrin, and he's being held in place by Gojes, who honestly doesn't even need to join these fights at this point. Red Giants are plenty strong already by themselves thanks to a really balanced draft. Gary gonna do some vertical jungling. I don't know if he wants to stay here.
Gary, what are you doing? He needs to get out. There's so many people, but okay, he's fine. He's taking a little bit more damage here. He's gonna try and poke his way through, but Noir taking a little bit too much. They force another flicker out of him, so that is gonna be no potential pick-offs coming in from Team HAQ with that chain combo coming in from this Edith. And now, Turtle also gonna be contested right now with the AI winning prediction saying that this is pretty much a guaranteed Turtle for Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah. For a moment, I thought Noir was gonna bite the bullet again because Gary overstayed his welcome. He finally survives a dive. But using his flicker again defensively means that Team HAQ cannot find any opportunity to start their own engagements. And the jungle now stolen away. Sky is not even losing the retribution battles around enemy jungles. Of course, Gary was not there. He's looking for whatever camps he can across the map because he understands that he does need to get some damage scaling now that they're losing a lot of pressure early.
Yeah, he got his War Axe, and on top of it all, both purple buff in the hand of Skies means that Gary is not going to have a very, very good time as well. He's got the War Axe, he's got a little bit more damage, but they need to take advantage of this power spike, and now they're going to try and make an attempt with Gojez, but Gojez sidesteps it all. He's got the sustains, but will he survive though? It seems like penalty zone comes in, connects on both, but again, Gary just doesn't have the damage to take him out, and now top side, they are going to try and mirror this as well. Noir goes for the chain CC, but Skies goes in with the decimation. They take him out, and that's going to be a free kill. Tier 1 going to be out for contention as well, but Panda taking too much damage. That's going to be the second decimation coming from Sekis, and that is going to be Skies on a 3-0-3 snowball on this Martis.
The Red Giants are dismantling Team HAQ right now. There's literally no counterplay. Every single time Noir is just being targeted down first. And without Edith, there is no engage for Team HAQ. This is how their draft works. They're fully dependent on their roam to actually start these fights, while Red Giants has so many more tools. And now they're really farmed up. Skies 3-0. Gary's matching an EXP, but I imagine the farm going to be leaning heavily for the Red Giants.
Iris looking to make a play here. Noir going for the flicker blade. They finally get that opportunity going for the catch, and Zach is going to go down. Gojez disengages to the penalty zone, and Team HAQ finally finds a little room to actually make a comeback. However, Pancake is thinking about sending over the fight, but again, Selangor Red Giants, they've got the bigger picture. That is going to be power farming Super Red thus far, and given that it has been 7 minutes thus far, Super Red has had one of the most ideal lanes thus far, and he's going to be trying to snowball his way through. However, Gary finally getting his first ever objectives.
Yeah, literally his first neutral. 7 minutes in of Game 2 this series. Looking at the items, we do see a slight goal lead still for the Red Giants, but that will give Team HAQ a bit of room to breathe. And Noir finally actually gets the chance to engage since he's able to play around with Iris here. Looking at items, we do see the Brute Force Breastplate for Sky, so going slightly more aggro, though, and we do see Super Red already completed his second item, the Berserker's Fury. Panda only just got his, so they do need a little bit of catching up, but Team HAQ has definitely regained momentum in this game.
I guess Selangor Red Giants, they can try to play around Super Red, but I guess they're just not confident until maybe he gets his third item power spike here. But Panda now, you can see the desperation coming from Team HAQ. They need Panda to come online with those crits, and Selangor Red Giants, do they want to make a play? Because from the sides, Conceal coming from Pancake, they're looking for the dive. It is gonna connect! Pancake catches a dude, they break it out as well. Penalty zone gonna isolate Panda. He gets completely deleted in the back lines. Absolutely nothing he can do. And now Team HAQ, they will be able to trade off Pancake and Zag, but that is a big catch coming from Pancake.
Massive layering there with Pancake diving in, Flicker times revenge. Panda purifies but gets caught behind by the penalty zone. But yet, Red Giants actually trade 2 for 2 there with Gary coming in and taking out Super Zack in the back line. It's good that they're focusing on the Bruno, but they still gotta be careful. The Lancelot can scale.
Yep, at the same time as well, Super Red alive means that Team HAQ needs to be very, very careful with this fight. You can see 830 crits coming in on those minions. So Team HAQ, they have to be extremely, extremely wary about this here. Yet, wow, what a beautiful catch from him.
A really nice Purify though from Panda. If he got caught out first, there's no way Red Giants would have lost 2 members there. That would have been a trade heavily favored to them. But because he survived longer than expected and split up the fight,
Oh, Gary, he's gonna kick hard out. No, that should not have happened. What in the world just happened to Team HAQ? They had a little bit of glimmer of hope, but seems like Selangor Red Giants, they're stomping their feet here. And now with the real illumination coming in as well, Noir also being completely deleted. And Pancake tries to interject, gets a little bit feisty. Panda crits his way through, takes him out, but it's still a 4v3. No jungler available means Skies will secure the Lord in the hands of Selangor Red Giants.
The speed at which Red Giants collapses onto Gary, man. 4-man gank when he's split pushing up top lane. Now they're gonna be looking to secure the turtle, the purple buff here. Obviously, Skies will get it for free. There's gonna be no retry on the side of Team HAQ. And the towers are falling. This is what happened in game 1. The moment Team HAQ had a chance, Gary got picked off once, and that created so much space for Red Giants.
Oh boy, this is worrisome for Team HAQ. The dreams of making the top 4 slowly crumbling bit by bit, and now Gary is going to try to make a play here. He can't even kill Red, as he's going to kite it around. Pancake looking to punish his way through. Gary looking for the crits, but no, it's going to be Pancake to take him out. So much damage coming in from Super Red. And now, with 25 seconds on the sidelines, the Lord going to be shoved in as well. They take all the outer turrets away for Selangor Red Giants.
We saw a glimmer of it in game 1, but in game 2, it is very much proven. Red Giants has just a superior macro sense compared to Team HAQ. The way they're distributing their resources, their players across the map, is basically perfect. Assigning exactly who they need to catch out Gary and having everyone else handling their own tasks. Whereas Team HAQ is forced to play and fight together because of how their draft works out. It's not giving them any chance to try and create pressure across the map by themselves. And every time Gary tries to do so, he's just giving himself to the Red Giants.
Exactly. In this case, Noir is going to have the biggest stress here coming from Team HAQ. He needs to get those flicker catches very, very nicely, but so far he hasn't been able to do so. Getting forced out as well because now Pancake is going to be looking to attempt. They do catch him off guard. No pickoff available, and he is going to be bursted down by Super Red. Meanwhile, the back line, Super Red is going to try and isolate Yura as he tries to scare him off, but the rest of Team HAQ is going to feel the brunt of Super Zack as they pick the ball bit by bit, part by part, one by one. Perfect execution by Selangor Red Giants.
What a penalty zone from Gojes. You'd think Team HAQ feels they're safe when Pancake only finds one, but now they have to defend.
Oh no, Pancake, they even catch Iris, chain CC. Nothing the Fredrin can do. Inhibitors exposed. Selangor Red Giants looking to quash the dreams of Team HAQ, eyeing for the top 2 spots. The Giants are stomping their way through it. Team HAQ, you can see the desperation coming from Gary to try and shove out. He needs to steal the orange buff, and he doesn't even get it as well. Super Red in prime performance right now. AI winning prediction, 94% as well.
It's so Red Giants colored, the AI winning prediction right now, and who can blame him? 7,000 net worth lead. 13 minutes in, the Red Giants are in full control. Any glimmer of hope Team HAQ had already snuffled out.
And now Pancake starting things off on Iris. He gets bursted down by Super Red. They pick on Noir. It might be over. Team HAQ, they have to back off. Just like that. 2-0. Easiest kill of my life. Super Red having so much damage. Lord secured. And just like that, Selangor Red Giants, they just completely dominate Team HAQ in these fights.
Team HAQ is just crumbling. The Red Giants are playing this perfectly right now. It's excellent. The way Pancake is finding these pickoffs every single time, and Team HAQ again, not enough resources. I still don't like this draft of Fredrin EXP. Why? Iris is not getting to play the way that he can. The full potential of this EXP laner not going to be on display. Full items for Super Red. He's got that Wind of Nature. Panda still missing 2 at this point. Base is exposed. Luminous Lord is crashing in. Can the Red Giants clean sweep?
Is this over for Team HAQ? Because now Pancake is going to start things off as well. The Lord comes in. They're knocking to a through. But a 4-man penalty zone to buy time. Super Red saves. with some nature, Crystal Gaming, and that is Selangor Red Giants taking the clean 2-0 against HAQ.
That's gross. Gorgeous is insane. He's something else. He literally catching the perfect penalty zone every single time. Man's got his sunglasses on. Iris, unfortunately, not going to be given the chance to put this man in his place as the Selangor Red Giants secures the 2-0. They get the 3 points. Their dreams of moving on to the top 2 looking realer than ever.
What a performance coming in for Selangor Red Giants. Consistency is key. And Skies was able to get the retribution, but Super Red also having the clearer picture in the objectives here. I want to see what they have to say as we throw it over to LaFell to interview with them.
Let's make more noise for Selangor Red Giants! Congratulations to Selangor Red Giants, but actually Pancake, I want to ask you a question first. All right, game number 2, you guys won very convincingly. Game number 1, Gary on the link was super good at 1.60 and 2. What were you guys waiting to make the change in the game? What happened that gave you guys the victory?
For me and my teammates, we just adjusting how we play the game and we don't lose communication.
Don't lose communication. Thank you very much. And now I also nak tanya Super Skies. Come. Give it up for Super Skies. Game 1, lagi-lagi boleh nampak banyak retry battle Skies berjaya untuk menang. Jadi sekarang ni rasanya dengan semua jungler dekat MPL Malaysia, siapa je yang Skies rasa mungkin susah nak menang retry battle?
Tak ada siapa kot.
Tak ada siapa. Tak ada siapa boleh lawan retry battle Super Skies. Tapi dengan ni pun sebab kita dua-dua pakai cermin mata, nak kena tanya juga Super Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Just nak cakap. Iris cakap nak hentam Gorgeous. Macam beria pula dia ni. Ada tak apa-apa nak cakap kepada Iris?
Untuk Iris
Yes.
Untuk Iris nak hentam tau. Tapi dua-dua game pakai Fedrin. Hero bosan duk.
Dua-dua game pakai hero besar. Give it up for Super Gorgeous. And now, I nak hear the crowd. Rasa-rasanya, who is the MVP? In 3, 2, 1, the MVP is Super Skies! Dua kali dah nak cocok mata tu. Super Skies.
Okay.
Ada tak apa-apa nak cakap kepada semua orang yang hadir pada hari ini? Dan ada special question lepas ni. Cakap dulu nak cakap kepada orang.
Kepada penyokong U2 Red Giant, terima kasih kerana datang untuk match kita orang hari ini. And keep supporting us for our upcoming match.
Itu version yang baik. Lepas ni lawan dengan SMG. Ada rasa takut tak? Ada rasa lutut goyang ke tak nak lawan SMG?
Rasanya tak kot sebab saya rasa saksa tak apa lah, saya tak nak kasih spesi ke apa, saya just nanti kita lawan.
Wakilkan untuk dia. Dia nak cakap apa kat Saksa? Wakil.
Untuk Saksa?
Katakan jawab untuk Super Skies.
Asal Saksa tu?
Suka hati lah, okey lah, fine lah. Dekat smooth pun boleh.
Dekat semua SMG lah?
Semua SMG, boleh.
Kan Team HAQ bantai SMG 2-1. Kita orang bantai Team HAQ 2-0. Nanti SMG, kita orang 2-0 balik.
2-0 balik, give it up for Selangor Red Giants. Thank you very much. I will let you guys go. Thank you very much. Again, congratulations to Selangor Red Giants. Again, give it up for Selangor Red Giants. With that being said, it was an amazing 2-0. Tapi dengan ni, kita kena pass balik kepada Kasa untuk terangkan balik apa jadi dalam game tadi.
LaFell. He's got to steal the show, you know. We have the MVP of the match on the screen, but we know who the MVP in our hearts is.
Who?
It's LaFell, of course. Look at him. Look at the man. How can he not be?
What a man. But at the same time here, the man of the match here is going to be none other than Skies here. 2 games in a row on this Martes. Very, very on point. Retributions in all the fights here. He only missed one. And even that one was because of the fact that, you know,
he just wasn't there.
He just wasn't there. He just wasn't there. Every contestant, he's won all his trades against Gary here. And by far the most consistent player thus far coming in from Selangor Red Giants. But all in all, both games, I felt like everyone from Selangor Red Giants has played really, really well.
They were performing incredibly. Gojas was strong, Pancake was great. The Red Giants were just performing real well. So let's see their mic check.
Ade, look at me ah. I tried.
Nice one, Ade.
Ay, nakap.
Ade.
Nice dog.
Very nice, Voodoo.
Nice, Ade. Sheesh. You want to kill this Fredrin?
Keep it.
I think I go blue buff. Ken.
Go.
Okay. Go. Name the target. Bruna.
Front.
Yeah,
Front dulu.
Okay, dah. Santai. Lo.
Go top.
Ya, go tolong.
Tower lock.
Nice one.
Santai guys.
Well, very, very, you know, disciplined comms coming in from Selangor Red Giants. They understand the objectives. They've got the clearer picture here. But based on their items, I feel like they're just snowballing on all fronts because I feel like Team HAQ, they just didn't have any sort of damage at all.
It was a total snowball by the Red Giants, and I really love that they perfectly understood the weaknesses of Team HAQ's draft. They are completely relying on Noir to get any source of reliable initiation. And while yes, Iris got one good initiation early with his energy eruption, that's not going to be consistent. You just remove Noir from the calculation and the rest of Team HAQ will fall. And Red Giants just can run over them. I like that Gary still tried his best. He was doing a good job farming, trying to push the map out when he knew his team was behind. But then Red Giants shifted. They sent just enough people to take care of the landslot. And instantly, the map was theirs.
Now, let's take a look at the items real quick as well. We do see very early rushes on the Radiant armor coming from Skies as well as Gojas to deal with both the Edith as well as the Yi. But at the same time, we didn't see too much of Noir's presence because of the fact that he's always getting completely burned out by Pancake. But what was really interesting for me was that in that game number 2, Skies, he actually first item prioritized the Brute Force Breastplate.
Skies will usually first item priority Brute Force Breastplate if he's ahead. If the team is performing well, if he realizes that they're snowballing, then he'll go for that item first. If he wants to go more defensive, then he'll start with like Guardian Helmet, Radiant Armor, depending on the situation. And in this game, it's pretty obvious that the Red Giants were snowballing right from the beginning, so why not go slightly more aggressive, get that movement speed, get that more general purpose use when you're up against Team HAQ here, who just could not fight at all.
I guess he was trying to mirror what Gary is trying to do in an alternate way. And what I mean by alternate way is that if you think about how Brute Force Breastplate is like the defensive version of the War Axe, if you think about it. So I like that he prioritized the movement speed here because emblem-wise, none of them has got agility, so he's trying to take advantage of that movement speed to try and play catch-up. But time and time again here, he was able to just win all of his trade-offs, and I really like it. I really like it.
Yeah, even though they had 4 tenacities, Team HAQ were just falling like bowling pins against the Red Giants here. It's understandable. The draft, once again, I don't really agree with. I literally talked about how Iris should be given a playmaking hero, and then they lock in the last pick, Fredrin, for him again. Like, yes, there's no longer Uranus or Gord to deal with, but it's still limiting what he's capable of. Even Gojas mentioned it on stage. It's such a boring hero.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's
not going to win the 1v1.
Exactly. And top of it all, he didn't have the Sky Guard helmet, which we kind of saw how Fredrin was able to abuse due to his tick HP multiple times. And he actually opted to go for what? Late Armor and Dominance Ice to deal with Super Red eventually. But I felt like it was very, very difficult task for Iris to actually do, considering that his resources are completely limited because of the fact that he is in a very difficult lane, especially when you need this Fredrin to come online a little bit earlier compared to the rest.
Not to mention the importance of winning your mid-roam combo in the early game. And Team HAQ not only lost, they just got destroyed. It didn't exist anymore after the first like 2 minutes or so. Red Giants had full control. Obviously, they're gonna use that to start and influence the side lanes. They lose the side lanes, then they lose their neutral objectives. Team HAQ just had no recipe, no avenue to success here. Not to mention Super Red again, farming incredibly fast. Not as fast as last game, but still crazy. 864 GPM. You know that the Red Giants were comfortable.
Yep. At the same time here, there is going to be a little bit of fun fact here. Jungle domination, in particular for game number 2. It seems like it seems very similar to how game 1 looked like, but I don't know if this is game 1 and game 2, but
this is game 2.
Yeah, okay, this should be game 2,
sure.
right? But the movements on how Skies was just farming throughout the entirety of this lane is just their side, his side of the map, and also Gary's purple buff every single time.
Basically, 3/4 of the map belong to Skies. Like the entire 80% of Gary's purple jungle was taken by the Red Giant. He literally could only farm his orange buff, and Skies was basically just saying, you can have my crumbs here. I don't need your orange buff. That's fine. We literally saw during the end stat screen, Gary had 2 purple buffs the whole game. Skies had 12. That is insane. He was already winning retries on the neutrals. He's also stealing buffs away. Gary is a very promising jungler here. But Skies has just blown him out of the water, right? You now understand why Coach Arcadia said he had the potential to become the Kyrie of MPL MY.
Well, I'm looking forward to see that here. However, let's take a look at the highlights here and how things happen as well. But you can see the engagements have a very, very spot on as well. Skies was able to identify crucial moments in that team fight. In this first turtle as well was very clutch, right? He put the turtle in HP at 30 to 40% and identified like, hey, you know what? I can one-shot Noir, and then boom, he goes in for the kill, comes back, and in time, with such precision, to understand that, hey, I'm going to fight with Gary. But guess what? I've got the extra buff from the decimation. If I miss the turtle, I'm going to try and kill you later on if Gary decides to overcommit for that.
Just look at the way they're moving around the map. It's so clean, it's so perfect. And then Pancake getting catches like this, then you think, oh, Panda's escaped. Then Gorgeous comes in. You're like, what? Where did he come from? And even in these earlier fights, Red Giants did kind of overstep their boundaries. Gary getting some good kills, going for the backline, evening things up in the trade. I feel so bad for Noir this game, though. He basically spent more time dead than alive.
You know, pay attention to all these team fights here. Skies has been taking very minimal damages on every single time the Real Oblivion drops, right? Like, whenever Yura tries to drop it, he's always right at edge here, taking minimal damage while maintaining position to threaten Team HAQ. He only goes in when it is necessary. It just shows you how calm and collected he is, identifying crucial moments at the right time, at the right moment.
And Gorgeous as well, that last hit, 4-man penalty zone under the crystal. Perfect, beautiful, excellent here from the Red Giants. With that victory, 3 points instantly ties them in first place with the Homeboys and RSG MY. Gonna be looking pretty good, but we have to note, RSG MY still 1 game less than the rest. So you still need a clean victory here if you want to go for that top 2 spot. On the other hand, Team HAQ losing that means that their chances of moving into the top 4 are basically nil now.
Yep, on paper, Team HAQ should not be able to secure the top 4 unless SMG loses 2-0 to Team Secret and also 2-0 to Selangor Red Giants. So, they are going to be able to tie it with Team SMG if they finish their own 3-0. But like I said as well, it is going to be slim to none in this upcoming top 4. But of course, the fight for the top 2 is still neck and neck. And I'm not gonna lie, I've never seen this before.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a long time, right? The past few seasons have all been dominated by one team, one or two teams constantly controlling the top of the charts. But this season has been so competitive, and now we're gonna get to see more of that competition because we still got 2 matches today, and the second one going to be Team Secret versus Team SMG.
Well, speaking of the ones to deny Team HAQ that opportunity, is going to be Team SMG. If they get a 2-0 against Team Secret, well, that pretty much says it is sayonara for Team HAQ for the top 4.
It basically determines who the top 4 is going to be. They're just going to be racking up between each other to see who's top 2 and who is going to be 3rd and 4th place. And of course, after that, the end of the day, we're also going to be seeing two teams that have greatly improved this season go head-to-head. RSG MY versus MPNC.
Well, not gonna lie here, greatest improvements coming from both teams as well. Also talking about the top spot here, RSG also in contention to fight for the top 2. So I can't believe I'm saying this here. To close things out for today on week number 5, meanings that say that even until week 6, the top 4 is still uncertain.
Yeah.
At all. We don't know who's gonna be top 2.
I know, right? Like the past few seasons, at this point of the regular season, we usually already know who's gonna be number 1 at least, right? But no, this season has been intense. And these teams all want to go to M5, all want to represent the country, and I love it.
Yeah, I really do as well. But of course, you know, with this match being said here, it's safe to say Team HAQ is going to be the first one to fall off for the contention for the top 4. So 5-5, that's pretty much I don't know, it's very, very coincidental on week 5. 5 plays falls out.
I mean, anything's still possible though. It's not completely over. The chances are just pretty small, but we'll get to see how things proceed. We're gonna go on a short break before we go for our second match. Thank you everyone for joining us. Make sure to join us after this. We'll see you in just a few moments.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas.
I'm a rockstar.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys.
I'm a
Nice.
rockstar. Panggil aku
So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete task dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek. Kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan, orang kata, completekan task dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semutan semua hero lagi.
Gas. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas. Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gas. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek. Kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dah mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1000 cuma. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata completekan task dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata completekan task dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1000 cuma. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek. Kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete task dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekatkan task tu.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara
Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch. Snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Welcome dan selamat datang kepada MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 di mana ini adalah match kedua untuk hari ini di mana Team SMG akan menentang dengan Team Secret di mana untuk Team SMG mereka cari rentak mereka untuk fight top 3 standing di regular season, manakala untuk Team Secret ini adalah perlawanan untuk survival of the fittest. Di mana kat sini, kalau mereka menang, ada peluang untuk mereka pergi kepada playoffs. So, how is the energy dekat dalam ni? Are you guys ready? Sememangnya everyone has to be ready. The players have to be ready. Sebab perlawanan ini akan jadi dengan sangat-sangat penting. With that, let's introduce Team Secret. Team Secret harus berusaha sedaya upaya untuk melayakkan diri ke playoff. Segala ilmu dan strategi harus dipertaruhkan demi menyelamatkan pasukan. Mampukah Team Secret membuat kejutan dengan membawa pulang mata penuh? And their opponents, SMG! Team SMG masih mencari rentak untuk dapatkan kembali kemenangan. Gergasi regular season ini wajib menang untuk naik semula ke tahta kedudukan Liga. Pengalaman bermain di peringkat antarabangsa menjadi kelebihan. Dapatkah Team SMG menghalang usaha Team Secret untuk ke playoff? Sekarang marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Marshal kita akan tumbuk tangan dia sendiri dan ajak player untuk saling buat benda yang sama. Kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Jiran di luar gelanggang. Lawan di Land of Dawn. Ada salah sikit tadi, tak tahulah. Tapi either ways, kita boleh tengok di mana energi antara kedua-dua pasukan dekat sini. Boleh ke tidak, Team Secret nak mendapatkan kemenangan kerana ini adalah perlawanan yang sangat penting. Tapi menentang dengan Team SMG sememangnya perlawanan yang sangat-sangat susah. Dan Team SMG perlu buktikan yang mereka kena menang 2-0 untuk betul-betul selesa naik kepada tempat ketiga di regular season. Are you guys ready to start the match? Are you guys ready to start the match? And with that being said, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
You never really know what to expect when it's LaFell up there on stage, and that's why we all love him. As the Sparks and Emblers fly upon the stage, we welcome you back to MPL MY Season 12 English broadcast with me, Staffa, alongside Terrence, aka Ice Baby 1-2.
I want to try something like that too. Like I want to try.
I get what to be. Oh, you're gonna do it right now. Nice.
I don't know how he does it.
That's exactly what it was. Don't worry, you got it on the dot. It was like a duplicate, you know? I thought I saw a doppelganger on stage.
Oh boy, but all things considered here, this is a very important match here for both Team Secret as well as SMG, as they are going to be fighting for very, very important things. And in this case, Team Secret going to be looking for, to stay in life for the play-ins as well as playoffs, whereas SMG looking for top 2. However, all things considered here, for these guys watching at home, scan the QR code right now and predict who is going to be the MVP of this matches. Is it going to be Game 1, Game 2, Game 3? Predict it right now. Who's it going to be?
It's gonna be a difficult one, considering that a lot of unpredictable things have already been happening in the recent weeks here as we approach the end of the regular season. On paper, this seems like it would be a shoe-in victory for Team SMG, just based on how they've been performing all season. But underdog stories have been happening left and right, so we never really know what we're going to expect here. So I just get the feeling we're gonna need a little bit of energy. So if we want to grind on, confirm la Nescafe.
What is confirm la Nescafe? Like that
That's
sounds
what
like
they
a
told me to
very
say.
Malaysian thing to do. You know, like I know Nescafe
we
gives you
are
hydrated
Malaysian.
thing. I know we're Malaysian, but we're in an English broadcast. Do we use la on our English?
I think so, honestly.
To be honest, I think la is such a good word to actually use.
I feel like you just did a 180 for a moment.
You know, if you think about it, right? Like I know la is not an English thing, but it's so convenient la that la has so much expression
La.
from a Malaysian thing.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay la.
Right? Okay la.
You know, it's like an exaggeration of okay.
You want to try some Nescafe? I think we're
Nice
like,
cafe, yeah, obviously it's pretty good. You know.
Yeah, I think we need a bit of energy to grind up. Oh, man, I thought only LaFell did that. But while he's enjoying the fruits of his labor, let's talk about ranking up together because we got double star raising points and double protection points available for all of you in the land of Dawn, where during the event period, you can enjoy these bonuses for your first 5 rank matches, and of course, join forces with your friends and conquer the ranks together in MLBB. We will return after these sponsored messages.
So good. You know, keep you hydrated.
Sounds pretty good
gives
to
you
me,
energy.
honestly.
You know, at the same time, play games, win rank games, get your stars, get to mythical glory, mythical honor, whatever star you're looking for. That's the best time. You gotta stay hydrated, and guess what? You gotta grind harder to keep you late at night. You gotta have Nescafe as well.
Sounds pretty good, sounds pretty good. Unfortunately, we only have that one can on the desk, and don't start offering it to me. I'm not gonna drink for it. No, do not. I already said no. But yes, going into the game, we have Team Secret versus Team SMG. We already set up the stage. Team Secret needs to win. It is not an if, it is a must. Otherwise, they are going out for sure. Whereas Team SMG, another win would really help push them up into the top 2, considering we did just see the Selangor Red Giants do very well in our first match of the day.
Yep, at the same time here, you know, they are fighting neck and neck for the top 2 spot, right? We talked about how Selangor Red Giants in the early game, but if you pay attention to SMG here, if they win their 2-0, means they will be put in 19 points. That means they will be on number 1 in the series, and if they get 2 points, they're still going to be top 1 with 18 points. So, all things considered, we had seen SMG kind of fall apart in these previous weeks here where they lose 2 games in a row. So that's going to be a big upset that no one kind of anticipated, considering that we kind of put SMG as one of the top contenders alongside with Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, I put them at the top of my list when we were in week 2, in fact. So that's how much donks I had considered for this team overall. Whereas on the opposite side of the spectrum, Team Secret, as we know, has been really struggling to get a foothold, not just this season, but last season as well. But we are seeing some glimmer of hope here. Their gameplay definitely seems to be improving. They already got their first victory of the season, and now they're looking to get one more. And this is going to be a key one. It doesn't matter if it's a 2-0, whether it's a 2-1, as long as Secret wins, they can put themselves in a much more comfortable spot. But if they lose, they will have no chance of making it to the playoffs.
Yep, at the same time as well, when we talk about Team Secret, we gotta introduce the boys. Who's it gonna be? Seems like it is gonna be Neo, Matt Deans, Matt, Max, as well as Maima. And this is something that I'm really looking forward to as well, because Maima has been known as the quote-unquote journeyman slash mercenary for hire for every single team to clutch it out. Because Maima, he did it before with Madness Esports in the previous season. This time, can he do it for Team Secret?
Yeah, but he was able to bring them out of relegation. Will they be able to recreate that success? Martins, we know he does need some pretty solid heroes in order to create plays for his team. But on the opposite side, we have a team that's able to make those plays naturally. It's Team SMG, consisting of Subway this time, filling in for Saksa, along with Biko, Sasa, Stormy, and Smooth.
Huh. I didn't expect this. I know Selangor Red Giants, they definitely called out Saksa earlier in the previous interview, but Subway to replace Saksa, is it because like there is something wrong with Saksa before the performance, or is it because of the fact that maybe they're underestimating TS a little bit?
I think it may actually be the latter here, because this is not the first time we've seen Team SMG do this. Last season, when they were on the complete undefeated streak, they actually subbed in Noir and Zyme Senpai for their very last match, because, well, why not, right? Give them some time on the stage, and they still did win. But let's talk about the coaches.
Oh boy. Here's a little bit of fun fact. Both Coach Zico and Coach Pao don't exactly see eye to eye at all.
I think that's putting it lightly.
Okay.
I
So
think they just straight up have beef, don't they?
yeah. And the reason why they have beef is that during the MPL PH community days, on public posts, they actually call each other out on why their teams don't really do well. And it feels like this is going to be a lot of proving grounds for both of these coaches. And I feel like right now, from Coach Paolo's standing, he does have the upper hand.
You'd say he has the advantage here when we're looking at the hot topic for Team Secret. It is very direct. Win this game or go home. There is literally no other option for them right now. If they don't secure a victory, their relegation is confirmed, even if they're able to get one game.
I'm curious to see if this is going to happen, because Zico pretty much bombarded NXPE while Pao was the coach before.
Yep.
If SMG wins this series against Team Secret, pretty much we have to say sayonara to Team Secret. Will Coach Pao also bombard him in social media?
I feel like it would be a real hit to the ego here, because we've seen a lot of friendly rivalries across teams and
But
coaches.
this is not friendly at all.
This is not friendly. It's just straight up hostility, it feels like, based on things. And so the players will have a lot to live up to, a lot of pressure here. Let's talk about them. We got Matt here. His performance, a little bit inconsistent. His KDA as well as DPM not going to be very high in the rankings, but his kill participation and GPM are not too bad. Oftentimes, if he is given the space necessary, he can be a win condition for Secret.
Yeah, and so far we've seen a lot of potential wins that Team Secret could have gotten here, but they just couldn't close out games here. And this has been the biggest problem that Team Secret has. Like, they have the skills, they have the macro aspect, but they just can't close up games. Is it because of the fact that, you know, everyone has kind of stepped up their game? And when it comes to stepping up the game, I feel like Sasa is by far the Kage, the most consistent Kage in the in the Mobile Legends community.
Wow.
World. Most consistent Kage since the beginning of time.
That's a massive statement right there, considering the kind of reputation that the Kages have in first place, but it is understandable why you'd say so. Ranked 8th in average KDA, 5th in GPM, 7th in DPM. We did have a bit of a saying when the season started. If Sasa doesn't need to do anything, Team SMG is doing well. But if I'm gonna be honest with you, I do like Sasa as a player. I enjoy watching him, but I do feel like he's been falling off in his potential a little bit recently. Maybe he's been spending too long not having to do anything, that the senses have dulled a bit. I do feel like SMG, their weak point does come in that late game, because other teams have really been stepping up in that regard.
Agreed. And at the same time here, we've seen the fans, we've seen the journey of Team Secret. So many losers after 2 seasons has garnered sympathy, garnered fans, hoping that one day the Team Secret will be able to make it. They finally won a series, won a game, but can they qualify to playoffs? Because they have never done it before. And in this upcoming match against Team SMG, I don't know what to feel, man. Like, this is going to be a it's either going to be a very sad day or a very joyous moment. Because sad for Secret, because, you know, if they don't qualify, it's goodbye.
Yeah.
SMG, win or lose, they're still going to make it. You know, it's just whether or not are they top 2 or top 4.
I mean, if you want to go for compromise, all they need to do is give Secret 1 game, they get 2 points, they're number 1. But there's no compromising when you're up on that stage. It is all about that conflict in the land of Dawn. These players are rivals, they know each other, there's familiarity here and there, especially in this case as well. Neo was a teammate for Stormy and Subway back when they were part of Orange Esports a couple seasons ago, so there's also a bit of familiarity there.
Yeah, I agree with familiarity, but I have to correct you on this. There's no giving away 1 point for Team SMG.
Obviously.
The only way Team Secret makes it is they win a minimum of 2-1. They cannot even afford to lose the series at all.
I mean, the compromise was SMG wins they give one game to Secret.
Yeah,
but that's the compromise. of course.
Even if they give one game to Secret, they wouldn't make it.
Oh yeah, that's true, right? What am I talking about here? I'm confused, but don't worry, we're gonna make sure our minds are in order here because we're about to enter the draft for game number 1 between Team Secret on the blue side, Team SMG on the red.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting one, considering that they are starting things off with the Edith ban as well as Kadita. Edith, pretty much a straightforward standard ones here. Smooth can play it as well. Miko does have his moments of brilliance with this Edith, so I guess that's going to be respect bans coming from Team Secret. Team SMG, however, is going to go for the Baxia. Interesting enough, I don't think I've seen Max play too much Baxia, but I guess Team SMG, they do want to play around a potential healing composition, maybe, but knowing Subway, I don't know if we are going to see a Balmond at all. Like, he's been known for his Balmond, but we haven't seen Balmond at all.
That was like,
very long
4
time ago.
or 5 seasons ago,
Yeah.
so probably not. But with the fact that the Baxia is being banned, it's true, Max doesn't play this hero a lot, but it has happened before. And we know that the SMG does put a bit more priority towards that early game, so a hero that really facilitates early game rotation is probably something they want to take off the table, even if they're not necessarily going for a healing composition.
Looks like they're going to be banning up the Bruno here. Sasa has pretty much proven himself that his Bruno is very early game oriented here. He's been able to snowball a couple of games because of this Bruno. So that's going to be respect bans coming from Team Secret. However, with that being said here, respect bans means S-tier heroes are going to be let through. Fanny in particular is going to be out as well. And we've known Max to be a capable assassin jungler, but are they going to risk potentially picking Fanny in the first phase draft?
Looks like it's gonna be the Paquito here.
Okay.
We got the Punchin' Man. In the hands of Neo, probably going to be very solid here. Obviously, you don't want to give this over to Smooth for free. So SMG are definitely willing to trade something for this, because this is something they planned out, I imagine. And they're gonna have to deal with that split push pressure. Now, when it comes to Subway as well, back when he was last playing actively, he did start experimenting with Assassins, but he's still the most known for his Fredrin and the Martis, so SMG are gonna prioritize that.
Okay, a little bit of flexibility here. Novaria obviously going to be... okay, technically it is going to be flexible in as a role position, but I don't think Miko is going to be playing that thing. So it is most likely going to be in the hands of Stormy. However, Team Secret here, I'm surprised they... I guess maybe in this direction they have the Paquito, right? Paquito, one of the potential junglers that can actually deal with assassins to a different time. I don't think Team Secret wants to deal with that, so they are going to try and flex that way. But considering that Neo has had a good track record with it, having it is going to be a safe option for them.
Perhaps so. With the Fredrin here, I feel like Gord is typically going to be the response for most teams. Really good counter in terms of consistent damage. But they're going to go for Claude instead, which does make sense. Allow Matt a bit of space, give him some farm, and then he will be able to come online late game as long as they're not put too behind. And then we do see the Grok. One of Martin's more comfortable heroes. We did talk about this a little bit when we were seeing the lineups. Martin's really needs comfort picks. Otherwise, his gameplay is actually just like really different.
Now, speaking of flanking here, considering that Stormy is going to be playing the Novaria, Stormy has had the 5th least average dash depth per game with a 1.24 ratio per game and a highest Q participation of 84.52% in MPL MY Season 12. And the reason why we want to highlight about Stormy is that the biggest problem the Team Secret is going to have right now is actually diving into the backlines to get to him in particular. And I like how they're responding by picking, hey, you know what? We take the Claude, we take the Paquito. These are two heroes that can actually dive the backlines to actually punish the Novaria. However, is that the wise move? Because they are going to give way for Max's hero pool, I guess.
I think the Max has deep enough pockets that this shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. The Martis is still around, so I think they're still safe. Doesn't seem like something SMG would ban too heavily. They do get rid of the Gord, makes sense. They have the Fredrin, that's the counter. I don't really know what else they might want to remove. Secret will still be looking for the Mage. They're still going to be looking for the jungle.
Yeah.
So they do ban I feel like the Fanny could have probably been let go. I don't think we've seen it on Max before, but I guess they're not taking any risks.
You know, considering that they shadow ban with the Kufra, so it's pretty clear that the Fanny is going to get taken out. However, interesting fun fact for the Gore is that the true damage procs starts after Grok hits at least 4 skills on a particular target. So it's not that hard to actually proc the true damage here. However, rushing early Radiant Armor is a great way to deal with it, but eventually you still need the Sky Guardian helmets to kind of outscale the burst potential because there's no other items that actually blocks true damage. So raw base HP is going to be the way to go, but looks like that's not going to happen. But at the same time, SMG has been leaning on that true damage before. We've seen a couple of Leslie games, a couple of Esports as well that can deal with this kind of tanky frontliners. So I guess forcing Team Secret to play the Mortis isn't too bad if they decide to go for that route.
It's one of the safer junglers that left in the pool, so it does make sense. Secret will ban the Kaja, which is great. They have the Claude. I'd be very surprised if this got all the way through because that's just very obvious. It seems like they're focusing on the Miko's hero pool a bit, which does remove a good amount of tanks, but I think it should still be fine. We still have things like the Cho around, so we'll see what they go for. We do see the Esmeralda. Wow, that's a smooth classic.
Yeah, it is definitely a smooth classic here. I guess they're anticipating that maybe Matt might be playing the Harry here, but I feel like Team Secret right now, they've got so much more options here. They denied the Kaja as well as the Kufra. They might be leaning on the land slot for Max a little bit more. But if they decide to go for the Angeling, it isn't too bad as well, considering they've got so much split push. But that just means when they are trying to take a 5v5 fight, it is going to be very difficult, considering that Team Secret will be forced to be played in a poke and weave composition team fight rather than a full frontal front-to-front fight.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal here. I don't think the Angeling is going to be the option here. Harif is the likely since we already have Claude. Mortis, alright, go for the safe play. And then they bring in Maima's signature. There's going to be the Forza. So going for what works. Not too reactive to Team SMG. And I think that's the way Secret should be drafting.
Yeah, that is going to be the case here. Playing it safe here, looks like we're not going to see the landslide, I guess. Team SMG, however, they've got a little bit more option here. Do they want to flex the Frederick? Absolutely not. They just need a roamer right now. I think Cho isn't too bad. Like, this is a signature for Miko. This is a perfect time to play Cho. They've got two very, very tanky frontliners, which is Esmeralda and also the Fredrin. The Cho isn't too bad as a pickoff, but if they do that, that means they are going to be playing around Sasa doing the burst damage, because early game Cho set up Way of the Dragon with Novaria. It does damage, but it is not going to be threatening enough to get the kill. It is still possible, but it is very difficult to do it. But alright, okay, Franco is much better. Definitely much better.
Man, I feel like we've been really missing out on Franco for ages here. We only got to see him once again when Mal played him the other day, and now we get to see Miko on the Franco as well. Great counter to the Claude, can threaten the Farsa, locks down the Martis, one of the few heroes that can. I do like this from Team SMG.
Yeah, this is very, very nice, but execution is going to be the key here coming from SMG. So considering that they have the Franco here, so much options on the Bloody Hunt. Like you said, Martis for Retribution Contest. For the Claude as well, in case they go in for a Blazing Duet and they need a quick cancel. Bloody Hunt is great. Novaria can't really do too much in that department, but it does provide vision and increases the hitbox so that those hooks can land. So Team SMG obviously has a little bit more room to work with when it comes to pickoffs. However, when it comes to Team Secret, they do have a safer approach. And what I mean by safer approach is that they can do way more things, but they still have to play around Maima playing on this Farsa.
I agree with you there. Team Secret, team fight, gonna be strong. Team SMG, they're just gonna be doing their typical SMG shenanigans as we entered in the land of Dawn here for game number 1 of our second match of the day. Team Secret, eager to get out of relegation. Team SMG, looking for the top spot.
Yep, it is going to be a very, very important moment here for Team Secret here, especially with Max, who's currently playing a Martis here. Team Secret, they need to find a way to actually snowball with this Martis. Martis can get a little bit out of control here, so the win condition coming from Team Secret is going to try and get Maima getting up his level 4 as quickly as they can and try to set up a kill for Max to kind of capitalize on here. But for that, you know,
Little Wanderer gonna be secured by a Team Secret there. So a little bit of a win for them overall, but these early stages gonna be quite important to keep an eye on.
Okay, but at the same time here, Emblems here, we are seeing a little bit of a greedy build coming in from Team SMG. And in particular, it's gonna be Stormy here. He's opted to go for the Weapon Master as well as Impure Ray. So he does have the agility for mobility, but if he goes for the traditional scaling late game build here, going for the Cloud of Destiny as well as Lightning Drunken, he is gonna hit very, very hard once he reaches that 4 to 5 item slot timing though.
Sasa may be trapped out, but Subway will be here to provide backup, and he is level 4, so that's quite dangerous. Martins dropping low, but they'll be able to walk out.
Yep. At the same time here, Subway does have the Brave Smite available. So this Frederick is going to look to actually sustain this kind of team fights here. But I guess they're playing the safe game, right? SMG always very, very objective here. No point getting kills
the
here.
Hook.
But
they landed on Max, but
Okay.
no bloody hunt, so he'll just dash out to safety.
Okay, I for a second I thought SMG is gonna look for potential aggressive pangs here, because there's just no point looking for a fight right now considering that the turtle is about to be up, and currently they don't have their 4s yet. Miko is currently level 3 and Martins is very far away from level 4, so chances are they are gonna play around those ultimate timings here. Stormy very close to it as well. Seems like they're trying to get information, but Team Secret, can they force the fight?
Oh, Neo looking for Stormy, but he misses the final jab. Stormy gonna dash over the wall as Sasa drops Matt down low in the gold lane. Turtle gonna be contested, dropping 40% HP. Subway still in control. Astral Echo comes out from behind from Stormy. Maima gonna be zoned out entirely by Smooth, who's now working on zoning Max out. Neo!
What?
He steals the turtle from Subway! No retribution used!
What? How? Hey, what happened, Subway? Like, I know that's a big clutch. He didn't even prompt the retribution. What? He got a little bit greedy.
I think
that should not have happened.
That was just straight up greed, right? He thought he could get it without it. Martins now could be in trouble, but he is Grok. He should be fine. Smooth doesn't have enough damage yet. In fact, he's still gonna try to be annoying here to try and reset the buff. But I don't think this will be too much of a problem for Subway.
Okay. This is a good sign for Team Secret. I was expecting that, Team Secret might have lost the fight, right? Because Team SMG, they were able to identify that the win condition for Team Secret in early pressure is going to be Maima setting up those better. That's right. They set up with the Astro Echo coming from Stormy and Smooth to zone him out. But at the same time, here's a catch.
Bloody hunt into Bennett. Rage and Sasa gets the first blood, but Miko flickers out just in time. Misses the last feathered airstrike. And that's going to be a 1 trade for SMG. Oh, Neo looking for Stormy, but he can just fly across the wall again. Paquito not getting lucky.
Yeah, this is very, very unfortunate here for Team Secret. They've pretty much missed their window of opportunity to actually go in for those kind of pick-off contention. And SMG, as soon as they got Miko's out, they immediately set up a gank, and there's absolutely nothing Maima could have done. Feather Asher was great and all, but if he doesn't hit those shots, it is going to be very difficult.
Wild Charge going to be forced out of Martins, but Bloody Hunt was also used, and they weren't able to kill him, so that's actually a pretty important cooldown wasted by SMG.
Yeah, it is indeed here, considering that right now Team Secret, they're splitting up the forces to kind of cut the creep waves on the top side, while Team SMG is still going to look to snowball the middle lane control. And Miko now in prime position, trying to go for the hook here. Oh, he gets spotted out. Purple buff is going to be contested right now, and SMG looks like they are going to apply the pressure right now.
Ooh, Subway is playing with fire here. He's alone 1v3. Does he get it? It does look like he stole it, but now Neo knockout strike pushing him back, but here comes Smooth. He's going to be able to dodge out of the way of the iron hook, and they're not going to find any casualties, but they will lose their buff.
Well, purple buff gonna be stolen away, but Team Secret, they are in prime position. They force out a couple ultimates coming in here, but now with the hook coming in though.
Bennett's rage gets its mark this time. Smooth secures the kill, and Subway makes sure to use retribution this time. Turtle goes to SMG.
Great game sense coming from Miko there, but at the same time, it's not over yet because Subway, he's gonna try and greed it out and try and starve Max here. They force the retribution as well, so that means that Team SMG is looking to try and contest more.
Matt, this is dangerous. He's jumping in with that blazing duet, but he knows Miko doesn't have the bloody hunt, so he's gonna be able to clear up the wave 1v3.
Yep, wow, this is happening here. Subway, he might be caught out as well because now he's taking a little bit too much damage.
Yep, under defender is like Wild Charge into the Decimate, and Subway's last days have been written in stone, but now Neo in a lot of trouble. Knockout strike going to miss. Nice falling Star Moon, but he's still able to dash over the Turtle Pit wall. Move, I don't think he'll be able to follow up on this. Ult has already been used.
Oh my goodness, all these shots coming from Stormy as well, just getting so much information. And SMG right now, they're trying to mirror Team Secret as much as they can, and they know for a fact that Team Secret's win condition is going to be revolving around Maima getting kills, early gang kills to set up for Max, as well as Neo getting those split pushes. And currently, Smooth is just matching in here. And in terms of sustainability, Esmeralda is just a better sustainer compared to Paquito. Yes, you've got burst damage coming from Paquito, but if you do not get those calculated kills, it just doesn't translate into anything right now. Because as of now, Team Secret, they're trying to apply pressure down bottom.
Yeah, a really nice Bandit's Rage to zone them out. Martins literally dropping the 10% without even interacting. And that tier 1 bot will fall. Nice jab from Neo to avoid the falling star moon. Interestingly, he does have orange buff. I wonder where that came from. But Smooth still going to be matching this lane, making sure Neo cannot roam.
Huh, interesting. Neo having orange buff. But at the same time here, he's still struggling his way to match off Smooth. And considering that now this next turtle is going to be very, very important. But Miko forces the Iron Hook. But Martins right now, he needs to be very, very careful on his positioning. Because if he doesn't buy enough time for Team Secret or maybe even Max to get some sort of a leeway to flank the back lines, it's going to be near to impossible to actually get a pick off by the later stage of the game.
I think they're making a play up top. Yeah, that was a flicker bloody hunt from Miko, and Neo is dead. Fed over to Sasa right there. So now it's 4v5 over the turtle. I feel like Team Secret needs to back this off, but the turtle has been reset. Not sure if SMG wanted to do that here. They were already in full control. Stormy continuing to zone them out. Star Shatter going to miss, but I think the job is already done. Max still waiting. Can he secure this?
Okay, this is not really a good sign as well. He's just get completely zoned off. Team Secret, they just don't have the health to challenge this at all, considering that SMG has got everything covered here by the top side though.
He tried to reject it.
Okay.
He tried to read the BMI, but Matt held on to it really smart. If that had landed, that would have been massive though.
Agreed. But at the same time, now Purple Buff also going to be contested here as well. And you can see the amount of pressure SMG is actually doing right now. It's forcing Team Secret to kind of clump up in a way where they are forced to be choked in the places where they can't really get a lot of capitalization or maybe resources as well. And because of this, it is stopping Team Secret from getting any kind of pressure across the map.
Yeah, this is really annoying as well for Neo. He wants the split push, but Smooth will be able to outpush him and even outduel him almost every time they interact, due to the fact that Paquito relies a lot on shields to actually keep himself alive. So now they're all going to be zoned into the mid lane. Subway going in, gets caught onto Martins, into the Iron Hook, bloody hunt onto the Croc, and Satsa gets the killing spree. Better Airstrike comes out, they dodge out of the way of the Fraser's wrath. Team Secret wants to cut their losses. They'll escape with 4 members strong. SMG gonna look for the tower.
Yep, SMG. Look at this oppression coming in as well. Team Secret, they just can't really do too much. But considering that they really want to take away this middle turret, it's going to be huge for them. However, Max, they are going to look for the flank here.
He looked for the pincer, but it didn't work. And Blazing Duet is going to be completely wasted. And now Conceal comes back in. They're re-engaging. Neo gets pulled in. He's going to dash in the opposite direction to buy time for Team Secret.
Oh boy.
He'll sacrifice
no.
his life here. Iron Hook going to land as well. Better Airstrike. Sasak not going to be underneath that AoE, which means Maima gonna waste that cooldown too.
Wow, Miko, what an absolute monster here. A 56% hook accuracy thus far. He just doesn't miss. And so far, both Miko and Stormy are pretty much the 2 players who has been zoning off Team Secret as much as they can. And every single time they launch those spells, they hit something, it applies so much pressure to a point that Team Secret has no choice but to back out. And when they do that, they're giving away so much space that Team SMG is just able to just walk in as if there's nothing that happens, and then they just get away with it.
Oh, bloody hunt, Bandit's Race once again. Max is dead. Mega kill for Sasa, and Matt gets the shutdown into the back line with the Blazing Duet. That's gonna be some vengeance for his teammate right there. And Team Secret though, maybe forced to back off. They've traded 1 for 1. Lord still in control of Subway.
That is huge. That was the first time Team Secret was able to start something here. But considering that they've lost their jungler, this Lord is going to be very, very threatening here. They're trying their best to actually try and buy time, but is it going to be good enough?
Yeah, I don't like this right here. Smooth is dealing 1v2 by himself. Martins, there's nothing you can do here. It's time to walk away. Don't risk any further deaths. Subway secures the Lord for Team SMG.
Oh boy, we've hit this stage right now. SMG has hit that late game timing. I told you they were going to get a little bit greedy here. Weapon Master up on Stormy. Now he's got the Trunket. He's looked, you know, he doesn't have his Clock of Destiny, but it's okay. But Sasa,
they found him! They ambushed him by himself, farming the enemy jungle. Sasa gonna actually bite the bullet there. That may give Secret a bit more foothold.
Okay, I did not expect that at all, but that's going to be a good sign here. But as of now, when we talk about late game, Smooth is going to be the bigger threat right now. Esmeralda has gotten his timings, gotten his item. This means that Team Secret is going to have to need to put in a little bit more to actually kill him off.
Martin's gonna be scouted in the brush, but this is fine. He's just providing information to his team at this point. SMG will need a bit more time to regroup themselves. Since losing Sasa, there was definitely out of predictions. Neo, gotta be careful. That is a Franco.
Yeah, definitely here. Team Secret, once again, they finally found a little bit of glimmer of hope, and that is going to be punishing Sasa as much as they can. But the bigger picture here is actually stopping Stormy by setting up all this kill. If they are able to catch him off guard, those Astro Slow is going to stop them back.
Matt, but he's able to get out there somehow. The Iron Hook sprint, gonna run away from Smooth, but he's not able to find an escape. BMI, he's gonna buy himself some time, but the Bennett's Rage clips him on the edge, and Matt's grand escape gonna be cut short. In the meantime, Secret trying to trade a tower for his death. Neo actually staying a really long time. He gets it somehow. So they'll trade that at least.
Yeah, at the same time here, SMG, they realize that because there's no blazing duet right now, they can look to try and threaten high ground here, and Sasa is going to try and make work towards it. But for now, it feels like Team Secret, they're getting a little bit desperate, right? Like, they're trying to make individual plays across the map here, but so far they haven't been able to synergize around Maima, setting up those big, massive feathered ash, right? And every single time that happens, SMG has been taking fights in their terms, playing around Miko, where if you get a hook, means that they are going to force Team Secret in a position where it's extremely difficult for Maima to actually kind of extend the fight.
Yeah, this has always been a strength of SMG, right? They always take fights on their own terms. They seem to somehow know how to manipulate the map in their favor. And speaking of Martins, he walked into the wrong brush. Bloody Hunt pops the immortality, but here comes the blazing duet in the backline. But Sasa has wind of nature, but Wild Charge comes in, destroys Team SMG's front line, and now they're forced on the retreat. A Brazen Draft going to miss entirely, and Subway will fall to the hands of Max. But look at Smooth, he's still a complete monster, shielding across everything. Except the damage is done. Secret has already taken 2 kills for themselves.
See, this is what I mean. Team Secret need to play around this, but it's not over yet because look at the stains from Neo. Smooth, he's unkillable right now. And technically, they have taken one good fight, but the big threat right here is how do they kill Smooth?
Yeah, there's not a lot they can do. Astral Echo comes out to scout things out. Neo threatening Stormy, now doing what the Novaria has been doing to him while Max still works on the Lord.
Oh my god, Neo!
Neo, he flickers under the tower. What? But Stormy able to outmaneuver, and a bloody Hunt catches out Neo. Punishes overextension. Max secures the Lord. Smooth still hums out surviving, but he will finally fall to 4 members of Team Secret.
This is huge. This is huge for Team Secret. They finally got Matt online as well. At the same time, look at how Smooth was tanking everything, right? It took almost everything coming from Team Secret just to kill him. And imagine if SMG were to group up. But all in all, great play coming from Team Secret. They were able to find an opportunity to pick off both Sasa as well as Subway right from the get-go. And they need every single damage and skills to hit in order to successfully kill both Sasa and Subway. And that's going to be a big problem because once Maima misses a beat, that's it for all the damage counter coming from Team Secret.
Yeah, they got a lot of pressure on them right now, but I do feel like SMG are making some mistakes here. Sasa seems to be out of position quite a lot, and that is costing them. The Lord will be crashing down. I'm pretty sure this will take the tier 2. SMG should defend. Subway will buy some time, but Secret is looking for the engage.
Yep. At the same time here, they are going to be looking to play for another poke coming from SMG, right? Like, every single time why Sasa is out of position is all because of the fact that when the Franco pulls in, they need a quick burst. And who can provide that? It's definitely not going to be Stormy here, considering that it takes time for him to actually set up for those astral recalls because of the fact that the ball needs to come back first before he can actually launch that long-range burst. So I guess that's the idea why Sasa is going to be in that foreign. But all things considered here, now they realize the problem. They are going to try and play around Miko and Smooth being together in order to soak up some of the damage bursts coming from Team Secret.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about adaptations near the recent weeks of MPL, how teams that are able to adjust their gameplay based on things they've done wrong the fastest tend to be the strongest. We'll see whether or not SMG can live up to that. Stormy, his accuracy has definitely dropped off since the early game, but still very scary with that Star Shatter.
You know, if you think about it here, there's a reason why Stormy has one of the highest, the least amount of death in every single game here. He has been sidestepping his way through. That big clutch up top was huge considering the fact that they need to kill Stormy. He's a high-value target that provides so much value in terms of damage, utility, and information. And if Team Secret is able to take that out of the way, means that they will have that mobility to kind of finish off the rest. Because it takes almost everything out of Team Secret to actually find Stormy, and if they do that, means that the rest of the members of SMG is going to be able to kind of do their own thing.
An engage from Secret, concealed play from SMG gets them out, but Matt is actually doing enough damage now to actually threaten Smooth. So the Esmeralda not gonna have that easy domination of 1v4ing quite as much anymore. They gotta be careful.
Now, we're hitting the 18-minute mark soon. This is where everyone's gonna be max slaughter here. Matt obviously gonna be hitting like a truck on this Claude. So the previous sequence here for Team Secret was using Matt as a bait for the Blazing Duet so that Team SMG kind of clumped up, and then they follow up with the 4-man wall charge. So that means right now, considering that it is late game, they will have tools to deal with the mass damage. So building up those stacks on Matt for the Blazing Duet is going to be very, very important. However, not like this though.
Oh, that's nice. The snipe right after the Immortality proc means that Martins is no longer part of this fight. And Secret, they can't just give this up. They actually kind of need this Lord to keep themselves in the game. SMG, still 5-man strong. Astral Echo gonna come out to scout things out. Neo looking for Sasa. He gets the knockout strike. Sasa, Wind of Nature at the last moment to duel Neo. Meanwhile, Max and Subway, their own 1v1. The Lord is falling, and it's going to Team Secret. Max secures it, but now he himself is in a lot of danger. Subway keeping him in place while Smooth chases down the clock. But Subway, he gets taken out by the Veteran Strike, while Stormy gonna be hunted down in the backline by Matt. And Subway will fall as well, staying way too long. Team Secret reversing the game.
Oh my god, like the discipline coming from Team Secret was just phenomenal here, especially coming from Matt in particular. He was building up so much stacks in those Blazing Duet here. He actually held it throughout the entire fight. Even with the Lord Burst, he didn't even commit to it just because of the fact that he needed to take down Stormy. And the moment he found Stormy kind of stranded here, he went for the kill, almost took Saksa down while getting out. So that is huge for Team Secret.
This is very bad for SMG right now, and Secret, they're definitely reading their lucky stars. Matt is doing a lot of damage. Miko is dropping low. Martins treading the backline. Bloody Hut canceled instantly. The Lord is on top of the crystal. Martins sacrifices his life, but they're already taking down SMG.
They have to do it. They've done it.
And the crystal will fall to Team Secret. They deny the victory from SMG.
They have done it. This is a good step. It's not over yet, but Team Secret takes the first game against SMG. This is huge. This is very, very important for them here. Executional errors coming from SMG, but great opportunities coming from both Mad Max as well as Neo, identifying the weaknesses of SMG.
It seems like SMG may have finally underestimated the wrong target here, making a lot of fundamental mistakes that game, overstaying their welcome in a lot of these fights. And Secret, this is the potential we've been wanting to see from them for so long.
This is huge. It is time. It's about time. Can Team Secret do it? They're one step, one game away. They're just one game away from still keeping their MPL MY life still alive.
I don't think we expected to be in this position when we started this match. We thought it was going to be pretty cut and dry. Yes, we mentioned there is always a chance. Anything can happen, but we didn't think it would be true.
Yeah, but to be honest, that Claude pick here was great. You know, they were just, you know, I'm not gonna lie, Matt and Max definitely played it so, sorry, not Matt. Max in particular played, sorry, Matt played really, really well on that Claude.
Understandable.
Yeah, the twins. It's very, very convincing. But he, on his Claude, it was just very, very on point in just making sure that he identifies the right targets to jump over here. So I'm curious to see who the MVP is from Team Secret.
MVP for game one going to be going over to Max right here. Make sure the camera is focusing on the right person right there. But a beautiful game being played right here, being able to contest those objectives away. Seems like Subway may have a lot more rust to uncover than we expected. This Martis proved to be a really big determining factor in frontlining for Secret.
Yep, at the same time as well, the Martis obviously finding the right targets here. Even though he was being oppressed a majority of the time, he is finding farm across the map, and eventually when they needed him the most, he was able to zone off very, very key important targets here in order to secure the victory. So that is a very, very big clutch here coming from Max. But at the same time, it's not over yet for Team Secret. Means the dreams and hopes are still running for this upcoming few more matches here, especially when now they need a 2-0 against Team SMG.
I imagine there's gonna be some teams that are sweating after this, but this team feels good. So let's have a look at Secret's mic check.
Tapi bagaimana nak aku kata pada ini Papaya Tengka juga datang.
Mana tu dia?
Ada ya Papa Tengka?
Ada.
Tiada keretaku bawa kau jalan-jalan. Rumahku pun tiada, ada pun bapa punya. Lalu strike bersama tim secret.
Tim secret ni. Santai aja. Santai aja.
No variant, no flicker, 16. Okay.
Korang
Battery one.
Udah one ya, udah one.
Slotness.
Nice. Udah. Sabar.
Guys, reset bisa nggak?
Bisa.
Jangan kayak orang nggak pernah menang, cowok. Sumpah. Kalian tore.
Aman, tore.
Guys, tuh.
Alhamdulillah.
Well, one thing can be taken out of that is that if they were not a pro player in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, maybe they could be cut out to be a singer in real.
Yeah, sounds pretty good to me, right? Maybe some alternative career paths right there. But looking at that mic check, I'm honestly really impressed. Team Secret definitely seemed to enter this game with that motivation to win, but also that spirit of we can't really lose anything at this point, right? Let's just play good, but play for fun as well.
Hey, when your back's against the wall, when there's nothing to lose, the only thing you can do is just do your best and fight back as much as you can. That was pretty much Team Secret trying their best, calculating on what they're positioning and their items here. In particular, it's going to be the flicker timings, which was very, very called out as well. I think it was Matt Dees that actually called out, which is very, very on point. I really like that as well. That being aware of those skill timings will put you in a very, very advantageous position. However, let's talk a little bit about items here. And it seems like when it comes to items, Neo was hitting some very, very big damage here. I was very surprised Neo was able to match Smooth's healing despite him having a very, very rough early game, right? Having those Bloodless Axe as well as the Festival of Blood as well as the Spell Vamp from the Fighter Emblem gave him the additional sustain to kind of match it against the Esmeralda, which was huge.
Yeah, Neo was doing great here. The fact that he was able to max out his items and his itemization is great, having that Dominance Ice to counter his move in lane, and the pressure that he was creating, right, was huge. Like, even in that engagement where he was looking for Stormy and then he ended up dying under a tower, he was creating time and space that allowed them to get the turtle. And that made a big difference in allowing Secret to continue controlling the map.
Yeah, unfortunately for Neo, he didn't get the full stacks, but still, he played it to their strength. However, now, when it comes to the items here, I feel like Matt, even though he doesn't get a lot of kill here, but he's very, very objective-based and very patient on how he chooses his fight alongside with Max. And so far, both of them, very, very on point. Seems like they understand when SMG is going to be doing certain things. In particular, it's going to be when to back and when to choose their fights. However, subbing Subway in, I don't know, man. Like, it feels like he has gotten a little bit rusty here with his decision-making and retry timings.
Yeah, just straight up. Like, back when Subway was an active player, on his signature hero here, the Fredrin, he basically never lost those jungle takes. Even if his retry timings weren't necessarily the best, it was never like this. It just felt like he didn't actually contribute much to the game. And I do wonder whether SMG may have gone a bit greedy with their draft because they thought, oh, it should be a pretty simple game.
Hey, not gonna lie here, this week's tagline was pretty much God wins games. However, just for today itself, Fredrin has never won a single game yet for the past 3 games. So, I don't know about Fredrin, right? Like, it feels like Fredrin's meta might be completely out of the current situation if you think about it.
I think it's still around, but you really need your team to be able to play with it here. And I feel like, yes, Smooth was doing a great job on that Esmeralda, but lacking a little bit more CC does make a big difference nowadays. When you're fighting, you gotta have more presence. And a lot of the time, Team Secret were just running away from Smooth until they had enough damage. Then the Esmeralda didn't do much.
I don't know about you, man, but if you pay attention to the total damage dealt by Team Secret, it's 189,000, right? Smooth has taken 157,000 damage out of that. That's like 80% to close to 90% of all of Team Secret's damage. And that's how tanky he was.
I mean, Smooth was basically unkillable for the first, 14 minutes of the game. And then once Matt actually got items, then he realized, oh, I can't just stand here anymore. This could be a problem. It's just that SMG doesn't have any other way to engage. If Miko misses the hook, then it's just based on Smooth and Subway and whether or not they can survive. But well, they did not.
Yep. At the same time here, all things considered, that pretty much sums up the stats coming in here. I want to see how the rotations went because we're going to be jumping into the heat map of how Max and Subway played because this is pretty much the 15 to 18 minute mark. But obviously, we are close to ending the game here. It felt like Max was just completely focusing on zoning them out. This was the prior Lord fight as well. Like, you can see that Max doesn't stray too far away. He always makes sure to go in for the flank. And what's really interesting was that Max actually played towards the right side of the brush, where right away from the Lord Pit on the top side, just because of the fact that he is looking to go for potential flanks to try and get the kill on the back lines. And I feel like Stormy was a very, very big threat in terms of providing those information with those the ultimate.
I mean, that's why they had Neo basically assigned to the Novaria the entire game, right? And the thing about the Fredrin Martis matchup is that Max will innately have an advantage because he can play more aggressively, while Subway just has the hope that he's more tanky. So that's why Max can position himself a bit more aggressively. He can look for the backline, he can go for pincer attacks. Subway just ended up being left alone a lot of the time, and that didn't quite work out for SMG.
Agreed. And the early game as well here, you can see a lot of aggression plays playing around Sasa as well as Miko, right? And that's pretty much the downside about Novara. I think I talked about this during the draft, where Novara's early game, you don't see a lot of damage unless you hit those maximum value shots. And even that is not like a quick burst. It still takes a little bit more time before you hit those shots. And if you want to be quick and fast, you gotta have spells that are instant cast, and that's why a lot of these times here, you can see that SMG, they tentatively try to play around Sasa to set up for those kicks, and that's the reason why Sasa is just so far front, and because of that, it allowed and provided an opportunity for Team Secret to constantly dive for those Sasa.
Not to mention the fact that Matt was basically having a free
this was
game.
a turning point.
This was a great fight right there. Beautiful layering of ultimates. Even though it was SMG that looked like they got the better start, the Secret realized that, okay, we're starting to get some damage. Let's ignore Smooth. Let's go for the backline, find Sasa. I really love the way Matt was diving the backline with Blazing Duet once he realized that Miko was gone, because if he's not there, who can stop him?
Agreed. That pretty much shows you how Team Secret was always communicating in that situation. But yeah, there was two key frames here. One being that turnaround where they actually used the Blazing Duet as a bait, follow up with the wall charge with 4-man one, as well as giving them that comeback economy to win. That was the first one. Second one was that bottom Lord fight where they were able to bait Miko's hook with Max's Mortar Coil. And because of that, they just didn't do... They're just not able to translate into any kind of fights there.
They are not able to turn any of these fights into victories, but if you guys are looking for the best way to turn your fights into victories, then maybe it's time to look into the best device we have out there. The ROG Phone 7 is the best choice for gamers because it is equipped with the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. We have fast and responsive displays that allow you to get your Savage so easily, and you can rank up faster because we got a huge 6,000 milliamp battery.
Exactly. So if you want to play and grind your way all throughout the entirety of Night Air, especially where now the season reset is still going to be coming in a couple of days here, you want to push rank, that's the perfect time to do. But while you're playing games as well, guess what? Sometimes I like having nice skins.
Ah, yes.
I like having nice skins. And in order to do that, I gotta buy diamonds. Here's a very, very nice discount for you here, where you can actually purchase the weekly diamond pass and enjoy diamond rebates up to 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of purchase and also another 120 diamonds by logging in for the next 6 days. And that is the sweet, sweet deals that you can actually go for.
Not to mention, we have Layla's Savings Box, which will save these diamonds for you whenever you log in. Not to mention item rewards totaling to over 280 diamonds. So what are you waiting for? The weekly diamond pass is right there in-game waiting for all of you. And it will make sure that you are ever closer to getting that brand new sparkly skin for your favorite hero.
Agreed. And now, all things considered, there is a lot on the line here. In particular, it's going to be Team Secret, where they are looking to secure a 2-0 or maybe even 2-1 to try and stay out of the relegation zone. Do or die. However, for SMG, it isn't going to be a completely different story as well, because they need at least one game to actually kind of match the top seeding for contention for top 2. But if they take the 2-1 right here, They kick Secret out of the tournament, but they do get the top 1 spot by the end of today.
Yeah, I mean, why go for the tie when you can go for the victory, right? If SMG has a pathway to the top of the board, there's no reason to just settle for tying it up. But the same could be said for Secret, right? They want to get this victory. We did not expect them to win game 1, but they did. And now there's actually a genuine chance they could sweep SMG. And while that doesn't 100% render them safe from elimination, it will put them out of the red zone for now and give them really good opportunities.
Well, hopefully it is going to be smooth sailing here for Team Secret because, you know, it is really, really sad here considering that, you know, Team Secret has finally found a little bit of footing here for MPL. Because if you think about it here, they've never won a single game in Season 11. Now, they have won their game 2 weeks ago. And then they won a series last week.
Yep.
And now they took a game of SMG. So it means there is finally signs and proof of growth that Team Secret can make it.
Signs of life from Team Secret after all this time. I mean, I love it. Everyone wants a good underdog story. The fans are here. They've been supporting Team Secret from the very beginning, even though the performance could very easily veer many people away. They're still here to show their support, and we definitely appreciate that. One question I had before going into Game 2 was whether or not SMG might decide to sub Subway back out, considering his performance wasn't quite up to par, but doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Hey, considering the timer didn't exactly increase here and for production to kind of fix the assets, etc., well, I don't think that's going to be the case here. So it seems like they are going to put their trust onto that. But Martins, that was a... This is the first time we've seen Martins kind of play really, really well in this scenario here. We know he's a content creator, but this time, that play with the Groktas down was just so huge where that was pretty much the reason why Team Secret stood a chance to make a comeback. Despite a couple of mistakes that he's made, but all it took was that big wall charge coming from him.
Yeah, Martins is a very new player to the MPL, and compared to other roamers, it does look like his hero pool is comparatively smaller, but when he's given a chance to play these pocket picks, his performance is different. It's like night and day when he's on something that is more unfamiliar. So I feel like SMG's got to focus on that more in the draft.
Yep, I agree. Meanwhile, let's talk a little bit more on Miko as well. You know, despite having one of the best early games as a Franco alongside with Stormy, he's been hitting his hooks every single time. And, you know, it's funny and ironic how Miko wasn't able to turn things around for that fight, because we always talk about, hey, Franco missing a lot of hooks. It's fine. It's okay. You just need that one good hook. So it's funny to say that this time, despite so many good hooks coming from him, that one wrong hook or the hook that didn't connect pretty much lost them the game for Team SMG, and I was very surprised by that.
Yeah, the thing about Franco, you always need some damage to come in after the hook happens, and well, that damage was dying first. So, when we're entering the draft for the second game of this series, there's going to be a lot of pressure here. SMG can no longer underestimate their opponents and give away too many comfort heroes.
Yep, and at the same time, you know, considering that SMG now, they have to be a little bit more serious now. Like, I know there is rivalry between both Coach Pao as well as Zico, but it seems like Zico, you know, considering that he was the one that took the shot first during MPL PH days, now him taking the first game, he's got to be very, very happy because, you know, he's got proof to back it out. Like, hey, Pao, you know, even though I've got like some really, really beef here so far, I've never lost against you.
Oh, man.
Damn, that's gonna hurt, right?
That's like a hit to the ego right there, considering that the history these two coaches have. I feel like this is probably even like knowledge that the fans of MPLPH would know about, right? So I imagine whichever coach ends up losing this one is not just going to receive flack from the other, but from the entire PH community. That's something they want to avoid at all costs.
I agree. But meanwhile, Edith and Bruno, once again, Team Secret, they're going for similar bans from game number 1. They're respecting what Sasa is going to be doing in the early aggression. And, you know, we talked about him being the consistent marksman, right? That game 1, it felt like he was trying his best, but there's only so much he can do. Like, he was forced to play with Miko rather than how Selangor Red Giants kind of play Super Red, where they make space for Super Red to kind of get farmed, whereas Sasa was just trying to get early aggression throughout that board, and because of that, Team Secret was able to find many opportunities to get a kill on him.
Yeah, it's kind of different the way they would play comparatively, because Sasa generally doesn't want to be left alone for a little while. He wants to be able to farm up and then join the fight when he's ready. So switching up that style, kind of necessary, because like Subway is way less aggressive of a jungler compared to Saksa, which I understand, right? But if it doesn't work for SMG, they gotta find something that works. There's gotta be a compromise now.
Yeah, it's interesting how SMG was an objective-driven team for so many seasons, and I'm not gonna lie, yes, he may have looked a little bit rusty coming from Subway, but his positioning and playstyle was still very objective-driven, but because he is in a position where he's focusing on objectives, the rest of the teams are focusing on team fights instead, it made him feel a little bit disconnected in all those fights in game number 1.
I wouldn't blame if Sasa wanted to play a more active role, considering that we literally talk about how SMG is doing good if Sasa doesn't need to do anything, but Sasa wants to do something. He wants to play the game, obviously, but if he's in a position where he's constantly getting hunted in the backline by Matt as well as Neo, then it's not gonna work out for SMG. They do still depend on that damage to come out. Now, what do you think about the Fredrin first pick?
You want an honest truth?
Oh, yes.
Fredrin has had 0% win rate thus far.
The falling stars brought us here.
I'm not sure why they're going through with this, but it is, after all, a Subway signature. I guess maybe Team SMG, they don't really want to take unnecessary risks, where, hey, Subway, you're very comfortable with this hero, you've played this so many seasons, we're just going to give you this, considering that you are kind of off the season for now. So maybe that's the direction they're going for. But Team Secret, they steal the Novario away, they bring in the Kaja as well.
Yeah, I think this is pretty okay for Team Secret. Vision, Divine Judgment, I really don't like the Fredrin first pick. I agree with you there. It feels weird. They didn't really need to prioritize it to this extent. If Subway needs first pick for his hero, then I'm not sure it's worth going with it. But because of that, we see the Baxia come out from Secret after the Kufra Valentina from SMG.
Hey, we've got fans, you know, we've got the viewer. We caught a glimpse of Mali Chan just now in the crowd here. MPNC is here to stalk their opponents. They are going to be playing up next, but at the same time, there is a lot of history between MPNC and some of these boys who's going to be playing here, because they have played together before, in particular Team Secret. So I guess he's going to be, you know, backing up to kind of support his homies for a little bit here. I guess Neo is going to be the guy that he's going to be watching out for. But of course, Baxia was banned in game number 1. This time Secret, they say, hey, you know what? I'm going to play the Baxia.
Let's go.
Like, Team SMG, they banned it off in the previous game, but it seems like because Max is going to be looking to play that, they are going to be in a situation where they can try and contest a healing strategy.
Yeah.
Like, sustainability, if you think about it as well, Kaja has pretty decent sustainabilities. Baxia is very, very tanky, and if they decide to go for what's it called? An Estes for the Baxia, is going to force this Kaja an XP lane. Or maybe even a XP lane, you think about it.
I think that would be going a bit too far out there for Team Secret. They're not exactly NC after all.
Sorry, correction. Not exactly Toda.
We don't talk about that.
I'm sorry, but yeah.
Yeah, I do like what Secret is doing right now. Baxia is basically a more mobile, aggressive version of Fredrin that sacrifices some of that tankiness and damage for more consistent presence. So this was something SMG prioritized banning first last game, because I think they were worried about the early rotations that Max could do, but now it's available. They also have Divine Judgment. They have Astral Echo to scout things out. SMG has some scaling with the Valentina, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough.
Okay, I like the export here because of the fact that the true damage does deal with the Fredrin a little bit more. But unfortunately, say Team Secret didn't exactly draft that. But I feel like the next hero they should kind of consider is gotta be a hero that actually stops the backlines. Stops someone from diving the backlines. In particular, it is gonna be either the Lancelot that needs to be stopped to a certain degree, Sorry, not Lancelot. I mean, Arlot is going to be something that actually gets stopped as well, or maybe even a Lapu Lapu to a certain degree when it comes to XP lanes that can actually dive the backlines. Because as of now, Team SMG is got to be thinking about ways. Oh, okay, never mind. I guess
they do ban it.
Like, I know that the Lapu Lapu is going to be a big threat for Stormy, right? Like, once he dives in, Stormy has no choice but to run. And yes, he's going to be terrifying his way through, but the Terrify is going to be used to actually zone the Baxia or maybe even the Novaria to a certain degree. So I guess SMG just doesn't want to do it Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, I mean, Stormy and Subway, they know Neo's hero pool. Lapu Lapu is one of his more comfortable heroes overall. And like you mentioned, giving Secret a way to dive when they already have this kind of lineup is very scary. So I do respect getting rid of that. But with the Yuzong and Lapu gone, that does definitely narrow down the EXP lane hero pool quite a bit. Not even X4 can be available to take down the tankier frontliners for SMG. So Secret actually gonna keep their EXP lane for last. They start off with Brody.
Okay. I don't know if this is intended or not, but I feel like the pressure is actually on towards Neo right now coming from Team Secret. Considering that Neo doesn't have a lot of good track record on certain specific XP heroes. But I think like picking the Brody right now gives them a little bit more time to think on, hey Neo, what can you play? Because if you think about Neo's hero pool right now, Benedetta in this season hasn't had quick succession besides his Paquito. Besides that, what else can he play? Because I haven't seen him kind of dominate his way through. He's making a lot of individual plays, but Paquito was his only hero that really stood out the most.
I think it'll come down to the counter, right? They're specifically saving Neo until last so that they can see what SMG is playing.
No.
And it's gonna be the Arlet. Wow, we do recall Smooth on the Arlet was pretty scary last season, but the hero is nowhere near the same level it was. So,
You know, like, it's weird how, like, during the drafts, like, 30, 40 seconds ago, it felt like I was talking, like, without any kind of reference. But based on the draft, like, I called out the Arlet, I called out this, I was like, huh. I called Lapa, I was like, huh, something's not right. I know it's weird, but at the same time, like, I don't know why it's kind of right now, but I don't like this glue. Like, I feel like this is very, very forced, but Neo definitely needs some sort of sustain. But considering that SMG doesn't have a Faramis to deal with the split, but they do have so much CCs to deal with it. So I don't know what this intention is, but it seems hard. It seems very difficult for Team Secret.
I think it's actually not too bad though. Glue is actually pretty good at dealing with these tankier heroes that are mostly stationary. Split, go in, you pull Subway out, and that will enable them to control how the team fight goes to a certain extent, which is exactly what they were looking for at that stage. Doesn't do too badly into the Arlet, so why not?
Hey, I guess once upon a time we had Glue and Faramis, the double pick-off potential here. This time they kind of try to replicate here, but with the split as well as the Kaja to try and isolate specific targets and also take fights here. Team Secret is looking to separate SMG's synergy here, whereas SMG, they do have this wombo combo composition here to try and fight against Team Secret.
Yep, some very interesting points right now, but ladies and gentlemen, the land of dawn beckons. Team Secret, one game away from escaping relegation here in Season 12 and denying an easy trip for SMG to the top of the ranking.
Yep, it is going to be a very, very important match here from Team Secret. Team SMG, they definitely respected Max's Baxia, but here's a little bit of fun fact as well. Just now, in the fun factor, 80% win rate when Miko is playing Edith, and so far, we don't have an Edith this game.
Yeah, it's been banned out first. Quite concerned. Oh, Martin's in danger here. He's gonna be locked down by Miko, and Stormy is here. So it's Miko that gets the first blood. Wrong rotation there.
Hey, this is huge. This is very, very huge. Considering that, you know, right now, SMG, they've got this Valentina and Kufra, two very, very annoying heroes in the early game in terms of mobility restriction, right? You've got Terrify coming in from Stormy, you've got the bouncing ball that kind of forces you to disengage or maybe even force flickers. That is very, very annoying to deal with. So I like that this is actually coming in from SMG and they're playing a little bit more aggressive. However, let's talk a little bit more at the emblems here. Because Team Secret, they've got mobilities this time. They've got 3 agilities to try to kite their way through, but it's going to be very difficult to do so if they are not able to match Miko, because right now, This doesn't have the kit to challenge this Kufra at all, especially when he doesn't have his Divine Judgment.
Yeah, he's way squishier compared to last game on that Grok. That could affect things, but Max is now level 4, gonna start rotating around. Subway does secure the gold crab among everything there. And the turtle coming up in another 10 seconds.
Interesting. This is a very, very slow approach coming from them, but they are sending Stormy up top here. Neo might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's overextended, forced to flicker, but he's terrified now. He wants to reach his tower, but he can't make it. Smooth! Gonna win out that EXP lane with some help. And now the turtle is open to them.
Hey, if that was the old patch of the glue, he would have survived that. Like, the Qs coming from the first stam would have gotten away with it. However, this is not the last patch. This is the latest patch, so that's not going to be happening here. So that means easy turtle coming from Subway and Team Secret Day. Again, lose out game number 1, but Martin's almost dying there. Ooh, that's close, that's close, that's close.
Wow, I'm suddenly reminded of what Noir had to go through previously. Zaza gonna take a lot of damage from torn apart memory. Has to be careful here. Brody's pretty scary. Subway, Abrasers, Raph. Gonna steal the orange buff away from Max. Here comes Neo, cutting things off. Smooth is around as well. Maima gonna be joining the party, but his burst, will it be enough? He hits on Subway, split onto the Brethren. Energy Eruption, keeping him alive, but not for long, as 3 members will feed the kill to Neo.
This is huge. This is the pickoff that Team Secret wanted as well. And the reason why SMG wasn't able to contest that was the fact that they didn't realize that it was possible, because Martins doesn't have his level 4 red. They don't really want to regroup and actually force a fight. And because of that, Team Secret was able to isolate Subway's aggression and get a kill. So this is huge coming from Team Secret.
It does seem like Subway is a bit rusty here. He's just walking way too far up, and SMG just, for some reason, wasn't backing him up. 4 members of Secret came and surrounded the Brethren before anyone on SMG. Like, it just felt like they were giving up on him at that point.
Agree. But now Martins, he does has his level 4, whereas Miko is still 1 level ahead on him here. It is going to put Martins in an awkward position, but you can see the rotations coming with SMG, they are starting to group up because of the fact that they don't exactly know where Martins is. Because one wrong catch, they are going to be in trouble. So they are looking for that complete collapse because of the fact that Miko does have the level advantage to sustain a lot of Team Secret's majority damage. A majority of their damage.
Yeah, but it all comes down to whether or not you're gonna be able to get that backline in the first place, because SMG has been weirdly out of position here, Subway especially, so they gotta keep an eye on that. This game, if Sasa's gonna continue playing aggressively with Miko, he's gotta mind his position better in these fights. At the very least, he doesn't have a claw to think about.
Yep, and based on the AI winning prediction as well, 55% on SMG because of the fact that they have a little bit better in terms of online timings as well as level spikes. But all things considered, it's still going to be all in fair games. Max, he's going to start a fight.
Yeah, he's going to get terrified. Smooth doing a good amount of damage. He's zoning them out. Final slash onto 2, pushing them away from the turtle, and that'll let Subway take it basically for free. What? He takes it! Subway misses Retri again! And now Smooth is being caught by Split. He flickers into the Lord Pit to try and survive with some lifesteal. Appraises Raph, keeping them alive! Smooth! Somehow gets the kill, and now Max is taken out. Neo is dropping low. SMG lose the turtle, but they're gonna take out the remaining members of Team Secret. Neo! Cyclone Dive! Stormy!
No!
Flickers! Behind! Oh no, this is a mistake! He gets Neo! Maima, he wants to kill him, but he doesn't have enough damage.
I have no idea why SMG and Secret is not taking this full-fledged fight, because of the fact that that entire turtle skirmish was a full 3-way tree. Because of the fact that Miko had no choice to protect Sasa, they were not able to commit to this fight.
Oh, that's bad. He pushed him out of the Bennett's rage. Divine Judgment comes out, but Miko is way too tanky. Subway gets the taunt. Sasa kills Martins, and they will walk away from that one.
Oh boy, that is so awkward here. But somehow SMG is actually mirroring Team Secret as much as they can. Like, we have Martins trying to protect Matt as much as they can. We've got Miko trying to protect Sasa as much as he can, just because they want to play around these gold lanes. And because of that, there was a huge disconnect right in the middle, where on the top turtle, they're playing 3v3s, while on the bottom, the 2v2s doing absolutely nothing. They're not even rotating in that fight, which is awkward. But all things considered, items coming in here. We do see a Radiant Armor coming from Subway to deal with Maima. Great, you know, dealing with the Divine Judgment is somewhat helpful, but it's not life-threatening. But I guess the idea here is to limit Max's damage output with the Toys Poissons.
it does help against Neo as well. The split is magic.
fair
Max
enough.
coming in from the side. Neo gonna be looking for something. Matt is flickers forward. Divine Judgment gonna be denied by the Tyrant's Rage. Bennett's Rage doing a lot of damage here as Maima will fall. Matt as well, double kill. Going over the smooth. The Artlet is going insane right now. A 3-for-0 trade in favor of SMG.
Oh boy, oh boy. SMG finally finds that opportunity. This is huge for them here. Considering how annoying this Valentina is, Team Secret, they have to choose their fights very, very carefully because as of now, damage output is going to be solely dependent on Maima and Mad because they don't have that burst. But oh my god, again, Max, really? What?
Max just rolled in by the turtle pit, said, hey, thanks for that. But now he is caught by himself, terrified under the tower. 4 members of SMG in the area. Baxia though, too tanky. He'll be able to get out, and now they're looking to re-engage. Miko may have been hiding a bit too far out, gonna be caught. Force the flicker, Tyrant's Revenge out, Bennett's Rage trying to cut off the path, but not gonna be enough. Neo and Max way too tanky, but they will make the smart choice to not continue this.
K tanks by. That's Max's
Basically,
motto right,
right?
K thanks bye. Nice to see you. Nice to hear you. Oh wait, you're here? You know what? I'm gonna come and poke you his way through. But Team Secret choosing their fights very, very carefully here. And SMG definitely being caught on surprise multiple times here. And there's a reason why Team Secret has one of the longest average game played in MPL MY for a reason. Even though they've been losing here, they've been able to find disciplined plays. And I like this discipline coming from Team Secret. However, all things considered, SMG, they definitely pulled the blunder on that because as of now, they are struggling to actually finish off the tanky heroes. In this case, Baxia as well as Glue is a big threat for SMG right now, and they don't seem to have the damage to actually burst them down, except for Sasa.
Yeah, they gotta buy a bit more time for Sasa and Stormy. I will have to say though, Smooth is really showing us what he's capable of now. We talked about how the Artlet not as good nowadays, but 4-0 at this stage against something like a Glue in lane is kind of insane.
Yep, it is indeed here. Smooth looking to set up for those 5v5 fights. And I guess Team Secret, they're very aware of what Smooth is capable of with those final slash. And that's the reason why they're playing it very, very spread out. But with Maima hitting shots like that, that is gonna open things up a little bit here. Because if Stormy is taken out of the equation right from the get-go, a majority of those CCs coming from him, as well as damage, it's going to get completely mitigated because Team Secret can tank the rest with this Baxia as well as Neo on this Glue.
Absolutely. Maima, his hit rate hasn't been as high. Stormy had nearly doubled this last game, but it's still doing its job perfectly. As long as he's able to find the squishier targets, that's more than enough for Team SMG since their front line is so bulky. Lord gonna be contested, reset by SMG. I feel like they should go for some macro play right now, but both teams taking it slow.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, SMG, they finally realized that, hey, boy, hey, Subway, you've been missing a little bit more. We're gonna choose a fight right now.
Oh, no. Tyrant's Rage, they find Martin's final slash Bennett's Rage. That feels like an overkill there on the Kacha, but they will remove him from the fight. Astral Echo comes in from Maima. The Lord knock up on 3 members of SMG. Matt doing damage. Sasa, double kill onto Maima in the back line. Miko looking for Matt. He's gonna miss on that. Both junglers on top of the Lord. Subway! Gonna finally secure it for SMG. Miko will get taken out by the torn apart memory, but same will be said for Max. Mega kill going over to Sasa.
Yep, finally, Team SMG, they realize what Max is capable of as well. And finally, when they pick off Maima, especially when Sasa take away this Novaria, a lot of the slows and burst potential get taken out. However, it's still very, very long journey for Maima to get those kills here. SMG, they realize that there's just a lot of wigglings here. They are gonna go in, penetrate, and get as many kills as they can. Meanwhile, Martin's being taken out is going to be very important because that means Team Secret will lose the upper hand in terms of engagement.
Yeah, good flicker there, but means he won't be able to go for aggressive catches with that Divine Judgment. The Lord crashing up top. Sasa will take out the tier 2 tower there. Team Secret should be able to defend this. It's only the first Lord of the game, but they gotta avoid losing anyone. Maima gonna be sniped down to 40%. Max zoning out Team SMG with Neo to make sure that the Lord can be removed. But they get the final slash. Neo pushed into Team SMG. Star Shatter still coming in from Maima as the split looking for Smooth. Will he jump on him? Probably not. Oh, nice dodge from Neo there. Sidesteps the Tyrant's Revenge.
Okay, he still got it, but at the same time here, slowly but surely, Team Secret, their power spike is going to slowly whittle down. In particular, it's going to be Max here. Boxer has great early game, but once you head towards the later stage of the game, he is going to be a very, very tanky Michiu, but he's not going to be able to trap in the back line. So eventually, a majority of the damage is going to be solely dependent on both Maima and Matt getting those early engagements and poking in weaves. But seems like Final Slash comes in.
Neo is gone, unstoppable for Sasa, but Subway gets pulled in by the Divine Judgment and taken out. Nibiru's Passion gonna be zoning out Team Secret as Max secures the immortality, and Miko will fall to Max.
Oh boy.
Sasa dropping real low. Team Secret chasing down SMG. They want to find something, anything. Maima,
they have to go for it. They have to go for it.
Max is providing vision, rolling into the wall to make sure they can see him. Oh, Star Shatter stops just short. So Sasa survives, but not the mid-tier one.
Huge plays coming from Martins as well, getting the counterplay against Subway and also allowing Maima to do his own thing. This Novara is going to start to hurt a lot more. But all things considered here, SMG, they made a little bit of blunder here. They got a little bit overzealous here. They made a little bit of mistake. And because of that, they had no choice but to force the fight because of how Stormy and Sasa is going to be positioning here. Smooth, get a great engagement, but the right targets to take down is got to be both Martins and Maima in order to open the fight. Because when they threw everything on you, great. You kill Glue, they lose the tank. But guess what? The amount of pokes that Team Secret can do in this fight with the Brody and Novar, it's just annoying to deal with.
Yeah, SMG has to be a little bit more decisive with who they're catching out with that final slash. It's one of their best forms of CC here, and while picking off Neo would let them start pushing in, the fact that Subway overextended and got pulled in also resulted in them not being able to get a single structure out of that. The good news is they still have control over most of the map. It's going to be difficult for Secret to try and contest this next board.
Interesting enough, Sasa just got his cast claw, so in case Maima decides to take him down from what, 0 to 80 in terms of damage output, in terms of health here, towards 20%, he is going to try and regenerate as quickly as he can to try and rejoin the second part of the fight. So I guess that's the direction here. But again, SMG, they're going to play this a little bit safe here. They were able to win out the first objectives here with Subway securing it. But Team Secret, they have to choose their fight very carefully now.
But SMG has already made some slight mistakes here. That final slash missing entirely and then tanking some damage onto Stormy. Max will find the push and now he gets knocked up, pushed back into Bennett's rage. Max is dead. Monster kill for Sasa. Neo Flicker does not save him from becoming double kill in the high-end sights of Sasa.
Oh boy. That is very, very unlucky coming from Team Secret. I don't know if it's map awareness or spatial awareness coming from Team SMG, but as soon as Maima dropped his second skill on the top side while in the bushes, tried to clear the wave, as soon as SMG kind of felt their presence, they immediately jumped the gun and took a fight with Team Secret where they know Maima is nowhere to be found in the fight.
They're looking to even things up here for game 3, but there's no minion wave. Good news though, the Lord is coming in with an empowered wave. Secret still gonna be one man down, but they will respawn. Martins instantly gone. Miko finds the backline. Neo gonna find space though, so Matt will survive, and Miko actually sacrifices himself. Neo gonna find Sasa with the split spin, forcing him to flicker away, but Subway has been left alone back in the base, and a torn apart memory secures the killing spree for Matt. Neo, he will end up dying here. Sasa gets the legendary, but his job already done.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like, I was expecting the SMG to do a little bit more here, but you can see how Maima is threatening there. At the moment Maima kind of shows himself here, he focuses his target on making sure that he zones Sasa out of there, and because of that, SMG couldn't fully commit to the fight to actually go in for the crystal. So this buys Team Secret a little bit more space to actually make a comeback. So, but the question remains here is, can Martins find the perfect catch? Because if they want to bounce back here, they need to catch either Stormy or Sasa out of position. So far, Miko, catching on the Miko and punishing him is not the great target. It's not the right target at all.
I think it's still not too bad though. Right now, considering Secret are like 6k behind, any target they can find, any positive trade they can find is going to contribute heavily to keeping them in this game. I did already highlight SMG's late game. Oh, Max. Don't know if he wanted to roll in here. He will find 4 members. Martins jumps in. Don't know who he pulled, but Miko gonna find the backline. Highest rate on only one target. Neo still surviving everything here. Smooth will get shut down. Matt gets the mega kill. Subway gonna be jumped on by Neo and taken down by Maima. Matt with the double kill. SMG only has 2 survivors remaining. Team Secret with the engage.
Oh boy, that was a big clutch here coming from Team SMG here. In particular, Martin's Divine Judgment catching on Smooth, stopping him from going for those final slash chain ZCs was one of the reasons why Team Secret was able to chip away, allowing Maima to capitalize on so much value on his first skill alongside with Matt. That was a big blunder here coming from SMG, and because of this, this is going to buy them a little bit more time to kind of threaten the high grounds of Team SMG.
Could this be it? Can Team Secret get their first ever clean sweep? Miko misses the Tyrant's Rage. Neo just splits out of there. SMG is making so many uncharacteristic mistakes right now, and their net worth lead now is dwindling to nothing. Secret are regaining control.
Yeah, this is crazy plays coming from Team Secret here, but at the same time, you know, it is full resets now, alright? 17 minutes a game, both sides have their equivalent items here. They need to finally get a little bit of a priority check. Matt, he's kiting around, he's very annoying, he's got 502. Obviously, Brody not dying is an issue, but SMG, they have to identify who they really want to catch, because right now, Neo is not the right target. It's
I don't
not
like
it.
this engage. They get the Divine Judgment. Smooth is pulled back. Final Slash misses everything, and Smooth is dead. They're all dropping real low on Secret. They find Matt. Nice Tyrant's Revenge. They got the shutdown onto the Brody, and now Max will follow. Legendary streak going over to Sasa. It's just been a back and forth.
Okay, this is hard. This is oh boy, Maima. Close plays here. But at the same time, considering that SMG had the immortality advantage here, they were able to find a very crucial target. And right now, killing Matt is going to be very important. And so far, Team Secret, they realize that, hey, it's not just Maima doing the show. They also have Matt that is going to be a big threat here. And so far, SMG, they have identified that, you know what, in order to stop whatever initial burst that Team Secret is looking for here, get immortalities. Yeah, force the Divine Judgment. After that, guess what? Round 2, baby.
All right, Luminous Lord once again in the hands of SMG. Ouch, that Star Shatter still doing a good amount of damage here, but Stormy should be able to regen that in time. This is going to be a really massive base defense here for Team Secret. The waves are synced and there's a lot of minions crashing in. They've only got 2 inhibitors standing, but everyone has respawned, so that could be enough. Miko gonna find Neo on the side. Tyrant's Rage, Immortality instantly bursted down. Final Slash as well. That's a lot of resources, but Neo will be taken out. 4 members left on Team Secret. Max gonna be pulled back, terrified, but he's still tanking a lot of that damage while the backline Matt is pelting them down. They get the inhibitor, but SMG is staying way too long. Maima gets the killing spree. Matt flickers forward. He gets the kill on the Stormy. He pops the Wind of Nature. He's still alive. Final Slash onto the Brody. They will pop his immortality. And look, the Fight Praises Ramp gonna finally finish him off, and they will pick off Matt. Maima still sniping from the backline. Sasa still has immortality up, but Team Secret has actually mounted another defense. Martin's will be sacrificed, but as long as their lives are remained in this game, and the more time he buys, Secret will still have a chance.
Oh my god, my team is just by so much time, but at the same time, beautiful stuff coming from Team Secret as well. Like, Maima as well as Matt was able to clear the minions here, and the tier 3 was getting so much value and just chunking through all the HP of SMG, and because of that, with Stormy and Miko dead right there, and also chunking off half the HP from their fight, Team Secret was able to hang on. However, second chances like that do not happen again, because this time they will not have any inhibitors to protect them at all.
I don't understand why SMG is just staying here. Smooth gonna get caught out. On from Subway though. These are all very tanky heroes. I don't think anyone's dying just yet. But Matt is coming to rejoin the fight. Smooth gonna be pulled back by the split. But Neo now out of position, taunted. That's gonna be Venestrate. Miko! He finds the back line! Matt is going to fall to Sasa! And with that, the chances of Team Secret's defense dwindling. SMG wants to end this. They only have a couple of minions. They'll have one more wave coming in mid lane. Miko gonna find one more. Martin's gonna be trapped underneath the tower. Maima and Max, the only survivors. They get Miko. Crystal dropping low, and it will fall to the hands of Team SMG.
What a catch coming from Team SMG. What a catch indeed. Wow, Miko to turn things around, finding the right target, just shutting down Matt, just like that, to close out this game. They tie the series, and Team Secret, chances of potentially getting the 2-0 slowly dwindling down as they try to survive the onslaught that SMG is bringing to them.
What a sweaty game that was. It was so scrappy and so weird from SMG. You expect cleaner gameplay from this squad, but eventually they're able to whittle down their opponent's defenses. Team Secret put up such a valiant defense for so long, but we are going for a full series.
It is indeed a full series. And my goodness, SMG seems like they are struggling a little when it came down to game number 2. And there is a reason why Team Secret has one of the longest average match in MPL MY Season 12. And there's a master performance coming from Team Secret. Like, they know how to play and salvage situation every single time. And it's crazy, considering that they put SMG in this awkward position.
That was such a good base defense there. Honestly, if not for the fact that Neo tried to go for that last kill, pulled Matt in, I feel like they could have actually lasted longer there. But still, huge props there. It felt like a really messy game, but also a really entertaining time. Team Secret showing some promise, but Sasa going to be the MVP.
Well, Sasa, 12-0-7 here. Unkillable despite being zoned out by Maima every single time. He didn't die a single time here. Even though he has been poking from afar, he has been in a position where Team Secret was struggling to get kills after kills.
Yeah, compared to before, Sasa definitely had an easier time positioning this game since there wasn't quite as much dive. Like you mentioned, all he really had to be careful of was that Star Shatter, and as long as he avoided that, the damage came through, no deaths. So let's have a look at the mic check for Team SMG in Game 2.
Just have fun now, guys.
Aku ada.
Nice tip. Go bot. I pressure top.
We can fight up. Trust me. We can fight up. Trust me.
Nice one, Ish.
Go.
Ulti after Lord. Can we try mid?
Boleh. Get Lord. Relax. I clear top. Out. It's okay. Out.
3 lane.
Go top. Okay, I got top.
Well. Very, very intense stuff coming from Team SMG, and they definitely put Team Secret in a very, very awkward position here. But all things considered, you know, they were able to pull through, and of course, Sasa, 12-0-7. Unkillable on this Beatrix, forcing Team Secret every single time to fight to pick him off, and in particular, Maima has been trying to offset him every single time. Very, very difficult to catch.
Yeah, some good attempts overall though. I think Maima and Matt were really putting out a lot of damage there. I really want to see how much damage was being done this game in total. But props over to Team SMG for being able to close things out, keep themselves in the competition. Though I will say, their gameplay felt kind of weird, right? You usually expect them to be more coordinated than this, yet it felt like it was really scrappy. They stayed too long for a lot of these fights. I don't know.
Yeah, it felt really, really weird on how they're actually choosing these kind of fights here. But at the same time, like this draft coming in, it feels like there's just so much CC control that SMG is worried about as well. Because every single time that they choose a fight, and Team Secret is able to kind of dodge it, right? They've got this wombo combo where, hey, if you all group up as 5, we are going to completely destroy you. But Team Secret, they are able to just completely dodge that. And even then, they made a little bit of mistakes here in terms of catches, but they just kept on with the pressure. They made sure that they were finding important targets. In particular, it's just bullying whoever they can be the bullied. And I feel like Neo was the guy that they finally found the weak link from coming from Team Secret because of how strong their defense are coming from Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame him. Neo has been targeted by many teams for many matches, even last season too, because they realized that as long as they disable the EXP laner for Team Secret, it makes it very hard for them to make these plays. And I do feel like Martins was put in a slightly more uncomfortable spot this time. Kaja is not one of his usual pocket picks, and although he did get some good divine judgments here and there, it still wasn't pivotal enough to change the fate of Team Secret.
Huh. I did not expect this at all, considering that, you know, I was wondering why Neo was so squishy, and considering that he didn't get his necessary farm at all. He's only got a dominant Ice and Oracle. Now it makes so much sense, right? He's an XP laner. He should be at least, what, third net worth, second net worth to a certain degree when it comes to a normal game. But considering that he did not hit his net worth, because Maima, Max, and Matt was able to get so much value from across the map, he isn't able to tank whatever burst that SMG gave him. And there were a lot of instances where Neo just got deleted by Sasa every single time. So this is very, very concerning, but it feels bad for Team Secret, man.
It is quite concerning that Neo having less money overall than Martins is worrying, but understandable because his job was basically to sacrifice himself in the fight every time. But he needed to buy roam boots, right, to make sure that he could keep up in terms of gold and EXP, and we did not see that. So I feel like Secret was definitely missing out on some benefits they could have had. Looking at the stats here, definitely leaning towards, actually, Team Secret doing more damage overall. That's kind of surprising considering how much Sasa was doing.
Yeah, it is really, really, you know, surprising. But at the same time, you know, I like how Sasa is, you know, obviously the carry, right? But considering that when it came down to moments like choosing your fights, right? It feels like Max was able to identify that, you know what, I'm going to make space for the team. I'm going to try and tank everything that SMG throws at me. You guys find me an opportunity to win the game. And he's been creating so much opportunities, but it was so difficult for both Maima and Matt to actually find those kind of opportunities, right? Like you can see, Maima is doing like 116k damage. Great, he's poking his way through. But Sasa just says like, you know what? If I get the right target, boom, I'm just gonna get one shot.
Yeah, it's pretty rough here overall. Looking at the highlights here brought to us by Republic of Gamers, we could see that early on, Martins did end up dying and Team SMG already gained quite heavy control over the early to mid phases. But then they did start making some mistakes here and there, overstaying for fights, underestimating the damage that Team Secret could output, and that resulted in some unfavorable trades that allowed Secret to regain some ground.
Yeah, it is very, very annoying and frustrating here. But considering that every single time Team SMG like makes a play, right? Like you can see like Miko, they make a play to try and contest this or try to go for a setup here. Matt and Max is just able to just stop it in the strike. It's either they sustain the burst coming in or they're able to outplay them by clearing either minions, taking advantage of turret damage, taking advantage of terrains. You can even see, even in this fight, logically, if Miko got the perfect Tidus Rage on 4-man, they would have just died. But because Miko started the fight here and they interjected in a way by stopping Smooth with the follow-up, boom, instantly every follow-up from SMG gets stopped in the track and Team Secret just counterplays here. So I feel like Maldives is making the right play, but it was still very, very difficult because the layerings that is going through from all these fights needs to be so on point in order to make it work.
Yeah, the execution needed to be way cleaner there, and while we are definitely seeing some more spirit from Team Secret, that those micro mechanics are still lacking from some of their players, and they gotta be able to make up for that. But it's also clear that their opponents are not entirely undefeatable, right?
Yep.
It's not invincible by any means. SMG, for some reason, making a lot of weird basic mistakes in terms of positioning and team fighting. It feels like the rest of the team still thinks they're playing with Saksa, so they're going over aggressive. But Subway is a slower jungler, not in terms of speed, but in terms of the way he moves. So you gotta adapt to that.
Hey, all things considered here, both teams, they tried their best here. They poured their hearts and soul. They gave it a very, very interesting performance. But nevertheless here, game number 3. Like, let's talk about this a little bit here. If SMG wins game 3, that's it for Secret.
Yes.
You know, Man and Max, they tried their best, but there's only so much they can do, right? But if Secret wins this, they're still not out of relegation zone. They're still need to win their final games 2-0 in order to somewhat sneak into its 8th place.
It's a tricky hill to climb. It's quite a battle they'll have to overcome, but the most important part is to keep that opportunity alive, right? Keep the fire burning, and you gotta do whatever you can to keep it lit. And that's what we're seeing from Secret right now. Just clean up the act a little bit. The potential is there. I'm just sad they didn't get a clean sweep. I felt like it was possible.
Well, all things considered, you know, Team Secret, they definitely played their best, but you know, they need a little bit more time here before they get into game number 3 here. All things considered, likewise can be said for SMG, because we are going to be taking a short break right now, and we'll be back with game number 3 in a little bit here, of course.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a series with results unexpected here in MPL MY Season 12. You're watching the English broadcast. My name is Stafa, joined by Terrence, aka Icy Baby 12. We're currently going to a game tree between Team SMG and, against all odds, Team Secret.
You know, not gonna lie here, it seems very, very difficult here. I wasn't expecting it as close as it gets, but considering that it is this close now, Team Secret, one game away from being relegated from MPL MY Season 12. Can they bounce back? Because it is a do or die moment for them right now.
It's scary, right? You never want to be in this position. Literally one game. If Secret wins the game, their chances of moving on are still alive, albeit slim. If they lose, they're just gone. They're just out. There's no chance for them anymore, even with one match left. So, wow, like, can you imagine the pressure they must be feeling?
Exactly. And the contrary here for Team SMG fans, if they win the series, they're pretty much guaranteed top 2 by the end of today. So that is going to be something that I think a lot of us are going to be looking forward to as well. But all things considered, SMG still has one more game for next week in order to secure top 2. Team Secret, they also have one more game next week to, I would say, secure their slot in towards the playoffs.
It's tricky. But the thing is, that next match won't even matter if they won't win this this game. So it's important as we look at the match history, and it is so red. But at least they did get that one victory. It's still better than their performance last season.
Hey, you know what? Red should be their lucky color because all things considered, they lost every single team, but they won against Red
That's
Esports.
true.
But all things considered, you know what's closer than Red? Orange kind of looks like his brother to Red. So maybe SMG taking this victory here will give them a little bit of a chance here to try and win against MPNC because right now, they need all the wins they can in order to qualify.
They can get is going to go so far because we all remember what happened to Team Secret last season. They got eliminated in perhaps the most brutal manner. And then they got back to the qualifiers, reformed, actually did very well to come back into the MPL and then fell off the map again. It's so unexpected. It's something no one wants to have to go through, and yet they're still fighting so hard to keep their dreams alive here. I want to see them go further. I want this underdog story to be an epic one.
Yeah, I agree. And now, stopping the dreams of Team Secret, the Giants, the Titans, once upon a time, the Anacondas, SMG, gonna be strangling them perhaps here. And is it gonna happen? I don't know, because ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be heading to the drafts very, very shortly here as well. But you can see a very, very important moment coming from Maima. He knows what's at stake.
We all know what's at stake.
He knows what's at stake. He's gotta gather everything he has.
The atmosphere here is electric, right? It's not very loud, and yet you can tell the tenseness that is lingering in the air. Aware of what these two teams are going through right now. We do see that Team Secret going to be on the blue side, Team SMG on the red side. Edith Paquito ban still sticking to what's standard. But considering what happened in game number 2, there were moments of glory, right? Team Secret actually had a chance.
Yep, and all things considered here, both teams pretty much won on their blue side for this matchup. So I guess Team Secret, they're hoping to get that, but considering that Paquito has been banned coming from Team SMG, well, it is going to be Couch Pal bouncing back and saying, hey, you know what? Game 2 was really a bit close, but at the same time, we've got comments, guys in the fans here calling out Karakuri.
That's great.
Grandmaster caster of MPL Malaysia. When are you gonna reach Mythic?
When will the day that Karakuri reaches Mythic, the sky will fall. That's basically the situation we're dealing with right now. But let's not talk about Karakuri's questionable ranking. Let's talk about what's happening in this game. SMG will ban out the Baxia this time since Matt was somehow just drive-buying the neutral objective multiple times previously. Secret's still sticking to the Kirita.
Okay. Now, I know we didn't talk too much about this in the game here. Let's bring back the beef of what Zico and Pao was talking about, right? Game 1, Zico said, hey, you know what? I took game 1, easy. You know, Pao, I trash talk you. Yeah, when during your days here, a public posted you. Yeah, you kind of, you know, great. You know, I'm just better than you. Game 2 says, you know not, no. You don't trash talk me. Fights back. Boom, 1-1. Now, game 3. Who's gonna be the winner?
Who's gonna land the finishing blow, right?
Who's gonna land the finishing blow? Who's gonna one that gets trash talk by the end of this game?
It actually is just back and forth here. Both of, like, it's not just the teams that have much at stake, it's the coaches, right? It's that pride, it's that ego, it's your reputation as a coach here, as well as basically, who can say, I told you so, at the end of the day.
True. I told you so. Such an iconic word that every Malaysian has kind of heard it before. You know? And in this case, seeing that Gord will not make it in this game as well, they are going to ban it off. But please don't prick the Frederick. But Team Secret, they responded to Bruno. We saw the Bruno kind of banned off. But I feel like Team Secret this time, they're picking the Bruno because of the fact that they denied it away from Sasa. Bruno was pretty much banned from Team Secret in 2 games in a row, and this time to say, you know what, I'm just going to pick it away.
I mean, it's pretty good, right? Previously, Matt on the Brody did a good amount of damage, but that hero does have a shorter range, and compared to other heroes, doesn't scale as well. Bruno lets him play aggro, but also scale for the late game, which is very good. That's why so many teams are afraid of the hero now, but it is the Fredrin.
Hey, you know what? I'm happy with this, because why? Fredrin finally won again. Broke the 0% lose streak. Sorry, 0% win streak.
0% lose streak.
100% lose streak.
I don't even know how that those numbers match up. Like, what does that sentence even mean?
0% win rate, 100% lose rate. You know, pretty much broken now. Finally won a game for today. For today, just for today. All right. Okay. So, all things considered, Team Secret now in this very peculiar situation where they're actually bringing in Lapu Lapu. This Lapu Lapu was banned in the final phase by Team SMG in game number 2. Seems like Neo gonna be playing it here. We're not gonna be seeing the Paquito, but considering that Neo was struggling with that glue, they needed some way to dive the backlines and also sustain through the fight. And glue wasn't really the answer there. He was able to somewhat sustain, but he wasn't able to do enough damage to either clear the waves quickly enough or threaten the backlines. And that was the big problem for Team Secret. And I think this is an adaptation they're making from game number 2 and hoping that Team SMG is going to replicate this. But so far, seems to be near identical heroes from game number 2 from Team SMG.
It is just straight up the same 3 starting picks here from Team SMG, which is quite a thing. I mean, if it did work in game 2, why not replicate it? Except that game really went messy, right? Their movements were so weird, so un-SMG that it does make you wonder about things. But for now, let's have a look, right? We do see Team Secret going for the Novaria again. Maima did a good job on it, and normally you don't want to reveal your EXP lane before your opponent, but since Neo has been having such difficulty with so much targeting on his EXP lane, why not give him the most comfortable hero he can get?
Horology is my class. Diggy is my name.
I don't know, like, comfort is great and all, but for Subway to play 3 games with Fredrin, I'm sorry, man. That's gotta be the most boring hero ever.
I mean, he played like 3 seasons of Fredrin, so why not?
Are you trying to be a Fredrin top global #1 in Malaysia or something like that? But of course, you know, you can see the fans are calling out as well. You know, a little bit of taunting banters coming in. But all things considered, I think right now Sasa is got to go. His Beatrix is got to go. So I feel like Team Secret, they have 2 options right here. Ban either the Claude or the Beatrix, considering how well Sasa has been playing games. But no, they don't go for it. They actually take down the Yu-Jong once again.
That is a lot of attention being given to Neo here. He really needs to perform this game, because if he doesn't, after all this, there'll be a lot of questions. I was surprised that the Claude got let through this far in. It feels like it would be a pretty easy choice, but Sasa goes for the more aggressive option. He gets the Brody instead.
Yeah, I'm surprised by this, but at the same time, considering that Baxia was banned, means that Max is going to be forced to play either a Assassin or the Mortis once again. So I feel like the Mortis is something that Team SMG can kind of deal with it, but they bring in the Mortis, and they pretty much bring in the Mortis again, but this time they take the Franco away from Miko, and they are going to try and lock down one particular hero, but in this case, who's that hero? Because as of now, Team SMG, they don't have a high utility hero. They've got, you know, like the Bloodline is great for stopping Subway from getting those retribution fights, clutches, but besides that, I guess, again, Team Secret, they're still adopting that pick-off composition from Game 2.
I think they're just going with comfort, right? Buttons, the Franco is probably one of his most comfortable heroes overall. He's one of the few roamers that very consistently picks it this season. So even if it doesn't necessarily answer what SMG has, that catch potential could still work pretty well, especially with heroes like Bruno and Martis. See, there's the bait and switch! Sorry, Subway. We were talking bad about you earlier.
No more Fredrin! We've seen a lot of Helgers coming in. I guess this is SMG's experimental phase to see why is Helger good. And so far, Novaria is a great way to deal with the Darkness Fall to a certain degree. It gives a little bit of information, but I don't know. Like, is this Darkness Fall the greatest solution? I don't have a lot of data on this, but so far, it is going to be a good one. I hope that, you know, maybe Team Secret is able to overcome the darkness that is going to be beholding them if they do lose this series.
Can Team Secret overpower the darkness of the night with the light of the stars in the hands of Maima here? Will they be able to open things up? Will they keep themselves in the competition? Will they keep the flame burning for Team Secret? Game 3 will reveal all as we return to the land of dawn.
Team Secret versus SMG, the decider match. Go all in, or go home. It's all or nothing for Team Secret. Oh boy. What? You know what? I'm sold. Madines clutches it right from the get-go. Hey.
Now I have to judge. Subway, what have you been doing this game? Really? Like, okay, yes, normally you leave a bit of health on the buff because they will eventually die, but that is massive. You're just feeding it. There's a Franco. You should know about this.
Oh boy. It's do or die. It's do or die. But all things considered here, you know, considering that only Subway has had a rough start, SMG, they're still putting a lot of pressure. And so far, I don't think we are going to see like major changes until like Maima hits his level 4 as quickly as can, right? Like they need it up so that they can actually contest with the Darkness Fall that Subway is going to be bringing to the table. Because once that comes in, it's going to be a lights out for the turtle contest. And this is going to be a big problem because that is the solution that SMG has thought out for to deal with Max's retribution that has been on point for 2 games in a row.
Yeah, that could be huge here, because now Subway has to find EXP anywhere to make sure he hits level 4 before the turtle comes up, and this is going to be a very awkward timing. He will get there eventually, so Team Secret needs to work on the turtle pretty fast.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very difficult moment. But all things considered, Sasa,
he's gonna force the flicker out. Matt threatening Sasa in lane. Brody is strong early, but Bruno is still scared. Subway, he's gonna pop that Dark Knight Falls. Not going for the turtle. He's looking for Matt instead. He's not gonna get the kill. Instead, Neo gets that first blood. He'll trade his life for Stormies. And that's gonna be quite a skirmish.
That's the downside of having an assassin jungler, right? Like you can't exactly sustain towards the front lines here. But this is the first time Team Secret has gotten the first turtle here. But now here comes the catch.
Flicker Bloody Hunt onto Sasa, and while Miko manages to cancel it, Sasa was way too low, so they will get that kill. But unfortunately, it's Martins who gets it, not Matt.
Yeah, very nicely done coming from Team Secret though, considering that, you know, they have been playing this very, very similar play style here. They want to make sure that Matt gets his necessary farm. So they pretty much play this 2-3 composition draft or formation where they have the roamer and the marksman kind of sit in lane for the end of time and have the other three kind of make space here. And I'm really surprised that SMG is also mirroring this. Maybe because of the fact that Martins is actually able to threaten Sasa, and that's the perfect example of why they need Miko here.
Yeah, but you'd usually expect SMG would be a bit more aggro, right?
Right,
With their movements, like going for kills, especially with like the Hellcut and the Brody. It's strange, but the Dark Rifle comes out again. They're gonna jump on top of Martins, who was already stunned earlier, but he's still alive to get that final bit of Bloody Hunt. Unfortunately, not enough damage, and now Stormy comes in. He's got the Decimate, and secures the kill onto Nat.
Oh, I genuinely feel bad for Team Secret. Like, Team SMG, they grouped up, they finally forced the fight here, but because of the Darkness fall, the rest of Team Secret didn't exactly knew what to react. Like, should they come to the fight? Should they not? They didn't have exactly the time. But when Lights Out came in, Maima was a little bit too far off to actually trade off any kills. So, a little bit unfortunate for Team Secret, but that's the downside of dealing with the Hellgurt.
That is true. We do know Secret as a team has had some communication issues for a while, but if you turn off the lights, it just becomes even worse. Neo pauses ult to try and see if he can jump on Subway, but not gonna be successful, and the Hellcat is definitely catching up now, even though he's still a little behind in terms of level. They're gonna go for the turtle.
Yep, this time Subway does have his level advantage. They do have the Darkness. Team Secret is going to try and bait this out, because if Subway is tanking that turtle, if they do get the right catch, that is going to be huge. However, the ult coming from Maima has been reviewed means that Team SMG is going to have a greater time to Darkness fall. So Team Secret, they have to be very careful with how they take this approach. Oh no, he missed. He did
Completely, but Subway's still on a turtle. They should be able to get it for free. The question is, does Team Secret want to continue to fight? Answer seems to be no.
Yeah, it's smart. It's smart. Like the moment Maima uses ultimate here, didn't get so much value out of it here, and because Subway still has his Darkness fall, just not worth fighting for as well. Considering that, you know, Neo is also trying to trade objectives across the map, means that they're in no position to fight this here. Just give it away, show your presence, and then trying to get value across the map.
I'm surprised that Iron Hook didn't land there. It felt like it was probably going to connect, but Sasa's able to walk out just fine for now. Team Secret still has the slight goal lead, but not too much at this stage. I imagine a lot of it's going to be on Matt though, and the Bruno, if you're able to get a good amount of farm, can be very scary once you hit like that 2-3 item power spike.
Yeah, I guess this is where Team Secret is going to buy time, right? Like, they want to try and drag this out as long as they can, because this Hellcurt's power spike is going to kind of slowly whittle down, doing towards like the 8, 9, 10 minute mark ratio. Sorry, around the 9 to 10 minute mark ratio, where that is the perfect time where Matt says like, that's the big power spike I'm coming for, I'm going to crit like crazy. And that is exactly what Team Secret is going to be eyeing for here. But the question here is, can Matt capitalize on this? Because once Darkness Falls comes in, Matt is going to do almost no damage as well, unless you're playing melee marksman.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to position himself. Yeah. In this game, it's been quite a bit about that gold laner positioning. Game 1, Sasa getting caught out. Game 2, Matt getting caught out. So that information is going to be very crucial here. And although Team SMG has definitely been playing slower here, which I don't agree with, it still means that the threat is going to be present.
Yep, at the same time here, we do see a little bit of a showing threat here, but in terms of itemization here, Max, he does have the Fury Hammer, so that is going to be early damage control coming from the Martes, pretty standard stuff coming from him. But all things considered, I want to see Team Secret get some sort of value kills, because as of now, if Darkness Falls comes in, the only one dishing out damage is going to be either the Novaria or the Lapu Lapu, maybe even the Martes, right? These three heroes, but they are not the kind of damage dealers where you can actually chunk away 100% of health or burst down a particular hero, that's going to be up to Matt to do this job. So within the Darkness Fall timing, which is about 4 to 5 seconds, they are pretty much running in blind, and they're not going to be able to get any kind of value unless Subway makes a mistake.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be very smart with the way they move around, whether they want to continue fighting, whether they want to delay it until the Dark Knight Falls runs out. For now, SMG gonna start putting a bit more pressure on. We see that Sasa will finally take his tier 1, and they'll unlock the Brody from the gold lane, maybe rotate down bottom. And speaking of bot, Neo gonna get the stun onto Subway, but he's now being 1v2'd. The hell could... Subway actually not even gonna try and rush back into the turtle here. He's gonna give it over to Max. Astral Echo comes out, Smooth just slowly whittling Neo down, doing a good amount of damage, but movement still seem kind of weird. Bloody Hunto in the mid lane, Miko, he survives!
Oh!
But a torn apart memory finishes off Martins.
That's huge. That is huge. Every single fight here from the top lane, middle lane, and bottom lane here. Team Secret trying to win on getting a little bit greedy, but Neo!
A beautiful flicker land shaker to finally catch out Subway. The cockroach has been squashed here. Neo finally getting to play the game.
This is huge. This is very, very important for Team Secret here. With that being said here, there's so much space given. However, they're not too happy about this, yo.
Stormy, he comes on in. A Praises Wrath, not even needed. He has Decimate. Stormy loves stealing that Decimate. He'll get the kill onto Neo and get some vengeance for Subway.
Yep. At the same time as well here, you know, SMG, they're still playing a little bit of priority in the middle lane here. It seems like they want to try and chunk away the middle turret before they head towards the next objective. But AI winning prediction says SMG's got 54% right now, which makes a lot of sense considering that every single time Darkness Falls comes in, nope, there's nothing much they can really do. But all things considered, they haven't been playing around that yet. And now, with the ult coming in from this Novaria, that pretty much indicates that, hey, SMG, you know what? Dark Knight's Fall comes in, we're going to be blind.
Oh, Bloody Hunt onto Miko here, keeping him in place for Matt, but Dark Knight falls. Here's the blindness coming in. Neo jumps in on top of Smooth. Miko drops his immortality, but Martins will finish him off in exchange for Neo as Stormy steals the Bloody Hunt. A Flicker of Praises Wrath on top of Matt will drop him the half HP, but Max comes in with the shutdown, gets the Decimate. He's going to be looking for Smooth now. Ideally, Sasa, but he's out of position. Weird rotations there as they play roly-poly ring around the Rosie there, and he's going to be able to get away.
What? That was a little bit questionable here because Max was in prime position to cut off his exit while the rest of Team Secret just conceded and say like, you know what, we've got to defend middle because Subway was trying to snipe the middle turret here, and because of that small little miscommunication, they let Smooth walk away. It's really unfortunate.
Smooth just puts his hand in his pocket and walks away with swagger. Fredrin, of course. I think, oh, hold on. Martin's gonna get that hook. Bloody Hunt onto Miko in the mid lane. The taunt not gonna be in time to save him as the Kufra will fall and Astral Echo slows down SMG from re-engaging.
Okay. This is huge. This is a little bit small wins, right? Take the small wins here, make the small battles here, try to kind of convert it into a later stage here. But now in terms of items here, I feel like Magma is going to hit the stage where he's going to hit like a truck, right? If he can threaten Sasa right from the get-go, Sasa won't be able to kind of kite and bob and weave with his Brody, which is pretty much the innate kit of this Brody in order to kill off Team Secret. In particular, Max right now is kind of out of control. And so far, he's been in positions where SMG has to respect this artist.
Dark Knight Falls comes out. Oh, he's fighting Neo up top. He's going to use that ultimate. Landshaker going to miss. This allows Subway to re-engage from behind, but the Raging Slash is still there. Subway fighting up more than he can chew. Sasa getting a kill spree on Martin. Somewhere in the mid lane. Subway, I don't know what he's doing, but he is dying now. The Decimate finds the Hellkit.
Yep, mistakes made here coming from Subway. Team Secret immediately capitalized on the hit here. This is huge coming from Team Secret, considering that the tier 1 will fall. Lord also pushing in SMG. It seems like, I feel like right now they look so lost because of the fact that they haven't been able to play around this Darkness Fall timings, and Team Secret is just pulling them out of that. And who could blame them? Like the amount of threats that Team Secret is dishing out to force out really, really awkward fights is exactly what Team Secret wants.
I feel like SMG doesn't need to be taking fights like this. They have Dark Knight Falls. They should have the advantage of vision in every fight they take, and yet they're splitting up. They're letting Subway deal with things on his own, which is weird. And they're just falling further and further behind. 4K gold lead for the side of Team Secret, even though the kills are even. And right now, they've already taken all of the external towers for Team SMG.
Yeah, there's so many question marks here in this play, but all things considered, now Team Secret, 5K net worth lead. And you can see the AOI win prediction here, 12-minute mark here, immediately swinging in their favor, 67% win ratio thus far. And it makes a lot of sense because Matt has finally hit his timings. This Bruno is starting to hurt. He's got his Heart's Claw, he's got his Gravity 3 as well as the Winds of Nature. So he's no longer threatened by Subway diving onto him. And I like how Subway is not diving him because of the fact that even if they silence Matt, Matt has to Purify to kind of counterplay and catch him off guard. And maybe even two to three shots Subway.
Yeah, he's got the Wind of Nature too, so even if he's caught unawares, he's got plenty of resources to make sure that he gets out of here. And when you're playing on something like the health kit, you really gotta maintain a solid lead to make sure that you're still relevant into the game. Now that we're 13 minutes in and we know that Subway is behind on farm, he's gonna have a lot less threat in his presence as compared to earlier on.
Yeah, this is going to be huge as well. Lord already in position here. SMG try to make play, but Nico, do they want to go for this though?
Yep, Max will secure the Lord quite easily. Neo jumping the back line, gets a two-man Landshaker, gets caught by the bloody hunt, but he's still alive after everything. He will finally fall. Sasa gets that mega kill. The Team Secret are still rushing them down. Subway will fall. Finally here, they take him out. And Team Secret gonna be continuing on the pressure. They got the Lord pushing bot.
Yeah, what a clutch here. Like Neo, like look at how Subway was struggling to kill Neo. Neo has been fighting off Subway for the longest of time, and Neo manages to force Subway in an awkward position for Team Secret to get a catch. So that's very, very nice pick-off coming from Team Secret. Meanwhile, the Astral coming in from Maima to actually provide the vision is a big problem that SMG needs to overcome. The movement flow is just too hard to handle.
Bloody Hunt gonna be stolen away. Terrifying onto Martins as he gets caught out. Unstoppable streak for Sasa. Team Secret going to lose their front line here. That may give SMG some time. They've already taken out the Lord. And yep, Team Secret going to retreat from this one. Not gonna push the issue.
Oh boy, this is scary. This is definitely gonna be scary here. But so far, hero hit rate coming from Maima has been 12 times hit. I was expecting a little bit more, but he hasn't been able to hit his shots a little bit. But meanwhile, we are going to see a little bit of skirmish coming in here.
Move looking to start the engagement, buying time to see if SMG can find the right angle. But Secret doing a good job of just walking back slowly, making sure they're keeping aware of where the rest of the SMG members are. And that Star Shatter going to do some damage. Neo looking forward. Oh, a double flicker here. Stormy escapes the Landshaker. Miko looking for the engage, but he's going to stop there. Braze's Wrath gonna miss. Smooth, able to dash out to safety as that was a weird interaction, but Miko gonna get dragged back here Subway. He misses the Deadly Stinger entirely under his own Dark Knight falls. In the front line, Wind of Nature going to be used as Matt takes down Smooth, but he will fall as a monster kill. Neo gets his ultimate back up once again. Raging Slash onto Miko, but Sasa still doing a lot of damage. Landshaker going to find Star Shatter, going to miss the back line, and that means that Sasa is godlike. Max, he wants to kill so badly, but he gets shut down.
Oh, mistakes coming from Team Secret as well. Neo forced the issue, and SMG was able to drag them out in a very, very awkward position here, fighting in SMG's terms. But all the contrary as well, Maima is trying his best to pick off Sasa, but the sidestep coming from Sasa is just insane. At the last moment as well, if Maima hit that shot, I think Sasa would have died right there and then. I think he would have died, but even then, it's gonna be a very, very close call. But even then, that micro details of sidestep coming from Sasa is just insane. It's just insane. I'm not gonna lie, the Kage is a god.
I kind of feel like he just straight up missed though. Like, I think he was predicting Sasa would move back a little further. He just didn't, right? And that kind of cost him a weird interaction as well between the Iron Hook and the Tire's Revenge, where Miko flew forward, got dragged by the hook and still landed it. So that actually messed up Team Secret's initiation as well, which allowed for Team SMG to outlast because a lot of the front line was already taken out. But now the Lord is back up.
Yep. At the same time here, Subway is in the prime position here. He's got 0 kills, but it seems like his objective here is going to be shutting down Maima. But do they get it though?
Miko already missing things. Smooth, still buying time in the front line, but we see that Matt doing a lot of damage at this point. The Lord will be reset so that Team SMG can find a better angle and waste the time on the Astral Echo. Still looking for it right now. Things are tense. This could be a fight that determines the game. Martin's gonna be looking for that hook. Smooth, still scouting things out. Yeah, nothing's happening here. SMG is just walking back.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. It's actually hard to fight this year, considering that Neo and Neo pretty much showed his hand. He's got the immortality, and if Miko doesn't abuse the fact that he gets a value out of it, they are going to be on losing terms here. And considering that Subway can't exactly take a front-to-front fight, he needs to go for a wraparound in order to catch either Maima or Matt, and it has been very difficult. But Sasa, ooh, his health getting dropped pretty low as well. This is not a good time for SMG to fight.
Yeah, the Lord gonna be dropping to about half HP now. Max doing a good job of taunting it over to their side. Really deep, in fact. Some nice positioning there. This is gonna make it hard for SMG, but it does look like they're gonna look for the reset here. They're still not sure where their opponents are.
Yeah, great stall here coming from Team Secret here, especially from Max. They understood that the waves are getting shot from the bottom lane and the top side. They needed the wave to actually push back in order for SMG to reposition. And it looks like they're going to make it a 10, but Subway.
Oh, that would have been huge. Iron Hook will miss, but they get Bloody Hunt on this move. Pops the Immortality. Neo in the backline, completely disrupting everything as Dark Knight Falls will fall. But Neo still causing complete havoc. The Tournament doesn't finish him off. And Miko will get taken out by Matt on the sideline. Star Shatter dropping Sasa to 20%, but he'll survive and he'll back up. Problem for them is that the Lord now falls to Team Secret.
Okay, a little bit of mistakes here. Great outplays coming from Subway. However, Smooth, he underestimated the power of what Matt was doing to the table, and Matt was able to chunk him so quickly that Smooth like, wait a minute, this Bruno Hood's a little bit too hard, and they lost that trade-off. So great comeback coming from Team Secret here, and a little bit of misplays coming in from SMG, but great stuff coming from them here. However, with that being said here, let's look at items here. Matt, he does have the Rose Gold Meteor to deal with Stormy as well, so interesting enough, he's pretty much full slotted, but I feel like Team SMG, they're struggling to kill him right now, and Matt so far has been in positions where he's right in the middle of everything, but if Miko doesn't catch him, there's nothing SMG can do to actually go for the follow-uppers.
Yeah, they gotta be so careful right now. The base is basically naked, no towers left except the mid inhibitor, and there's a Luminous Lord pushing down bot lane. Very powerful, this Lord overall. Martins, he lands the hook on the Smooth. Bloody Hunt suppressed him. Dark Knight Falls will fall. Neo gets the backline. 3-man Landshaker to stun Team SMG. Smooth has already been taken out. Deadly Stinger not doing anything as Matt purifies out of the sun. And the Iron Hook finds Sasa! That's gonna be a shutdown for Maima. Killing spree. Team SMG falls.
They've done it.
One by one. Team Secret wins the victory! They keep their MPL dreams alive!
They've done it! Team Secret, they keep things alive! You can see the celebrations, the emotions of Matt Deans. He poured his heart and soul for this. What a performance coming from Team Secret. And you can see Zico's face. Look at him! He's taunting Coach Paolo. He's taunting him! What now? What now?
That was a suspicious performance there, I will say, from Team SMG. This is not the team we expected. This is not the team we're used to from the first couple of weeks of MPL. But perhaps it's not them. Perhaps Team Secret has finally found their secret sauce. Their second victory in 2 seasons. Their chances of moving on remain alive.
What a game coming in from Team Secret. They keep it alive, but they're still not out of it yet. But this is the baby steps that they have been looking for here. And I'm looking forward to see what Team Secret has to say as we throw it over the stage with Lofel to interview with them.
Make some noise for Team Secret! Sememangnya an amazing performance. Dan Maima, I nak tanya, you guys berjaya untuk kalahkan SMG, a very tough opponent. How does it feel?
First of all, alhamdulillah saya banyak kesyukuran kepada Allah SWT kerana beri kami peluang untuk berkumpul sama hari ini. So, lawan SMG kita tahu dia antara di atas carta liga. So, kita orang memang respect dia orang. And alhamdulillah kita orang dapat bermain sebagai satu pasukan untuk menang ke atas mereka. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Dan sememangnya rasanya ramai orang pun tertanya, macam mana you guys kalahkan SMG? Apa rahsia dia?
Rahsia dia memang dekat Madin. Kita orang cakap kat dia, main macam rank je.
Main macam rank je. Now, later I have a question for Zico as well. Tapi since Mak Deans, give it to Mak Deans kejap. Mak Deans, tadi nampak atas stage, Mac ketuk kepala. What happened? Dia ajar apa?
Dia memang selalu macam tu.
Selalu macam tu?
Time scream ke apa, training ke memang selalu dia tegur.
Dia cakap apa? Lain
Memang
kali
dia
ganas. Gitu.
Ha.
Alright. Now, nak bagi kepada Coach Zico. Zico, I understand that this match is very important to you, personally as well as professionally. Is there anything that you want to say, specifically to Coach Pao, but also to Team SMG?
It's time to fire up, guys.
It's time to fire up. So now, guys, agak-agak, who is the MVP? Mak dia sudah, bukan. But now, let's show. In 3, 2, 1, the MVP is Max! First question, Max, right? You Max?
Yeah.
Confirm, huh?
Yeah.
All right, Max, again, how are you feeling? Because in this match, it wasn't an easy fight. Perasaan kalahkan SMG?
Kayak bahasa Indo boleh nggak?
Bisa.
Senang. Ada kesempatan lagi buat playoff.
Ada kesempatan lagi buat playoff. Guys, reminder, Team Secret has a chance. Jadi dengan ni, ada tak nak cakap apa-apa kepada semua yang datang menyokong dan semua yang tengok live?
Yang udah dukung, ya terima kasih banyak lah. Walaupun kami jarang banget menang kan, maksudnya tim sekarang juga top 10 masih mau datang dukung. Ya, aku apresiat banget lah. Makasih banyak.
Okay, give it up for Team Secret! Congratulations! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You guys can go now. Sememangnya perlawanan yang sangat-sangat hebat dan ini juga menunjukkan MPL Malaysia sangat-sangat sengit di mana even Team Secret berjaya untuk kalahkan SMG. Dan dengan ini, passingkan ni kepada cuba teka. Ini hero dengan skill mana? Kita akan pass balik kepada casters.
Max, you're a great player, but why did our staff just pass in an umbrella on the stage?
Because you gotta guess the hero, man. What hero is that?
I don't know. Pretty clear, right? There's only one hero with an umbrella. Right? Wait, I'm doubting myself. There's only one hero with an umbrella, right?
All I gotta do is look at you and you'll keep doubting yourself.
I know, right? I know, right? But at the same time here, Team Secret, you know, words of encouragement here coming from Max. Thank you all for supporting Team Secret all the way through. And most importantly, even though they're a top 10 team, everyone is still supporting them. But most importantly, there is still a chance for Team Secret to make it to playoffs.
The hope still exists here for Team Secret, and I think Max definitely deserves this spot. The way that he was stealing every single objective every single time, even in the game they lost. So let's have a look here. I think their mic check is going to be very interesting. Let's throw it over to see what they say.
Selalu overconfident. Main santai. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Pede, kita menang draft, sumpah coy ini.
Ya.
Aku bagi dia orang clear dulu tau.
Ayo lo, flicker lo, kocak.
Aman.
Nice Neo.
Mati.
Nice. Ultra flicker ya.
Santai, kalem guys.
Nice, Meng.
Sabar, satu-satu.
Santai. Mid.
Mau mid gak?
Yuk.
Gua on the way ya. Ulti gua 13 ya.
Bisa gigit gak satu? Nice, Maima.
Nice, Maima.
Gigit, mau percaya mau menang perang.
Kai.
Lo. Aku depan.
Flicker Valen.
Nice.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Alhamdulillah.
Guys, kita ada kesempatan, guys.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Nice.
Wow, a lot of emotions. You know, Martin's just pouring his heart and soul. You know, like in the earlier interview as well, my mother said, hey, you know what, play like it's ranked game. And Martins was able to overcome it this game. We had a lot of doubts about this guy, but he's finally adapted. And is it too late? Not yet. It's not late yet. It's still alive for Team Secret fans. It's still alive.
As long as that path exists, no matter how small it is, there's always going to be some way to crawl through. And Team Secret has kept the door open here with this victory against one of the top teams of MPL in perhaps one of their weaker performances of the season. Perhaps Subway was kind of a weak link.
Oh boy, seems like that might be the case. But all things considered here, based on the items here, I feel like Team Secret, they definitely played all their best, right? Like, I feel like everyone's just maxed out here, but Matt's damage was a little bit ridiculous here. He sold his shoes, he got his items well. I think his final items was pretty much the Wind Talker to deal with the damage burst, but even then, it seemed like he just didn't have the Weapon Master to actually even power spike his way through. But without that, he doesn't... I guess he doesn't really want to go for that route because we've seen like Stormy kind of lean towards that direction here. It seems like going for those crit percentage chance to proc more crits is going to be the way to go, just to kind of synergizes with the skills that Bruno kind of brings to the table.
Yeah, obviously you would want to go for more of a crit build anyway because of the way that Bruno plays overall. And yeah, going for the tenacity here going to be very valuable overall because you are against something like a Hellcut and a Brody. Having that little bit of extra defenses, especially on low HP, could save you from like a torn apart memory, for example. Of course, Matt never really was at threat of that because his positioning was great this time. Team SMG unfortunately didn't have the tools needed to face against Team Secret. And I do like that Neo on the Labu Labu actually gets the chance to make some space.
You know, we talked about Lapu Lapu being the key winning factor coming from Team Secret, right? He was banned in game number 2. But this time, letting it through seems to be a little bit of a mistake here because SMG, they tried to bring in the Hellcat to bring somewhat of a value here. But Subway, he tried his best to get somewhat of a gank on the back lines here. The timing with the Darkness Fall seems to be a little bit disconnected just because of the fact that, you know, whenever the Astral Echo has been used here, it wasn't used to kind of counterweight. Like, he was just trying to get objectives across the map, and a couple times there where he just got caught off by Neo by himself, which was a little bit questionable if you think about it.
I will say that we've never seen Subway play Hellcat before, even in the many seasons he's been active in the MPL. But it's not as if he hasn't been training Assassins at all, and I feel like it would be weird for them to put him on an unpracticed hero considering that they do want to go for those top spots. So it's a very weird decision that SMG went for here. They seemed uncoordinated. It's not the team that we expect to go up against, but hey, there are opportunities like that sometimes, and it just so happened that Team Secret was there to take advantage of it this time and keep themselves in the competition.
Well. Seems like all things considered here, the biggest damage output here is gonna be Matt himself, obviously, here with 91,000 damage. And when it comes to kiting and mirroring his way through, right, I feel like SMG, they just couldn't do that, exactly that. Like, Sasa was put in awkward positions where, hey, if he goes too front, he's gonna get caught out by this hooks coming from Martins. And every single time Team Secret tries to take a fight, Martins is always trying to put them out of position. And there were a couple of fights there where Team Secret overextended. And in particular here, there was one questionable play that Neo kind of started things out where it was very clear that SMG was disengaging. And Team Secret decided to force the issue by flickering forward and put them in an awkward position where SMG would say, like, you know what? They're out of position. Let's punish this. And because of that, it almost stopped them from actually closing out the game, if you think about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done on both these teams, honestly. Team Secret won this time, but it did come down to some weird choices, some strange mistakes, and it still could have gone either way depending on who ended up doing overly risky things. But we'll have a look-see here. Wow. Most one-sided gold graph we've ever seen.
I did not expect this. That's one. Like, I cannot imagine that to see SMG in this position by Team Secret. And right from the beginning, it feels like it went neck and neck, but went towards the middle stage of the game where, you know, Subway getting picked off a few times here kind of allowed so much space for Team Secret to kind of capitalize on here, get a little bit of goal lead. Yep, they made a little bit of mistakes here, but still, even then, they were able to recover back.
It makes you question, is Team SMG actually too reliant on Saksa? the moment he's gone, this happens. It's unprecedented considering the kind of performance we've expected from them over the past few seasons. Hopefully, they'll pick themselves back up here because losing this game just lost them a huge opportunity to make it into the top 2.
Yeah, all things considered here, SMG still in okay position. Losing this game isn't too bad yet, but it is a great sign for Team Secret. That's a very, very important moment for them here. They need to actually you know, kind of secure points to try and make it way through. I don't exactly know the points yet, but before we get to the points here, let's talk about the highlights in early game, right? Like, you can see that Team Secret, they're focusing on towards the goal lane a lot. This has happened 3 games in a row, which kind of forced SMG, like, I don't know, like, it kind of forced Miko to kind of mirror them, which feels a little bit off SMG's usual playstyle.
And they're usually the ones starting the aggression. They're usually the ones determining the tempo, rotating across the map to an extent that it wouldn't be possible for their opponents to move around safely. And yet, we never saw that at all. I think Max was doing a great job of creating space. Martins definitely feels very comfortable on a hero like the Franco. And SMG deciding to overextend a lot of these fights. Like, at this point, Miko is basically gone. You don't have enough damage to follow up. There's no reason to try and force things. And then after that, even though they pick people off early, you can see that they don't have enough damage.
Oh boy, but in this final moments here as well, you can see Mad and Max are trying to actually force a couple fights here. I think this was the mistake. Yeah, this was the fight that kind of cost them a potential win here, because SMG was able to bounce back off that fight because of Neo's engagement. And did here as well was a little bit of misplays coming from SMG here. You know, Martin's got a really nice catch, and Man was able to get a very nice crit to take down Smooth, which kind of allowed them to secure the loss. So this was pretty much a very, very close match between both of them here. It still could have been anyone's game, if you think about it.
But having a look at the standings now as a result of that game, Team Secret, unfortunately, still going to be at the bottom of the charts. But those 2 points are going to go a long way. Before this, they were at 3. If they got any less points than this, they wouldn't have no chance of catching up to Lunatics at all. But the conditions still going to be very heavy. They have to hope that their rivals aren't going to perform too well and make sure to win the next matchup.
Agreed. Meanwhile, Team SMG, they are still tying in 17 points with everyone on the top right now. Like Homeboys, RSG MY, Selangor Red Giants, they're all going neck and neck. So that's going to be a big problem for them. However, I'm more concerned on the bottom side right now because, you know, Team Secret, if they win next week's game, they need 8 points. They are going to tie with Todak. But who's going to get kicked out if Secret makes it is going to be a big question here.
It's a lot of continuous ifs right now. If Secret makes it out, if this team loses, if this team wins, it's still a lot of conditions that have to be met. And we still have a whole week of the regular season left to go, so let's not make any predictions for right now.
If you think about it here, if Team Secret got the 2-0, maybe just enough points. But of course, that is going to be for them to tell in next week's performance, all right? Team Secret is going to be playing next year because for the final series of week number 5, it is going to be RSG MY going up against MPNC to close things out for MPL MY's week 5 performance. So RSG right now, considering that they are the top of the groups here, if they take 1 point or even 2-0, they're number 1 off the charts by the end of week 5.
Yeah, we were talking about how, unlike previous seasons, we still don't really know who is going to be like number 1, number 2. But if RSG are able to get like a 2-0 sweep against MPNC, it's pretty safe to say that they are confirmed number 1, or at the very least top 2 going into the playoffs, which is excellent, right? It's been so long since we've seen RSG MY in this position, ever since they got champion in Season 7. I love it. Their gameplay has been so bombastic, but NC, we cannot underestimate this team.
Exactly, because this is 2 of the most improved team, right? Like RSG MY, you know, they started things out, what, like 7th place in the previous season, you know, but now there's like hope. You know what? Bump right up. And I agree with you. Season 7 was their prime time, but at the same time, Demon Kite won champion when he is in Malaysia. Not once, maybe a second time. He's done it once with MSC.
MSC champion when it was here. That could be interesting. Perhaps that's what fate is going to decree. But NC, they've been improving quite a lot as well. So this is a match that none of you want to miss. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, the final series of the day. You won't want to miss it. See you there.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1005. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas. Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah lah dapat 1000 cuma. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek. Kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan, orang kata, complete tas dan mendapatkan skill percuma jika korang lekatkan tas tu.
Hi guys, nama saya Lopet and saya bersama dengan siapa nama? Kifi. Okey, kita dekat depan Team Secret di mana Team Secret menang lawan Team SMG tadi. Okey, jadi Kifi dekat sini antara banyak-banyak player, nak jumpa dengan player mana?
Nak jumpa player yang paling handsome, Max.
Paling handsome Max? Rasanya Max dengan Max duduk sama handsome. Kenapa nak jumpa Max?
Sebab dia memang the best lah kan. Memang saya minat dia.
Memang minat dia? Kenapa minat dia?
Sebab dia masuk Team Secret dengan saya tiba-tiba. Saya macam terkejut tau, wow. Jadi saya terus minat dia.
Terus minat dia. So okay, disebabkan you minat nak jumpa Max. Is Max here? Jom. Masuk dalam. Max. You're Max. Okay, come here. Easier, come here. Okay. Max, this is Kifli. Now, Kifli, nak cakap apa dekat Max?
Max, apa perasaan season kali ni?
Pakai bahasa Indo boleh kan?
Bisa.
Campur aduk, senang, ada sedih, pusing udah pasti, semuanya lah dirasain. Jadiin pengalaman berharga lah season ini. Buat aku sendiri sama buat Mateo.
Ada lagi nak tanya?
Apa Max nak ucap kepada teammate pada perlawanan kali ini yang sedaya upaya untuk menang?
Match yang sangat susah, nak cakap apa pada tim?
Ya makasih lah masih mau berjuang walaupun kesempatan kita buat playoff ya yang kita tahu ya kecil banget. Ya makasih lah masih mau kerja keras bareng-bareng, masih mau diajak kerja keras. Makasih.
Alright, there we go. And rasanya biasanya dekat sini ada pertukaran hadiah. Betul. Jadi kat sini macam mana? Max, disebabkan dia datang ke you, anything you nak bagi kepada Kifli? Bagi Leslie. Nah, Leslie ni punya lah ramai orang nak.
Terima kasih Max.
Tapi you dapat. Again, congrats Max. Amazing performance. Terima kasih banyak Kifli. Sampai sini saja dah nampak I punya berpeluh macam mana. So we'll see you guys next time.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
bagus.
Boleh. Gas.
I'm a rockstar.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice.
Panggil aku
So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Nep, kau pilih lah hero betul-betul. Apa benda kau pilih ni, Nep? Main macam budak. Aduh, dah dapat 1,500. Dapat extra protection lagi. Dapat pilih semua hero lagi. Capek, kau ni apa benda pula kau buat ni? Cuba buat betul-betul.
Bunyi lah, Pak. Guys, jomlah main rank pada hujung minggu ni dan mendapatkan orang kata complete kantas dan mendapatkan skin percuma jika korang lekat kantas tu.
Hi guys, nama saya Lopet and saya bersama dengan siapa nama? Kifi. Okey, kita dekat depan Team Secret di mana Team Secret menang lawan Team SMG tadi. Okey, jadi Kifi dekat sini antara banyak-banyak player, nak jumpa dengan player mana?
Nak jumpa player yang paling handsome, Max.
Paling handsome Max. Rasanya Max dan Max duduk sama handsome. Kenapa nak jumpa Max?
Sebab dia memang the best lah kan. Memang saya minat dia.
Memang minat dia. Kenapa minat dia?
Saya minat sebab dia masuk Team Secret dengan saya tiba-tiba. Saya macam terkejut tau. Wow. Kan, jadi saya terus minat dia.
Terus minat dia. So okay, disebabkan you minat nak jumpa Max. Is Max here? Jom. Masuk dalam. Max. You're Max. Okay, come here. Easier, come here. Okay. Max, this is Kifli. Now, Kifli, nak cakap apa dekat Max?
Max, apa perasaan season kali ni?
Pakai bahasa Indo boleh kan?
Bisa.
Campur aduk, senang, ada sedih, pusing udah pasti, semuanya lah dirasain. Jadiin pengalaman berharga lah season ini. Buat aku sendiri sama buat Mateo.
Ada lagi nak tanya?
Apa Max nak ucap kepada teammate pada perlawanan kali ini yang sedaya upaya untuk menang?
Match yang sangat susah, nak cakap apa pada tim?
Ya makasih lah masih mau berjuang walaupun kesempatan kita buat playoff ya yang kita tahu ya kecil banget. Ya makasih lah masih mau kerja keras bareng-bareng, masih mau diajak kerja keras. Makasih.
Alright, there we go. And rasanya biasanya dekat sini ada pertukaran hadiah. Betul. Jadi kat sini macam mana? Max, disebabkan dia datang dengan you, anything you nak bagi kepada Kifli? Bagi Leslie. Nah, Leslie ni punya lah ramai orang nak.
Terima kasih Max.
Tapi you dapat. Again, congrats Max. Amazing performance. Terima kasih banyak Kifli. Sampai sini saja dah nampak I punya berpeluh macam mana. So we'll see you guys next time.
Hello guys, mari bermain rank bersama saya. Kita orang sekarang mempunyai double star raising point dan double star protection point. Bonus ni cuma ada untuk 5 perlawanan rank game anda saja. So korang jangan lupa untuk bermain rank bersama teman-teman anda dan takluki Land of Dawn. Ciao.
You have been slain. Defeat.
Boleh. Gas. Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semutan semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Gas. Korang let's go play Mobile Legends. Gak. Tak. Boleh. Nice.
You have been slain. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Muntong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Welcome back! Selamat kembali kepada MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Dan dekat sini saya tahu ramai meminta Rose. Kredit kepada WTM. Minta Rose. Yang dapat Roslan. Biadab sikit tapi tak apa. Saya nampak dekat grup FB ada permintaan untuk saya pakai baju kebaya. Nak ke aku pakai baju kebaya? No. Tak boleh, tak nak. Macam mana sekalipun, ini adalah perlawanan terakhir hari ini. Di mana kita akan tengok di antara RSG MY menentang dengan NC. Dan sekarang, saya rasa bila dua-dua tim dekat sini, siapa menang, dia tenang. Tapi kita nak test dulu kekuatan fans untuk dua-dua pasukan sebelum kita invite pasukan dari ke atas pentas. Ya, ke atas pentas. Nak dengar suara MPNC, RSG, MPNC, RSG. Dengan ini, kita akan terus menjemput RSG. RSG Malaysia masih memegang peratus kemenangan tertinggi dengan jumlah 86%. Menjadi salah satu pasukan pencabar title kejuaraan dan slot ke M5. Pasukan RSG konsisten untuk kekal mendominasi sebagai pendahulu carta liga. Adakah RSG MY berjaya membawa pulang 3 mata penuh hari ini? The challengers, MPNC! Pasukan MPNC kembali berapi hari ini untuk menghentikan dominasi RSG digelar sebagai Dark Horse yang mampu memberi saingan di pentas MPL Malaysia. Adakah strategi UB dapat menghentikan kemarahan RSG MY? Ayo, Hobbit dan Hobbit! Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan menggalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita, inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Jiran di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Sememangnya perlawanan yang sangat intens. Kita juga boleh dengar daripada side MPNC terus membagi semangat. RSG kat mana? GG! MPNC! Dengan ni semestinya dah tak sabar nak tengok perlawanan untuk hari ini. Teams, this is your moment. Game on!
Time. We are shown exactly how it will happen. Welcome back to the English broadcast for MPL MY Season 12. You're joining me, Staffa, along with Terrence, aka Icy Baby 1-2 for final match of the day. But we don't care about the last match anymore. Put LaFell back on stage.
You know what? It kind of feels like moments like this where like, you know what? I've graduated. Woo! That's what it felt like
Basically,
here.
right?
Oh boy. But nevertheless here, this upcoming match is going to be a very, very exciting one here. But nevertheless here, this upcoming match, you guys got to predict who's going to be the winners here and also the MVP. All you got to do is scan the QR code right below. And by the end of the day, we will be announcing winners that is going to be walking away with exclusive goodies by Mobile Legends Bang Bang if you get those predictions right. Is it going to be members coming from RNG or is it going to be MPNC? That is going to be something that you guys are going to be looking forward to find out. But for now, this upcoming match is going to be very, very interesting because RSG MY in prime position to take the #1 spot.
Ooh, the #1 spot. Everyone is coveting that #1 spot right now. But we're also coveting a little bit something extra, you know? Maybe #1 might be RSG, but #1 in our hearts and our stomachs is Mr. Potato, our official snacking legend. Honestly, it is so ridiculously tasty. As a big fan of Mr. Potato myself, I can promise you that it will fill you up right up.
Okay, here's a little bit of fun fact here for Mr. Potato, right? Yesterday, I was hanging out with Sunfrost here. We were pretty much at the Heartlink booth. We were doing an MC stuff with him here. He told me, like, you know what? You should get Mr. Potato. I was like, why? Why? Did you know there is a special promotion at the Mr. Potato booth where it's only 15 ringgit. You get 2, I don't know, like Mr. Potato bottle can thing.
Tubes.
2 tubes and 2 packets. So that's a bang for buck if you think about it.
That is pretty good right there. That normally would cost a fair bit more, so sounds pretty good. But something else also sounds pretty good, and that is grabbing yourself some of the newest Neo Beast skins for Fredrin and Lilia. This series skin, as well as the related event exclusive items like the emotes, the recalls, the kill notifications, you know it, are available right now in a game. And the draw event will be live for quite a bit longer. You can see the date right there at the bottom of your screen. You can enjoy 30% off on your first 10 times draw if you're late to the party to get a guaranteed elite or better skin. And for those of you who have been consistent, you know your first one-time draw every day, 50% off. I've been pretty consistent with that one.
To be honest, I couldn't wait for every single day. I just got it already. I already got my Lilia. I love my Lilia. Not a fan of Fredrin. I'm sorry to say. The skin looks good, but I don't like Fredrin as a player. But of course, all things considered here. Now, the standings. Haha, top 4, everyone is tied 17 points. And RSG MY currently in top 2 position. If they win this series, or even score a point right now, they are going to be number 1 by the end of week 5.
But obviously, just getting that 1 point isn't what they're aiming for. They want that clean sweep, 3 points, and they're basically guaranteed top 1 since their last match going to be against Red Esports, currently struggling among the charts. Should be a pretty easy opponent for them. But speaking of opponents, their opponents today, MPNC, currently sitting at 6th place on the standings, 10 points. What we found out from our calculations, this team is not going anywhere.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what happens.
Exactly. Win or lose for MPNC, they are still going to be in the bottom half of the top 8. So that is going to be something to be considering here. But before that, let us introduce the team that's eyeing for number 1 spot here. It's going to be none other than RSG MY. We have Demon Kite, Storm, Loleo, Izanami, and Repo to start things off for RSG MY.
This is a team that has been growing fangs and claws ever since the season started growing and improving. And all of their players are in a terrifying state right now. Loleo is so aggro. Demon Kite, some of the best mechanics we've seen. Stome really showing his personality. But on the opposite side, we have MPNC consisting of Sonic, Hyde, Malishan, Zavs, and Yetri.
Yep, of course, keeping it up with the Mali Hyde combo, we are going to be expecting a lot of meticulous covers from this too, especially ever since Hyde was called in as a pinch server for MPNC, and ever since he came out from hiding, he has been popping off with Mali-chan here. And so far, every single game MPNC has played so far has been very, very scary. So all things considered here, first time ever in MPL MY history where teams from the bottom can beat the top and the top can lose to the bottom. I know it's the same meaning, but yes, to tell you guys why it's anything can happen, it's an understatement.
It really is, and a lot of that has to be given over to the coaches this season. Have been doing so much for the team. The Skadaga Rain combo, solid drafts, clean executions, really strong early and mid, and objective control overall, turning RSG into an unstoppable beast. And on the opposite side, we got Coach Frizo just ascending to the position, and Pozan now becoming the analyst, who seems to have a really strong understanding of their team, of their players, and making sure that their drafts are always comfortable for whatever matchup they're facing.
Agreed. And of course, you know, when it comes to the hot topic for this series, it's going to be RSG MY, the most improved team here. Before this series start, the end of the previous series here, I did talk about RSG MY having one of the most improved performance since their previous season, because if you think about it here, during the regular season of Season 11, RSG MY finished it with a 5-win, 4-lose record, which normally is good on paper, but was actually 7th in the standings.
Yeah, things were so skewed on the standings last season because the top teams were so far apart from the rest. And unfortunately for RSG, they actually ended up losing to Red Esports during the playoffs, finishing at 7th, 8th place last season. When you compare that performance to how they've been in the recent weeks, it's been night and day. And we're looking at the overall MVP rankings for this season as well. Loleo sitting at the very top.
Wow, Loleos, he's back in action to his prime performance from Season 7. The guy that won it all with RSG MY after so many seasons. They're finally back in action, and followed by Zaps as well, who's currently in number 2. Also up in contention because that is going to be his opponent right now as they fight for the overall MVP ranking by the end of the entire regular season.
Wow, this is exciting. We literally have the top 2 MVP rankings in this match, and if they're able to get some more points up there, they could be competing for that overall regular season MVP. When everything comes down to it, both these players have improved so much overall that there's going to be a lot of eyes on them.
Yep, you can see the smiles on Demon Kai's face as well as the cheers coming from RSG is just super, super spot on. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it on the mic, but of course, when it comes to competition here, I know the stakes may not be as high for MPNC, right? Win or lose, it doesn't affect their standings. But for Zavs, it does affect his MVP ranking here. Yep. So in order to counter that, we have to talk about Loleo's hero pools. Can he fare well? Zavs has been known for his slot, but for Loleo's, it is his P-Tricks.
And we're already seeing a little bit of difference between these two gold laners as well. Lalil, he's the aggressive type, up in your face. Probably the most aggressive marksman out of anyone here in Season 12. Whereas Zavs is definitely more of a take a step back, farm up. That's why his signature pick is on that Claude pick 7 times. He wants to take a little bit more time before he starts participating, but he's no stranger to aggression as well. If they have a good matchup and Mali is able to set things up, you can expect that Zavs will participate pretty early on himself.
Exactly. Our Izanami credited his home state country before, which is Sabah. He mentioned that there are a lot of good players. Zavs, also a prime example that there are talented Mobile Legends Bang Bang players from that state. And right now, they're going to be facing off each other as, I would say, similar states compadres.
Yep.
In order to overcome all odds. And I'm looking forward for both of them to actually put on a good show for this match.
There's definitely some interesting matchups between the roles here, right? We're already highlighting on Lalil versus Zavs, but let's not forget everyone else, right? Demon Kite versus Sonic. A very different matchup in terms of players. We got mechanics versus team play. It's gonna be interesting to see how they compare. We got the Roamers, Storm, who's been really showing up, and Mali-chan, who's pulling his team together. So many interesting dynamics this game.
Yes, it is very, very interesting as well because so far known as the Malaysian Blacklist, MPXNC, or known to be playing the Ube strategy so far. Pretty much the only team that's still playing the Ube strategy here in MPL MY seems to be hanging on after Hyde's appearance alongside with Mali-chan. So this is going to be a fundamental test whether or not does it still work against RSG MY.
It's gonna be difficult. The Ube strategy is one of the more popular ones because it's just generally solid across all phases of the game. But if there's one point where it's the most vulnerable, it's going to be that early game where they want to get some farm, get some time. And RSG, well, late game used to be RSG's game, but now it's that early. They want to run at you and they want to stomp hard.
Agreed. Ever since Storm and Demon Kai kind of integrated with the team here, RSG MY has been closing out quick games thus far. And in this sense, I want to see how RSG MY is going to able to overcome this. Because if you think about Ube strategies, right, we always talk about the Philippines. MPL Philippines here is going to be one of the prime examples of why people are so afraid of this strategy. And having Demon Kite and Storm in this pool, it feels like they do have the experience to overcome this.
Will that experience be able to overcome the opponents in front of them? As the draft for game number 1 will now begin. RSG MY on the blue side, MPXNC on the red side already. Plenty of respect being given with Zav's Claude and Sonic's Fredrin banned out by RSG, as well as Demon Kite's Fanny and Lancelot banned by NC.
Interesting. Pretty targeted bans coming from both sides. They are going to be, you know, they have definitely done their homework, right? They have been watching games here coming from yesterday and the day before as well. You know, we saw really scary Fanny plays coming from Demon Kai. In particular, when he faced off against Hodak, where he was able to get a very quick snipe in a, I would say, a blind spot for most Fanny players to get a kill from, and taking down Zyme Senpai from Hodak in that match, which is scary. And I guess that's where, you know, MPXNC decides, like, you know what? No one has done it before. Demon Kite does it. And let's just respect this. Let's just take it out. Just ban it.
It was literally Demon Kite driving into the fast food drive-thru and just grabbing some fries, and that's it. He just walks on out of there for free.
Why not Mr. Potato?
That is true, you know. Is there a Mr. Potato drive-thru somewhere? It's time to get on that.
Technically, in cinemas in Malaysia, there are a lot.
Ooh. Alright, let's go get some Mr. Potato drive-thru after this. Unfortunately, Demon Kite won't be getting that drive-thru because the Fanny is already gone. We see the Charisma ban as well from RSG, making sure that year 3 is handled. And even the Yuzong, wow!
Oh my god!
So much respect!
Okay, you know, like I was about to bring out the Yu Zhong, but considering that this is, you know, by far the most annoying I've seen coming from Repo as well. Like when he played the Yu Zhong, it was so much sustain, so much threat that he posed to any other players, any other teams thus far. It became a force that they have to respect this. But considering that this is respect bans coming from MPNC, means that there are S tier heroes that are going to be sliding through. And because MPNC is on the red side, they are going to get it 2 power picks in this vicinity. So I guess Valentina going to be the safe one coming from RSG MY for Izanami. But MPNC, what are they going to do? Joy? Are they going for the Joy?
The Joy is open. Other than that, things like the Angela, the Baxia are pretty good. The Edith actually open. The Paquito.
Yep.
So many S tier picks going to be led through at this point. Do they want to prioritize Sonic? I feel like his pool is definitely a little bit smaller compared to the rest. Yep, they will lock in the Martis.
You know, I like that, you know, like if you were talking about heroes like Edith, right? MPXNC, you know, we know for a fact that if they go for the Edith, that means Yetri is pretty much going to be playing that, right? We haven't seen Mali-chan kind of play that role just because of the fact that when we compare roles in the role position, Mali-chan is leaning more towards the Enchanter healing composition, a support player rather than the frontal tank hero. So I guess that's why they don't open things up with Edith. So that means that RGMY is going to be able to get it for Storm or maybe even Repo if they decide to go for it here. So RGMY, do they respond to this? Because as of now, it feels like it is a very safe pick, but no. Whoa. They don't. They go for the Baxia instead, as well as the Beatrix for Lolios. Comfort heroes.
Understandable they'd go for Lolios Beatrix at this point because it's pretty obvious they're going to start banning marksman in the second phase. But the Baxia is unexpected. Definitely a good matchup into the Martis. But we're not going to see Demon Kite's micro mechanics this game here when he's on a hero like this. Though when it comes to a hero like this as well, very dangerous for Ube strats. The Baxia's mobility and ability to create pressure in the early game can really affect NC.
Yeah, this is something to be worried about as well. But as of now, Baxia, it seems like, you know, they picked up Baxia preemptively knowing the MPXNC is going to be playing that Ube strategy, right? So I think this is a great early pickup and adaptation from RGMY based on MPXNC's historical data, but they bring in the Florin. I like this because Bloom on Martis, especially in the early game for Snowball, is pretty hard to deal with.
This is easily Mali's most consistent hero out of all his support pocket picks. And it's pretty effective against Baxia because it actually negates anti-healing when you use that Bloom. So it could be pretty good. But we also have to talk about some other heroes like the Claude, banned out first. Zavs, 7 games, 7 wins. He's been unstoppable so far to the point that even RSG decides we can't deal with this.
You know, Zav has got to be the hot player here. Like, ever since his debut coming in with MPXNC here, he has been very, very consistent as a marksman. His Claude has made wonders for MPXNC whenever they pick it. And it's funny, right? Considering that we have had a lot of players that had signature Claudes as their moment that kind of won them games. In particular, Red Esports was one of those teams when they debuted Mel. And it's funny, every single time a rookie comes in towards MPL MY, Claude is going to be that hero that takes them like, wow, Claude, damn. You know, Claude is not S tier, but, you know, in the right hands, it looks like an S tier.
He's just good old reliable, right? Good damage, great scaling, AoE, being able to escape from things. It's understandable why people feel safe on the hero. But in the second phase of bans, we do see the Arlet banned out. Already respect over to Storm, as well as the Gord to make sure that there's no consistent damage coming out onto the Baxia. The Grok going to be removed. A lot of respect to Storm right now. These are easily 2 of his best roam heroes, so they recognize that with an Ube strat, their engagement gonna be not as strong. Gotta make sure Storm doesn't get comfort.
Okay. You know, that is gonna be respect on towards how Storm played the Arlet, right? So I guess that is, you know, MPXNC, you know, studying their opponents. So they definitely did their homework here. So you have to give props towards Friezo for contributing for MPXNC. But I feel like these are just targeted bans. What about the priority bans when it comes to matchups? So what hero is great with dealing with Florin? You know, Baxia, not necessarily the greatest way to deal with it because, you know, like the ult coming from Florin kind of negates the anti-heal. But that's only a one-time thing. Because considering the fact that Baxia is always going to consistently deal damage here, if you're right in front of his face, you are pretty much going to get the anti-heal in your face regardless of, you know, the cancel debuff coming from, or I would say the removal coming from Florin. So I feel like this is going to be putting Mali in a very, very awkward spot.
Yeah, but I think he'll be able to overcome it. Mali-chan has definitely been under bigger duress in the past. This is his most consistent hero for a reason, and Paquito being led through to the second phase of picks here. And it's not just him. Things like the Edith, like the Joy are all still wide open and could be pretty scary. We know that Year 3 was pretty strong with Joy, but the Paquito's already out, so that's unlikely. But it's still possible for RSG MY, so we will see how that goes.
Yep, and in particular as well, I don't think the Joy is going to be picked up from MPNC, right? So most likely it's going to be Repo playing it here, but I don't see Repo playing the Joy a little bit more. It's more like most likely it's going to be Demon Kite if it's happened, but if that happens, where does this Baxia go? So
unlikely.
I guess this Joy is going to be completely ignored coming from RSG MY, but it comes down to what Storm is going to be playing, right? So I think Edith is pretty much a clear one as well, unless he wants to go for a Cho, which is not too bad, but no, looks like we're both wrong. They are going to go for the Kaja and the Glue, two heroes that can isolate targets in team fights, and I'd say it's pretty much targeted towards both the Mortis as well as the Paquito. If one wrong move comes in, boom, we are gonna hook you out of place and burst you down.
I like how they put Link Eza on screen when we see the fan asking, when is Link Eza going to play? We would love to see the Boy Wonder back on the stage once again, but I think RSG MY has really found a working combination here. So I understand the Kaja, a great way of locking people down, suppression, going to be able to disable Martis, but I don't really see where the Glue is coming from here. I feel like there were still good options, and Hyde gonna bring out one of his signatures. The Lilia will show in the Land of Dawn.
Okay, here's a little bit more updated facts as well here. With the Bloom being used by Florin, is that when the ultimate is casted, the healing also removes effect that reduce healings and shields and grants immunity to those effects for at least 3 seconds. So in that 3 seconds, they are looking to set up plays to trick down maybe the Baxians or etc. But even then, the 3 seconds will give you an additional HP to sustain through all the bursts that RSG MY is going to be doing for. So to be honest, I'm liking the Florin a little bit more, but I still think RSG MY has got the easier draft to play.
Easier draft to play is one thing. I still am wondering whether or not the Glue is the right response, but considering it's RSG MY, I certainly have learned not to doubt them overall. We see teams bringing their comfort tricks to the play as MPNC. Not going to be taking the opportunity to try out something new. They still want those points on the board to stop RSG MY from claiming that throne. We enter the Land of Dawn for game number 1 between MPNC and RSG MY.
Wow, this is going to be a very exciting one as well. This is going to be an important one for RSG MY to close things off for week number 5. I'm not going to lie, RSG MY looking like a solid chat, but at the same time, we've got the newbies, Lilia skin.
That is nice.
That is really nice. Like I told you, right? It's
you do have that
very
skin.
sexy. I know, like I like it. I really like it.
I'm still trying to see if I could get Fredrin for myself. But looking at things here, already a little bit of skirmishing. I'm very interested to see how active Demon Kite is going to be on the map since he is on his Baxia. And leave it to Demon Kite to bring Impure Rage on everything.
But here's a little bit interesting fact as well, because in this emblem system, even though we're talking about Lilia, right, I like that Hyde is actually going for the Festival plus just for sustain. I guess the idea that MPNC is going for is that they want to try and mirror that Ube strategy to try and prolong fights, right? So they do have Festival of Blood also on a Paquito to kind of synergize with the heals coming in, whereas RSG MY, they've got 4 agilities as well.
That's just crazy. Once again, this team wants to run at you fast. And we'll see whether or not that agility will help here. We can see Turtle gonna be up in another 30 seconds. Both teams gonna be taking it slow for now, wanting to hit their level 4 power spikes before they try anything. NC especially is gonna want to take this a little bit slower. They have to be aware of RSG.
You know, that's the thing for having agility in this game for RSG MY, right? They have to deal with so many things that MPNC needs to do. Year 3 has so much mobility, Sonic has so much mobility, and of course, when it comes to the Lilia itself, once he pops those magic bombs, he is going to have those additional movement speed. So having the agility to kind of work with is going to give them an upper hand. And once Hyde gets his Ice Queen 1, that's going to be something that Demon Kite may seem to struggle later on.
Storm doesn't have level 4 yet, but Rippo gets a nice 2-man stun in the back line. Already doing a lot of damage to Mali-chan, actually, as Izanami follows up, gets the first blood by stealing away the Decimate, and now gonna be zoning out the rest of MPNC. Rippo forced to flicker out, but the turtle will go to RSG.
This is good. This is huge. RSG MY, they realize the power spike, it hits a little bit quicker compared to MPXNC, right? Like, if you think about it here, Sonic needs to be in this position, and Hai can't really abuse his spells all too much, because once he starts spamming, means that he is going to be out of horse if he doesn't hit those the spells. And in particular, we won't feel much of Mali Chan's presence until towards the middle stage game. Like, you need to take time to develop this bloom up for Sonic. So they are looking to try and stall time here, but RSG MY, they've got so much space to go for right now.
Yeah, Tree in danger. He's literally clamped between two really burly dudes right now. He flickers out the safety, but the split has found him. Demon Kite slowly working him down. Heavy left punch, giving a bit of extra shield, but it only prolongs the inevitable. Yeah, Tree will fall.
Yep, very, very early aggression as well. We talked about how RSG MY has improved it, and they can understand where to punish this, whereas MPXNC, they're still trying to group up, but they're not able to get any sort of a map presence, or in this case space, because of the fact that they don't have a solid frontliner to open up the map. Because if you think about it as well, who can sustain in the front lines to match both the Kaja as well as the Baxia? Pretty much only Sonic can do that right now, unless Mali-chan goes for the defensive items.
4-member Stone flickers backwards, gets the divine judgment, and Mali-chan is dead instantly. Demon Kite applying Curtis's presence to everyone in the backline, forcing NC into defensive positions, and instantly rotates out. Storm though in danger.
Oh, one more?
Will Zavs get the final hit? No, he can't continue.
Oh, he's so afraid of Lolios. He's so afraid of what Lolios may do to him if he overcommits his stay. So I guess he's going to try and prioritize his lane a little bit more coming in from Zavs. But at the same time, this is what I'm talking about, right? Who can open up the map? Yeatri is great, but he's on the other side of the map. If you put Sonic in front, what can he do? He needs his farm as well. So Mali-chan, despite playing so defensively, he's taking a little bit too much here. However, Zavs,
he wants to 1v1 this. He has Bloom to keep himself topped up, actually coming really close. But with Storm coming in, I think he made the right choice to back that off. You cannot risk Lolios getting an early kill. But Demon Kite secures another turtle.
Oh, the pressure. Look at Demon Kite.
He got it.
Getting so much info. What?
Yeah, he stole it. He stole the orange.
What? How? Oh boy, Sonic is not having a great time at all because of that stalled here. That is going to be resources taken away by him. And just like that, RSG MY, they've got a little bit more resources to work with. 2.3k net worth lead in just 5 minutes of the game. It may look small, but this early game, it is huge because of the fact that they need those early first item power spikes. In this case, Repo is going to have a little bit more damage, but he is going to be able to get out. However, when we talk about first item power spikes here, Lolio, Relative Despair right from the get-go.
He's going to be able to get that pretty soon. Already the tier 1 falling, so Zavs losing out in this exchange pretty heavily. Ube Strat usually prioritizes this lane quite a lot, and Bruno should always win, but that's no longer the case here. Yeatri could be in danger, but Sonic is fine.
Oh boy, this is rough for MPXNC right now. It's barely even 6 minutes in the game. We've got 2 Radiant Armors up on Demon Kite as well as Repo. This is gonna significantly downplay Hyde's damage, and just like that, they get the catch as well.
Beautiful combo here, but the Bloom from Mali-chan instantly renders Sonic invulnerable there and keeps him topped up.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for Sonic. That is good for Sonic. However, the pressure is still going to be on though. They do bait out the Black Shoe coming from Hyde, but aside from that, RSG MY, they understand that MPXNC, they don't really want to fight. Guess what? We're going to take a little bit more space. So that's exactly what RSG MY is going to do. They are going to try and deny resources away from Sonic.
Oh, Izanami threatening Zavs, already doing enough damage to drop him to 60% HP. We got 4 members of MPXNC here, but I don't really like what they're doing. There's not going to be enough damage. Nibiru is passionate, dropping them low. They take another tower, and that gold going more into the Lolil fund.
I genuinely feel bad for MPXNC. They have no choice but to play defensive for all this plays. But now, once again, Demon Kai, he's going to try again.
Can he get it? He's getting really close.
Oh,
he does!
no!
The Retri timing is perfect. Retri defending the mid tier 1. He's got Hyde there as well. He'll at least keep that alive, but Demon Kite is just stealing everything.
Oh boy, this is rough. This is rough. Now, Bloom is up on Sonic as well. Sonic's got to make a play. They are going to try and contest the turtle. Meanwhile, RSG MY is trying to separate him with the rest of the team. And MPXNC, they realize that they can't really do too much about this, right? Like, again, who is going to be able to take space away from RSG MY. You've got Glue, you've got Demon Kite, who's right in front of you, and if you overcommit, boom, Storm is going to go for the Divine Judgment and pull you away. So MPXNC, they are going to try and delay this here, but can they though?
I thought Stone would invest the Divine Judgment there. Sonic was out of position, but he's choosing not to. I don't think they have to force the issue. They realize that NC may have already lost the window they were playing for with this Ube strat.
Yep, at the same time as well, RSG MY, they're trying to match it as well. Sonic is going to try and make a play. He does see Stone though, but the purple buff, do they get it? No, Demon!
Oh my goodness!
Oh my, okay, Demon Kite, you know, what a retry god, he just takes everything, man. Takes everything, doesn't even need a retry, he steals it away.
You normally see a team steal one buff consistently, but Demon Kite is taking everything. He's 4, now 3 levels up on Sonic here. Rushing down the tower, Stone's gonna be looking for it. Oh, he flickers forward, Divine Judgment catches out Sonic. But Bloom keeping him alive, and Izanami is the one who bites the bullet. You can't dive that, you gotta be careful. But now comes Rippo. They wanna keep this going. A nice stun there from Mali-chan. Zaz, he gets the kill on the Stone, but it's gonna cost his own life there. Not sure if it's worth it as Lolly still pelting the backline, dropping Sonic real low. RG will finally back off.
I'm not gonna lie, MPXNC played that really well. They were level behind away from RSG MY. They know RSG MY is very thirsty for this kind of aggressive plays. They're capitalizing in it as well, but now you start to see signs of why Florian is so strong, right? Early game, yeah, we don't expect too much of pressure here, but if you can hold out long enough, you can start to see a lot of heals that Mali-chan is bringing to the table to keep things alive. First things first, Sonic, he was the first engager. Boom, he took so much damage, he was able to sustain it through because of those heals. Likewise can be said from Zaps as well, and because of that, he was able to trade off a kill. Yes, they sacrifice Zaps, it's not the greatest role, but the most important objective that MPXNC is looking for right now is buying time towards the later stage of the game.
Yeah, honestly, the way that the Bloom just stops momentum from aggressive teams can actually affect you quite a bit mentally, especially for RSG MY who wants to run him down. Ribbo actually dropping real low already with the duel with Year 3. The Lord on half HP, split going to be used here. See if he jumps onto Year 3 afterwards. Izanami gets the steal onto the Bloom actually. Lord dropping low, 50-50, going to be within range pretty soon. Knock up Demon Kite, gets the Lord, and now Nibiru's passion into the Divine Judgment means that Sonic is gone. Demon Kite looking to chase down the rest of them, and Year 3 going to be the unfortunate victim. Double kill for Lolil.
Oh, you hate to see moments here coming from MPXNC, but of course RSG MY, they definitely got everything to guard, but Zaf, ooh, okay, you know, he's hitting a little bit more, but Demon Kite right now is, you know, all over the place, right? He's getting objectives, he's zoning MPXNC out, and there's nothing much MPXNC can do unless they can buy time, and that Lord steal was very important for them. Unfortunately, it just didn't happen for them.
Yeah, we were talking beforehand, right? Demon Kite on the box, yeah, we probably won't get to see his micro this game, but he's still showing it in those retribution timings and stealing every buff away from Sonic. He's still only level 10 on the Martis compared to 14 on Demon Kite, actually behind on EXP than Stone.
Yep, this feels bad for him as well, considering that Sonic has got so much to work with here. They're heavily depending on Mali-chan keeping him alive, but level advantage means also stats damage differences, reduction difference here, item differences that may affect those team fights. So if they can hold on and come back, that's going to be great. However, can they do so?
Izanami, that's the wrong ultimate. He got worldy there, but they're still gonna siege down the tower. Lord doing some damage. Sonic dropping the half already, but NC will be able to clear up the Lord just fine. Not gonna take any casualties. That's important because the next wave is already here. And Storm goes to the backline. He finds Hyde. He gets the killing spree for Lolil instantly, and they follow it up. Double kill onto Sonic. The crystal is exposed. Demon Kite jumping the backline, forcing Zaps to flicker right into his own base. Yeah, 3 can do nothing, but becomes triple kill. Rippo steals the Maniac away. That's unfortunate, but what isn't is that RSG have cleaned up the game easily to claim victory.
Hey, late game RSG game? No, this time it's early game RSG game. GG RSG, because that was a clinical game coming from RSG MY. An absolute domination coming in here, and you can see ice in his veins. Repo walks off the stage as if it is just a normal day at work.
He doesn't need to react to anything there. That was perfectly executed, textbook expected from RSG. I don't know what happened to this team after the midway point of this season, but they found something here, and that is some gold in their fingers.
Yep, doesn't even need him at all, but it was just easy works coming in here. But we caught a glimpse of why RSG MY was able to win those games. It's because you need to warm up yourselves and keep yourself hydrated, exercising, and healthy, because when it comes to competition, mind, body, and soul, everything needs to be on point.
And it seemed really synergistic there for RSG MY. Like, their games have been so clean so far. Every single time they claim that lead, they never make a single mistake. They know exactly how to put pressure. They know how to take advantage to make sure to push this advantage and not wait until the opportunity presents itself. And that doesn't allow any opponent to find chances to make comebacks.
I think this is one of the big, I would say, study, right? Analysis when it comes to identifying players' habits and player playstyles, right? We have known Yetri to be very comfortable when it comes to playing flanking XP heroes, but identifying that and abusing it is just insane, because there's nothing Yetri could have done. And I'm curious to see who was it that did it, because from the side of RSG MY, the MVP for that match is going to be Lolios himself with his Beatrix, and I'm not surprised because he's chunking up some serious big boy damages.
Lolio was already at the top of the MVP charts this season, and he's just continuing to rack up those points. 5-0 and 2 on the Beatrix, creating so much space, winning lane against a Bruno-Florian combination. It's usually so volatile, the gold lane, when you play against Ube. Lolio doesn't matter to him.
Yeah, he even though that MPNC was, you know, having so much emphasis on playing defensively, Lolios is just like, you know what? Come, I'm still gonna play aggressive here. I'm just gonna take objectives, and even if my team is making space for me, I am gonna try and take objectives and farm my way through. And once I get my items, I am gonna punish them. So I like how RSG MY is doing here, and I want to see what they have to say with their mic check from game number 1 in a very short while, because we are heading into it right now.
Kau ni apa? Kau ni tinggal.
I'm starting to...
Oh, we have
hear you. Aye, Captain. What is it? Aye, Captain. You know those guys?
Why cannot we first?
Okay, careful.
Fight.
Can we still fight? No, fuck you, I can do it.
Aye.
Nice one. Target guys, targeting guys. Bruno. We can. Nice.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, Captain.
I was really worried you wouldn't follow up on that. Very nice. But we did see a beautiful mic check there from RSG MY. The energy, the spirits are high, and you can see that influence their gameplay.
You know, I thought you were gonna finish the whole song, man.
You want me to finish the whole song? Oh,
you missed the timing. Come on, man. You missed the timing. You're so bad. But you know, that's what makes you special and great. You know, not gonna lie, you're one of the most amazing. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Anyways, enough of us. You know, our internal jokes here. Let's talk a little bit about the drafts here and itemization here. And in particular, I want to talk about Lolios, because during the 5-minute mark, his first item purchase was the Blade of Despair. He got it very quickly, and because of that, every single time MPNC is close to down towards a 50% threshold, he's getting so much value and trying to get some kills. But even then, it wasn't enough because of the fact that Florian is just there. But all things considered here, they also rushed the Radiant Armor up on Repo and Demon Kai to deal with Hyde's Lilia, which is initially, you know, thought of as a plan to buy time against RSG MY. But if you're not afraid of Lilia, there's nothing MPNC can do to them.
What's impressive as well is that they really didn't have much anti-heal, right? Literally one dominance ice on Storm, and that's it. And somehow it's still enough damage. Not to mention Storm got the Oracle, which is interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing about why Oracle is good on Kaja, it kind of synergizes with the passive ability on how Spell Vamp kind of works for Kaja, right? Kaja, you know, once upon a time when it was broken, you know, it kind of felt like he was more tankier than Esmeralda back in the days, you know, trying to soak up so many shields. And so I feel like in this idea, it's great coming from them, but I personally feel that when they got the Radiant Armor, especially when Demonkind also doubled down with the Curse Helmet just to get objective clearing done way, way quicker. Because of how all these little things kind of translate as well, it forced MPXNC in an awkward position. And why I mean awkward position, look at this. Baxia's got so many items. Sonic only has a Radiant Armor and a anti-Kiras. He doesn't even have his Fury Armor. He doesn't even have his Hunter Strike to even threaten anyone from side of RSG MY, which is a very, very big problem. So the way how RSG MY itemized it was designed to snowball and shut down resources away from MPXNC.
They already know when they're against an Ube strat. If they can shut them down early, then their scaling slows down massively. Not to mention they don't really have a bulky front line here, so they are quite easily able to run them down. I like the idea of the Lilia to try and slow down the engage, but when the Baxia just rolls on in without a care in the world, your backline just becomes way too vulnerable. Not to mention Yetri losing EXP lane means that he couldn't contribute.
Yep, in terms of damage output as well, obviously, you know, RSG MY is going to have the bigger damage, right? He's got 145,000 here. The poke damage is real. Valentina obviously has much more spammable skills compared to Lilia. Lilia, if you don't hit your shots, bro, 5 balls, that's it. You're not going to be able to get your resets in time. Like back in the days where you have Black Shoes, boom, you get a free 5 more Shadow Balls. But this time, obviously, the cooldown reductions is faster now, but you want to be able to burst people quickly compared to a Valentina, which is one of the bigger problems coming from MPXNC. And of course, the second problem would be damage taken. Like, who can actually soak damage? Obviously, from the side of MPXNC is going to be Sonic, but he's always in the position where he needs to find farm, and if he does that, he gives away free space for RSG MY. And when we talk about space, who can take it? Repo? Boom. He's going to be playing on the side lanes. Sure, great. You don't really need him in the front lines. Demonkind can open up the map because of the Shield Unity. You've got Storm, who can open up the map as well and threaten people from the side of MPXNC.
Yeah, the Baxia was so good here. It's basically one of the easiest solutions to an Ube strat, as long as you know what you're doing. And well, Demonkind has proved time and time again he knows exactly what he's doing. As we can see in these highlights here, RC started things off running. Izanami even stole Decimate. He almost never does that.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a disruption, a nice pickoffs coming from RSG MY, right? Like they took that early advantage of 2 kills and kind of snowballed their way into this situation. And even in this snowball, we can see a lot of brilliance. But hey, if MPXNC plays Ube, they have a lot of hope. But because of the level difference that is happening on MPXNC, technically, this aggression that RSG MY is showing them should be punishable if it was 50-50.
Yeah, but it wasn't 50-50 a lot of the time. The RSG MY had more tools, more flexibility. They were already way ahead. Storm once again getting pickoffs every single time. And even during that previous Lord fight, Izanami switched to stealing Bloom, and that kept Lolil alive. So it means that they're adapting on the fly, right? That's the strength of this team. They seem to be able to evolve with every passing minute.
Yeah, Valentina just getting so much value here, so much major spells to be used as well. Using your enemy's weapons is also a form of war. And in this case, it definitely happened for the side of RSG MY. But for now, I like what I'm seeing. I like these adaptations here. But of course, you know, buying time with the Lila didn't exactly work out if he does not have those HP pool here, because things may not look slim for them. However, you know what looks good?
I think what does look good is our faces.
Oh.
You know why? I think you guys already know why. Shall we tell them why?
Why?
It's because we use Garnier Men to champion extra GG. We fight 99% of acne-causing bacteria in only 10 seconds. Do we have the tube on the desk today? We do. I was worried we used all of it the other day.
The reason why I'm not using it, because I don't want to share what Lafel does. Because Lafel has pretty much used up half of this tube, and I don't want to use it because of Lafel. Because this is Lafel stuff. But it's nice. It's really nice. I got to send it as well. It smells really good as well. And 10 seconds, boom, everything gets removed all the way through.
Is there anything left in that tube?
There's still half of it.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, Lafel's got a big face.
We need to save some for later.
He's got a big face. He uses almost half of it. I was like, oh my god, and just one time, boom. He just, oh my god, his face looks so white. It's crazy.
Interesting. But
you were there with me. What do you mean?
That's fair. That's true.
You were there with me.
He did actually do it, like when we were both on death, right? Either way, I think it's about time for us to move on to our next topic here. Of course, it's going to be game 2. RSG MY, 1 game up. If they get a clean sweep, they're basically guaranteed top 2 at the end of the season. MPNC again, they don't really have a stake in this no matter what they do for the rest of the season. They are going to be in the playoffs, in the bottom 4 regardless. So we did think about the fact that it opens up opportunities for them to do some experimentation, but it didn't seem like they did that in game 1.
Well, technically, I think it's more like they're trying to solidify their formation, right? What could have broken their formation? Because if you think about it here, the weakest thing was that they did not have ramp lines coming from MPXNC. But the second thing would be that the stakes coming from MPXNC is more on Zaps. Can he clutch it out for the team? Because when we talk about MVP ranking, Staff and as well as Lolio is going to be contesting for that.
Yeah, that is true. And unfortunately, Zav's not going to be able to contribute to his points. But if we're also talking about Turtle Mania, wow, that is a big difference between first and second place. Demon Kite at 37 turtles total. That's a bit of a tongue-tie twister right there. 37 turtles total. Again, 28 from Chibi.
Not gonna lie, Chibi has been very, very consistent since his debut with Homeboys here in MPL MY. It's been multiple seasons now. He's been in the top rankings here, but to see Demon Kite overshadowing him, that's scary. That is very, very scary. It just shows you how well and disciplined Demon Kite is. Because I had this discussion with LaFell first week. Boom, Demon Kite was a little bit off with his retributions, but over time it got a little bit better. He understands timing and space better now.
Demon Kite was just grinding the MPL MY. He started at level 1, now I don't know what level he is. He's been on some kind of experience binge, but he is scary.
Speaking of experience binge though, 3 levels ahead of Sonic in the previous game. That
know,
is
right?
a big experience gap coming in from his jungle on this box here.
Man needs to touch some grass. He's farming way too fast. So I guess farming is touching grass, right?
Technically, you're
Technically,
right.
In certain definitions of the word.
I agree. You know, and you can see the fans, they're cheering on Zaps as well. Even though win or lose, they are still going to be in the bottom 4. Zaps still eyeing for that MVP spot by the end of the regular season. Will it happen? We don't know yet. But now, speaking of drafts here, identical bans coming from MPXNC. You know, they are still going to be playing on the same side from game number 1. But RSG MY, they are also going for same bans. Nothing major changes here right now. Huh.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. Oh, now,
same opening as well.
I'm not quite sure if I remember. Was the Fredrin banned last game?
Yeah. Actually, it is. It is banned.
Okay, yeah. Now that
Valentino was first pick.
Yeah, so it's literally the same thing here. Very interesting. Okay, yeah, that confirms it. It's
near identical.
Weird here, but I mean, for RSG, it worked very well for them previously. It's NC that needs to bring something new to the table.
Oh.
They start off with Paquito this time, still keeping the Bruno.
Huh? Okay, you know, like same things again, same openings, you know, Paquito as well as Bruno. But if I do remember correctly here, MPXNC opened up with the Mortis first. And Mortis as well as the Bruno instead of the Paquito. So still leaning towards that direction, but this time RSG MY, they steal the Mortis away instead. So we're not going to see the Boxia here, so that means MPXNC has a little bit more room to abuse the Ube strategy. You know, the Boxia was annoying, but this time, they don't need to force the floor in now.
Are they trying to bait NC to pick Boxia?
I feel like NC should go for it. Like, if they go for the Boxia, means that we might see Mani-chan playing on the Estes again.
The S could be good here, not too bad. Or
I'm not gonna lie, when MPXNC debuted that, and I tried it on my ranked games, I actually won against a composition that is kind of annoying and popular in the Indo region pop games, which is the Valir and Xbox combo.
Oh, I hate that. That's so annoying.
It's so slow, but because of Estes Hughes as well as Boxia being able to sustain everything, boom, they can't do anything. Once they throw all the spells, Boxer just runs in and kills them all.
Literally through the fire and the flames, right?
Yep.
Being able to go through that, very good. But not sure we'll see that. NC did prioritize the Eve instead. Real World Manipulation, going to give him more room to play with, but oh my god, I love that. Did you see that?
What?
I cannot believe he did that so fast. He edited. Look at that. Look at
What?
that. That is great. That's amazing.
Yo, this is the Kagura pose that LaFell posed in the previous season.
Technology is my craft. Diggy is my name.
It's a quick edit. I like it. I love it.
That's so good.
You guys work so fun. Hey guys, English podcast. Do something for us too.
Yeah. We want to. I mean,
But
we're
that's the-
not,
we're not
really
posing.
posing.
Yeah.
We can't match the swagger that LaFell has on stage.
True.
Because he's got Garnier Men.
True that. However, let's talk a little bit more items here. Yves, they are going to be picking it coming in from MPNC. Diggy being banned from RSG MY means that, you know, CC control is going to be the way to go. You know, Marty is very extreme, annoying with it as well. But I'm more curious on whether or not do they play another one for Repo, because Khalid is something that they have demonstrated. And I feel like Khalid chain CC to out-sustain the Ube isn't too bad of a solution for RSG MY.
Previously, we did question the glue choice for Repo, but after seeing how it performed, I understand now that their goal was literally just to keep Yetri in lane, because they realized that NC want to play around the space that the Paquito will create. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Repo on something that'll just keep Yetri around here instead of straight up winning the 1v1, but we will see. The Baxia does get banned out by RSG MY and the Grok by NC, meaning that the Arlet that was previously banned out will be available if Stone wants to lock it in. I think they're feeling safer since Eve won't get affected by that final slash. So we will see what's going to be the picks here. It's very important for NC to try and get a foothold in this game.
Oh boy, this is very interesting as well. But you know what's interesting? I just literally received a text asking me not to cosplay LaFell. Why? Why would you do it to me? Like, to be honest, he's got too much swag, man. He's got too much swag. But enough of that. Okay, back to the game. Sorry, sidetrack a little bit here. But of course, now Edith. Okay, this is a rogue Edith coming from Malich Han. Wow.
Yeah, we haven't seen that yet. We did mention we haven't seen Mali play Edith.
The reason why I took a little bit too long to react to this is that Mali Chan is known for his enchanted supports. There are a couple of Jawhead games before back in the days.
That was ages ago. Nowadays, if it's engagement, it would be Lolita.
Yeah, Lolita is like his you know, comfort pick, but I think it isn't too bad because if you think about playstyles, Edith has pretty similar mechanics to a Jawhead slash Lolita, if that makes sense.
I get what you mean somewhat, but also not really. But RCMY gonna go for, ooh, Kadita Rome. Storm expanding his unique hero picks once again. And we have to remember, back when Storm was in the Philippines, he played mid.
Okay. But is he going to go for the Exort boots though? Got you right there, aren't you? Is he going to go for the Exort boots though?
Sometimes I wonder whether Kadita actually needs shoes, right?
No, he needs shoes, but is he going to go for the Exort boots?
No, but like if you're swimming around everywhere, you wouldn't need shoes, right?
Fair enough, you just need fins, huh?
That's
Maybe
true,
they should chop the fins off Toda.
Wow,
wait, they did.
Okay.
They did. Whoops, sorry, whoop.
We need to not be thinking about having sashimi right now. Oh my god, look at that! The LaFell edits! You know, we need LaFell
Oh my god!
We need LaFell to host more often. These are great.
You know, I can literally see in the group chat, Rose is just complaining, how do I top that? LaFell, you're such a meme.
When Rose comes back, she has such a big shoes to fill now.
I know, right? He's such a meme. Maybe, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna go anywhere.
Because
like,
his shoe size is massive.
Wow. Yo, nice stuff. Nice.
Now, we did see a shift though at the end there because we were distracted by LaFell leading the plane in. They did pick Angela. So this is Yetri on Edith and the Paquito jungle.
Well, speaking of which here, draft's pretty much on step. Whether or not Storm goes for the Exort shoes, we gotta find out. But for now, this is gonna be RSG MY going for the double mage strategy to go up against MPNC. And this day, they do have the Angela, and I'm looking forward whether or not will they be able to bounce back.
It's double mage versus double mage for a quadruple mage combo here in the land of Dawn. RSG MY 1 game up. Can they secure their throne at the top of the charts versus MPNC?
Well, this is going to be a fun one because now Demon Kite is going to show Sonic how it's done. But interesting enough, MPNC, they actually put the Paquito jungle instead. Yetri is sick of it and he's going to go to Edith instead. So, okay. Yeah, because the Angela came in. Okay, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense why the Angela kind of fit in the pool right now. But the question here is, who's going to be able to sustain the front lines, right? Because Paquito, obviously early game, going for tank build is not the greatest here. You are going to be expecting to go for Fury Hammer, that's one. Opening up a map with Angela, not the greatest as well. So Yekli is going to take a lot of initiative to push forward.
The audience cam is showing more LaFell memes. Look at that. That's
What the
that's a
heck?
LaFell yin yang overturn.
What the
right
heck?
there. I love it. I want to see more of this stuff. But we do see Hyde already taking a good amount of damage. Good mid lane dominance by Izanami. And speaking of, Sonic actually diving pretty deep. Gonna get knocked up, but no damage, no combo yet, so he's fine.
LaFell is everywhere.
Oh, he's even on
No,
cam
look
now.
at his face now. He's on a cam now. He's booing you as well. He's mad. He's... Oh boy, LaFell, like, come on, man. The game's happening, but, you know, LaFell's power is just... LaFell's swag is everywhere.
Yeah,
Even now, I just can't pronounce LaFell's name properly anymore.
We gotta put LaFell on the back shelf for a moment. Focus on the game. Let's talk about some emblems here. What do you think about Tree and Pure Rage on RSG MY?
Did Storm go for the Exort boots?
We'll have to see. Oh, no.
Oh, okay, close.
He got
No,
concealed.
he got concealed. He got concealed. Not Exort boots. But nevertheless here, RSG MY, they are going to be looking for a lot of bursty composition, right? I think Sustain is going to be the name of the game coming from RSG MY. Because if you think about here, when it comes to healing, obviously Angela is going to provide a little bit more. So he comes down to whether or not RSG MY gets the
Real
kites.
manipulation, a really beautiful knockup into the two-man falling star moon. Turtle goes the Demon Kite, and so will Tree, Sonic, and Sam slain in quick order in exchange for only Stone.
You know, Storm, I don't know how he does it, but for Storm on this Kadita to get a two-man stomp that look like a Lord Stomp to completely turn the tides in RGMY's favor, that is insane.
Two-man knockup into falling star moon. Just great, right? You don't expect that kind of combo for the first Turtle fight, but NC already falling into the trap. RGMY already 1.3k net worth lead here in the first 3 minutes of the game. Definitely not as big as before, but still worrying. Their control over the map is strong.
Yeah, and as of now, because of this early lead, I want to see how RGMY kind of abuse this, right? That right now they're trying to take the fact that Storm is life-threatening because he's got an early 4, barely even 4 minutes of the game. So if MPXNC walks into the wrong bush, we are going to be expecting one-shot combos with these rough waves coming in from him. So I guess right now it is going to be very similar conditions to how Game 1 kind of look for MPXNC, and RGMY is looking to try and jeopardize this.
Yeah, we do see the first items coming out now. Has Claws, Clock of Destiny, nothing too unusual. In terms of EXP, Rippo definitely doing a good job. Oh, we got a gank pincer movement. Storm gonna be looking for the engagement onto Zaz and Mali-chan. They get the pull in. Lots of damage. Mali cannot do anything, but falls to the blades of Demon Kite.
Oh, feels bad moment here coming from MPXNC. They grouped up as 4 up top, and it's funny considering that usually MPXNC does this, similar to like a moving strategy, but for RGMY to do it and one-up them is just detrimental because now full gold plating on Lolios, as well as a kill here, as well as an early tier 1 tower, barely 5 minutes a game.
The tempo is too fast on RSG. Oh, they do find Storm though. Gets a bit of vengeance. That's gonna be the Kadita gone thanks to Sonic and Year 3. Primal Wrath pop down. They get the stun onto Izanami inside the real world manipulation, forcing the flicker out. Year 3 flickers forward to see if he can finish him off, but Demon Kite now hunting him down onward, going to miss. And Year 3 now is the one that has to escape. Retribution gonna be used. Year 3 taken down, decimated as Hyde is jumped on by Rippo, and now Mali-chan and Sonic forced on a desperate retreat.
Oh, feels bad. Izanami got into the head of Year 3. Edith's Primal Wrath does a lot of damage, but he had so many opportunities to back off, but because of how close Izanami was at a near safe distance, he was able to bait him out.
Oh, hard guard onto Sonic. He gets the kill onto Loleo. He'll be able to walk out safely as well. Rippo forced to back off. That's 4 members of NC in the mid lane. So they're actually trading bodies.
Well, this is good. This is good. Like, in the midst of this commotion here, you know, obviously there is going to be downtime for RGMY, right? Once they come in for spells here, if they go for a jump with the least amount of expectation here, Mali-chan is going to be able to double the manpower to get a catch onto his RGMY. And this is something that RGMY said, oh, okay, we made a little bit of mistake. We got a little bit overzealous, overheated a little bit here, but it's still within the controls of RSG MY because as of now, they haven't found a solution on how to deal with Storm and Izanami yet, unless they get a pick right here, which unfortunately doesn't happen.
Izanami going to manage to steal that real-world manipulation as well. Very clean movements. RSG, the scariest part about this team is every time they make a bad move, they learn from it almost instantly, and it's never repeated within the game again. So we're already seeing them make aggressive plays with confidence.
No, RSG MY going for the Ube strategy means Sonic is going to get a free value tier 1 up top, but they do trade the tier 1 down bottom. But it seems like RSG MY, they are going to try and extend the lead right now, which is huge because MPNC, they need to force a fight, but they can't really do so because they are a level behind and they need Sonic in this fight.
Yeah, things are really repeating already from what happened in game number 1. Nearly a 3k lead. Stone not gonna find Zavs, forced to use rough ways to escape. The Bandit's Raid comes out, Stone still under tower, and Zavs will secure the kill.
Wow. A little bit of overcommitment here, using the real Malaysia just to lock him down in place for Yetri to get kills. It seems like MPNC, they're just pulling every trigger, and who could blame him? If you think about it here, based on this draft, desperation comes in order because in terms of follow-up CCs, besides the Angela to follow up with Yetri, it is going to be very difficult though to do so.
Ooh, hard guard onto Sonic. Izanami gonna use Flicker very early on as Rippo starts zoning out Hyde. Izanami under threat now, gonna be able to dash away from the onward. Hard guard still on top of Sonic. Oh, Valentina dropping low, but Sonic will get taken out. Mega kill for Demon Kite. They will lose Izanami eventually, but Lolil, this man is already online. So much damage, nearly taking out Zavs under his own tower.
My goodness, the aggression coming in here is scary as well, but at the same time, they do take a tier 2 up top as well. But the snipes, Zavs, what?
Rippo overestimated himself there. He thought that Zavs didn't have as much damage, but he was wrong, and that cost him his life.
That is some serious damage here. Like, do not underestimate Zav's power right now. He's barely keeping on. But at the same time, Turtles secured by RSG MY means that they are looking to try and extend this zone here. But for now, Izanami, twice now, being able to bait Yetri into awkward positions and punish him. So far, Yetri, he needs to be very careful on how he takes this fight because so far, Izanami has been getting into his hits now.
Yeah, you gotta make sure that your mentality isn't being affected by your opponents, but I think NC has proven themselves capable of that before. Sonic, I feel like he may be staying a bit too long here. He should still have Hard Guard if they decide to fight this Storm. Going to miss on that Ocean Ode. Hard Guard comes out on top of Sonic. They're going to be zoned out by the Bandit's Rage, but still doing a great job of spacing himself out and keeping himself near the tower. Now the real-world manipulation comes out on both sides here to try and counteract one another. Hyde going to be the first one to fall. Izanami having that item lead. They'll take out Nolly-chan, and Sonic will follow. That's going to be the double decimate from Demon Kite.
Well, Sonic, he tried his best. Micro decisions, micro spacing on point. But RSG MY's got a bigger picture. They want to kill everyone. Wait for Mali-chan to come out of his body and then take them all together. And that's pretty much RSG MY choosing and playing with their food right now.
Look at top lane. Zavs trying to split push, but now he's being chased down. Though he does have the hard guard. Stome and Rippo are both very low. Thalassophobia keeping Stome topped up. Rippo, though, the one in danger. But Zavs not going to keep things up. Demon Kite, he's going to find him out. Retribution going to be used on the Bruno, and hard guard is gone. A nice flicker out of the Bandit's Raid. He's going to not manage to take out Stome. And Molly-chan going to flicker out the safety, forced to abandon his carry.
Oh, I feel bad for Zav. He just didn't have enough mana to extend the fight there. I felt like he could have gotten the kill, but at the same time, Storm was just outplaying him here. Abusing the passive ability coming from Kadita to its maximum. Beautiful stuff coming from him. However, with that lead coming in here, RSG MY, they are going to try and converge even more because so far, Sonic hasn't been able to set up a team fight for MPNC at all.
This is a much more aggressive jungle hero than he's used to playing this season. And it shows that NC were forced to really switch up their plans to try and respond to RSG MY. Unfortunately, that's not working. The tempo is still too fast on this team. A nice onward from Yetri! He saves Zav's life there and denies Storm the kill.
Whoa, that was too close. That was a little bit too close to be called comfort there, because if Zavs dies there, that's it for MPNC. However, considering that they only lose Storm, they still have Izanami. It is going to be a 4v5. But level advantage still in RSG MY's favor.
And NC doesn't have the hard guard either, but they do have bodies here to try and deny RSG from taking a free tier 2 mid. With the Lord pushing down bottom though, and no inhibitor to tower, they're going to be forced to sacrifice some structures to make sure that the Crystal doesn't take undue damage.
Oh, okay, you know, considering that, you know, they're playing a little bit safe here. MPXNC, they understand they've got the numbers, but RSG MY, they are going to wait up on Stone for this next fight. But here comes the flank.
He goes in, not going to find the target he's looking for. Sonic though on top of Laleos, he gets the kill in the back line. As Zavs with the hard guard now looking to chase RSG down, but a beautiful disengage makes sure they don't lose any more players.
Huge, huge. Sonic finally pulls it through big for MPXNC. And the reason why he's got to be able to do that right now is that he's got more items now. He's got the Radiant Armor, Blade Armor to deal with the burst coming from Lolios, alongside with a little bit more magic defense as well, just to out-sustain Storm's burst. If he can't do that, he's going to be able to threaten Lolios and with a couple punch. And so far, that's going to be the target that Sonic's going to be eyeing for MPXNC.
I really like the Thunder Belt purchase as well, going for that HP build, making sure he's tanky enough, but still with the DPS to threaten this Beatrix. MPXNC, things are looking dire, but their chances are still alive here thanks to some really good flanks. And this is what we want to see from Sonic, right? He's been on a supportive position for so long.
Yep, it is. But at the same time as well, I guess Sonic is in a position where he needs to be able to threaten the back lines, right? Play catch up, considering that RSG MY's got like 4 agility. That's 1. 2, it is going to be the defensive version of the Ice Queen one. And so far, Hyde hasn't been able to do too much because every single time he tries to set up for the team here, RSG MY has got Storm and also Izanami just looking to one-shot him.
Yeah, Izanami full damage as well, so his real world manipulation actually does more damage than Hyde's here. The copy overpowering the original. RSG MY just gonna continue controlling the map. 4k gold lead, Lord spawning in another 25 seconds, and they know that NC cannot really extend further than a couple of inches outside their base, so as long as they play this safe, they're still fine.
Now, this is going to be a problem right now for MPXNC right now. Lolios, he just got his Deadly Blade as well, because that is going to be something that actually deals with the healings coming from Mali. But of course, there is going to be a couple of trade lows here, but aside from that, it is going to be bobbing and weaving for now, because Blade of Emphases, sorry, not Blade of Emphases, the Halberd here coming from Lolios is going to start to affect the sustainabilities of both Yetri as well as Mali-chan.
I do like the Athenas on Sonic though. That'll save him from if Storm were to engage on him, and he did a good job of avoiding that, actually forcing the wasted Petrify earlier too. Oh yeah, 3 flickers forward, 2-man earth shatters to the real manipulation. Izanami though pops it in return. Hard guard on top of Zaz. Izanami will fall, but Nibiru's pass and finds Year 3. Lolil is online. He is scary, this man. You cannot be under the eyes of his gun right now. Lord, gonna be worked on.
A mid-lane mage for an XP lane, absolutely worth it for RSG MY, but because as of now, they need somebody to open up the map.
Sonic dropping low, but he's able to dash out, but with that kind of HP, he can no longer contest the Lord. He has to regen off the wave. Demon Kite gonna be pulling it to their side. NC, they are still 4-man strong, 4v4. The chance is still there.
They need to open up the map. Like, it's hard because the Lord now in RSG favor, MY's favor, it is gonna be very, very difficult. It has to be very, very crucial, and it has to be in a clutch moment. But of course, it is all comes down to finding opportunities.
Rippo jumps in, but the Rumwaves misses again. A beautiful movement by Hyde. Though hard guard was used to make sure he would escape that, meaning that it's not going to be on Sonic or Zaz.
The snipe!
Ooh, the snipe! Not going to land. Sonic will survive for now. Gets terrified. But they need to keep their jungler alive. Rippo jumps in again. A bit too far, but they get locked up. 2-man. Zaz forced to use Wind of Nature. Denies the Decimate, but falls to Lolils. As there is an army. Zones out the backline. Real Woman Animation comes out again. And Hyde is dead. Triple kill for Lolil. RSG MY looking to end the game now. 3 members down on MPXNC.
What a catch coming in from them as well, and now at the bases here, Yetri, he's trying his best, but there's only so much he can do.
Hard guard will not save him, or Mortality Pop. Demon Kite is godlike, and the crystal is exposed. RSG MY with a clean sweep against MPXNC to secure their top 2 position here in MPL MY Season 12.
What a game for RSG MY. Absolutely dominating coming in from them. What a game, indeed. And you can see Repo already taunting his way through. All in a day's work as well. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
No problem at all for RSG MY here. Very valiant efforts by MPNC. Their improvement still on full display. But RSG has just evolved to a different level entirely. Their tempo, their momentum is perfect. This is full control over the Land of Dawn.
What a game coming from them. But of course, MPNC, they tried their best. But sometimes the best may not be enough here. However, I want to see what RSG MY has to say after that clean 2-0 as we throw it over to the host.
Give it up for RSG MY! Sememangnya kemenangan yang sangat-sangat confident. Tetapi dekat sini, saya nak cakap yang saya ni ada wakil rakyat punya perasaan sedikit. Disebabkan, mungkin you guys tak perasan, during the game, ada yang tanya, kenapa Ling Eza tak main?
Mungkin Ling Eza adalah senjata kita.
Senjata rahsia. Nampak diorang tengah tunggu. Jadi ni kita campak tepi dulu. Dekat sini pun kan, sebenarnya last question untuk you. Tengok Ling Eza guys tu, excited. Izanami pun ada question for you. Walaupun dalam game ini menang dengan sangat-sangat confident, ramai orang dah cakap loyal kembali kepada Prime. Repo menunjukkan dia adalah King of Taunting, King of EXP. Tapi ada yang cakap Izanami masih tak cukup lagi, macam tak perform. Izanami ada tak apa-apa personal punya harapan untuk season kali ini as the Prince of Mage?
Sebenarnya saya okey je sebab kami main as a team kan. Jadi perform tu belakang cerita lah. Yang penting menang.
Mati 10 pun tak apa.
Ya, betul.
Ya, betul. Dan yang last, sebenarnya kena tanya pada Repo balik. Sekarang ni rasa sejuk sikit tak?
Rasa sejuk tu.
Rasa sejuk kan? Okey, ini satu kerisauan. Daripada musim ke-7, orang cakap tempat kedua regular season yang akan jadi juara. Tapi sekarang ni RSG MY tempat pertama. Jadi dekat sini, ada rasa macam risau ke tempat pertama tak boleh jadi champion?
Sebenarnya tak ada risau pun sebab kita nak ubah benda tu. Daripada sebelum ni nombor 2 asyik champion, kali ni nombor 1 champion.
Memang baiklah Repo. Tapi dengan ni rasanya siapakah MVP of the match? In 3, 2, 1, MVP is Demon kita! Demon Guide, first and foremost, you said before, you want to be the best jungler in Malaysia. Do you think you've achieved that?
I think for now so because I still want to be champion here in Malaysia. So that I can achieve being the best jungler here in Malaysia.
Another question. If with this lineup going to M5 and then you become the champions of M5, do you think you will still stay in Malaysia?
I think for now I haven't decided yet, but soon I will have an answer for that.
All right, guys, give it up for RSG MY! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You guys is mana plus 2 eh? All right, you guys can leave. Thank you very much. Amazing match by both teams. Tapi kita nak throw pada caster, but before that, cuba teka hero apa. Okay, sabar jap. Ada voice line untuk bantu korang. Tremble. Passing to the casters.
Well, it looks like a demon. In this case, maybe that is a cosplay of Demon Guide.
I feel like we'd be putting down Demon Kite if we say that. MVP of the match doesn't deserve slander like that.
Lafel. Enough. Sometimes in life, too much is too much. But I'm not gonna lie, too much laughter is actually very good, you know? Sometimes laughter makes your life much healthier, much more peaceful, and happier. I like it.
I imagine Demon Kite is going to be pretty happy after his performance there. 9-0-12 across 2 games on the Baxia, on the Martis, in pure rage every single time. He does love the damage potential on this emblem specifically. And his performance is clean, being able to secure every single neutral objective. Rotations are great. What more is there to say?
I'm sorry, man. Lafel.
I getcha.
What is that?
I believe that was probably Hellcat, just to say it at the end. But we're gonna throw it over to the mic check so we can forget what our eyes have just seen. RSG, what you got for us?
Yes.
Oh, you so happy lah.
You so happy. Storm.
I poking the edit.
I will go.
Kita fighter.
Let's go.
Nice.
Oh, I die of that.
Jalan bonus. Pakito bot. Jalan. One.
Kata ball.
Okay. I'm fine. Nice one.
Bruno,
Santai guys, santai.
Just defend me. Nice. Bruno. Still ulti.
Backup.
Nice. Dying. Go.
Dead. GG guys.
Go in guys. And. Nice one.
Clean, disciplined, well executed. Not much more to say about that. You'd think RSG would be a little bit more chaotic, but when they're in the land of Dawn, they know what's at stake, and they have their eyes on that shiny throne at number 1.
You know what's shiny? It's people's smiles. And you know what's really cool about that? Lafel's pose. Somebody gotta meet that, bro.
You still can't get over that, huh?
Yes, I really can't. It's just stuck in my head right now. Like, how can you make people smile with just that ridiculous pose, man? Like,
I'm just personally wondering what's gonna happen when Rose returns, right? Like, what is she going to do after this?
She's already spamming in the group chat.
Right? It's just ruined forever. The landscape of MPL hosting is forever changed with Lafel one day on stage.
He always takes it one step further. But instead of one step further here, let's talk about items real quick here on RSG MY. And of course, Demon Kite, he went for the Radiant Armor and Blade Armor here to deal with the overall sustains. Radiant Armor, obviously, great way to deal with Yves as well as Angelin and Edith. Blade Armor in particular to deal with the crits coming from Bruno. So far, I'm not gonna lie, Zaf has been very threatening, and a lot of instances, Zaf should have gotten the kill, but because of how nimble Demon Kite has been choosing his fights and getting those decimations, it pretty much sets up in a way where he is able to secure objectives very easily for RGMY.
RSG is just honestly so nimble, right? Every single time you think one of them is gonna get picked off, they somehow find a way to escape it. There's not even that much agility on their side this game, right? Not even like many quantum charges. The communication is just so clean that their movements are always perfectly coordinated.
Agreed. Movement speed wise as well, obviously high. He tried his best with this Ice Queen one and Glowing one, but there's just so much at stake for him because every single time he drops his real vision, we are gonna be expecting RGMY to kind of mirror that. And look at his items, right? He's got Enchanted Talisman, Ice Queen 1, Glowing 1. Logically, SMH is great. But when you have a Valentina and Kadita constantly trying to target you, it's extremely difficult to do your job. And even though he's got the Festival of Blood, he hasn't been able to sustain through the initial burst. And this was a big problem that MPXNC has faced from Game 1 and Game number 2, if you think about it as well, because if the burst is so quick and so fast, the heals coming from Malichan will no longer be relevant at all.
Yeah, the Angela was not able to contribute too much in terms of the love waves. The hard guard was definitely useful at certain circumstances. Jumping on top of Zavs, jumping on top of Sonic allowed them to play much more aggressively and actually trade out kills onto Lolil a lot of time, onto Izanami, Rippo even being caught out once, which is very unusual. So still props over the MPXNC, but when you're facing down the jaws of the beast, it's understandable that you would falter.
Yep. In terms of damage output as well, obviously, you know, Islam is going to be topping it alongside with Lolios, but 70,000 damage coming from Lolios thus far. He has been setting up some really, really nice outs here, and I feel like Lolios, he's the rich guy in carry. It's an understatement, right? Like, he was just getting so much value in an early stage game here. 4 minutes getting a tower again, and it seems like 2 games now in a row, RSG MY has been prioritizing and winning those early games with Lolios. And so far, they have been doing it every single time with him on this Beatrix.
They understand the meta. They know that if you're able to win your lanes, win your early rotations, then instantly momentum shifts very heavily to you. And it makes it difficult for the enemy team to actually farm up if their lineup is not suited for splitting up the map. And Ube is very bad at splitting up the map, so why not play into that strength? And that's exactly what we saw, which we can relive in the highlights.
Yep, you can see multiple instances in this fight. This was a very, very sick 2-man knockout coming from Storm, which allowed him to survive. And it's funny because we didn't really talk about this here. He was able to buy so much time from for the team, where Hyde isn't able to get quick kills and levels to actually kind of scale on towards the next target here.
And then we see mid-game, we did see some moments of really good plays. Sonic actually being aggressive, which we love to see. He's oftentimes on tank supports nowadays, being able to jump in with hard guard. This was really unfortunate though. The fact that he ended up dying there. Izanami was traded, but still not the most worth. And then Hyde got completely outscaled, literally dying to his own copied real-world manipulation, the ultimates from Lolios, the decimates from Demon Kite. The rundown, once again, too strong.
Yep, I agree. And again, Storm has been very, very annoying throughout all these fights, right? Because every single time MPNC tries to kill him, they just couldn't at all because Storm was able to get out there. But this was pretty much a very good turning point for MPNC where they finally had a chance for Sonic to intercept. But like we said as well, right? Ube's strategy needs all 5 of them. But when Sonic is forced to split push, means they're not together as 5. And we talk about this multiple times when it comes to Ube, right? Together we stand, divided we fall. And in this case, that is what RSG MY wants to do. They divide them into awkward situations where they become the Ube instead.
Yeah, RSG is so good at splitting up these fights. It's controlled chaos, and they're the ones in control. And they're the ones on top. RSG MY, a 2-0 victory to push them to the top of the charts. #1 ranking, and considering that every team only has 1 game left, it's pretty certain that they're going to be top 2 going into the playoffs.
Yep, guaranteed top 2 for RSG MY. The most improved team, all the way from 7th place from the previous season, and also bowing out at 7th place, 7 to 8 in the playoffs. Now, #1 in regular season since season 7. Seems like 777 seems to be the lucky number for RSG MY.
It is like a dream for them. On the opposite end though, MPXNC, like we already mentioned, no matter what happens for their remaining matches, they are confirmed bottom 4. It's just how they shift between 5th, 6th, and 7th place. But that's totally fine for them. They've already done a great job this season.
And of course, the teams that's going to be trying to fight for that final spot in the top 2 is going to be teams on the 17 points, which is Homeboys, Selangor Red Giants, and Team SMG. And of course, you know, MPXNC, nothing much going to be affected by them. But all things considered, we have a little bit of a difference in schedule for the final week of the regular season.
Yep, it is only going to be on Saturday and Sunday. So if you guys are watching for MPL on Friday, sorry to say, there's not going to be a show there because there's only 1 match for each team left. On Saturday, we're going to start off with Team Secret versus MPXNC, followed by the Red Giants versus Team SMG, and then Red Esports versus RSG MY.
Yep. All things considered here, that is going to be important matches here, especially for Team Secret. They needed to 2-0 MPXNC in order to stay potentially alive for the play-ins, which is going to be happening, well, in about 3 weeks' time, roughly around there.
It's going to be exciting here. Only 1 week left of the Season 12 regular season. It feels like time has gone so fast, and yet so much has happened. So many surprises, so much joy, so much sadness among these teams, unexpected situations, and the rankings definitely reflect that.
Hey, you know, every season we always have a clear indicator who's going to be #1 and bottom. But you know who's #1 right now? You guys at home. Because you guys, whoever has predicted the winners for all 3 series by the end of today here, this is the winners right below, down in the screen as well. Expect a mail being sent to your accounts with those rewards. So congratulations to the winners down below.
Yep. I feel like today was definitely a little tricky here, considering some of the matches didn't go the way many people would predict. So if your name is down there, good job to you. You're definitely smarter than we are here on desk. But now that we are reaching the end of the day, the end of week 5, I just can't believe how far we've come this season. It's been so competitive.
Yep, it has been so competitive, especially when the ticket towards M5 is slowly going to be unveiling in the graphs of some of these teams here. And who's going to be representing Malaysia, that is going to be very close. And considering that how close we have reached here, and yesterday was how we celebrated Malaysia Day, it's crazy to see how much stake, how much emotions, how much inspirations that has been throwing around here in MPL MY. And this past so many seasons has been an amazing journey for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yeah, there's a lot of emotional stakes, not just from the players, but from us as viewers and fans across Malaysia to do well on the international stage. Now that we've seen the kind of competition we have here in Season 12, things are looking really promising, and I'm really excited to send these teams off onto the international stage. We have the wildcards happening here as well at the end of the year. So much excitement to look forward to.
I agree, there's just so much things that can happen here. However, in the final weeks is where things are going to be set in stone here. There can only be 8 that makes into the play-ins and playoffs, and there will be 2 that will be out and running for that contention, as well as the MPL MY Season 13.
Who is it going to be? The fighting has been so intense. Even the bottom teams have been showing new signs of life here with Team Secret taking down SMG. We never know anymore what is going to happen. In the past, things were so set in stone. It was so black and white. But now, there's color everywhere.
Yeah, there is indeed color here. Chances for Malaysia to potentially hold the trophy in the international stage. Looking pretty good here. However, all things considered, that is going to be a different story to be told in the near future to come. But what I do know is that all you guys watching at home, it has been an amazing journey with you guys for this past Season 5 seasons here, especially in the English broadcast. We have evolved by having special guests.
Wow!
Thank you guys so much.
Guests. Amazing.
Like, we have never had special guests on the English broadcast, and because of you guys and people around Malaysia who's been here to support us, thank you all for always watching the English broadcast.
We've been second fiddle to the Malay broadcast for so long. Unfortunately, we still kind of are, but hey, at least we get some cooler scraps this time, and hopefully the English broadcast will continue to grow as this cast becomes even more international for all of you. I'm sure there's a lot of other MPL fans watching as well. Hopefully our teams are giving you a good time.
Yep, we do have a little bit more, but at the same time, I feel like all things considered, to this past 3 days has really surprised me. Like, this past 5 weeks has been a lot of meta shifts. Initially, it was a lot of like Cho, first week, Cho, and then, you know, out of nowhere, we're talking about potential Hanzo picks, and then we talk about Gord now. And I feel like there's just so much change in Mobile Legends now because of the endless. You just expect the unexpected. The most unpredictable MPL MY ever is happening right now.
I love it. I want to see more different heroes. But for now, we're going to be ending our stream for this week. My name's Stafa. This is Terrence, Ice Baby 1, 2. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you for week 6.